6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Bubba back today in building, so we should have a full staff. Looking forward to that, and your calls are always welcome at 866-WE-BE-BIG. That's our text line as well, 866-932-3244, and that is up and active. Well, let's bring him in over to my left to the other half of the kickoff hour. It's one Greg Burgess. How you doing, sir?
Hey, man.
How are you doing?
I'm doing
good.
I'm here.
Good.
Got me a good old cup of coffee.
Oh, look at you. Oh, good. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. All right, so Terry cannot really drink coffee. I don't know, just the way she says it makes a heart race and all that. And
get her a decaf.
But Saturday morning, she was kind of like, "Hey, I just want a little cup of coffee," and I want you to know that we went out on the back little porch area, our little breezeway, and we sat there and we had coffee. And she said, "Is this what empty nesters do?"
Yeah.
You know, we're not quite full empty nesters. We still have one in college.
Yeah, true.
But one's working out of town, so we're home a lot, except for the weekends where we apparently are a bed and breakfast. When the boys come running through with laundry and food, hey, feed me, and I'm asleep and leave. But that's our life. And so Saturday morning we were home alone, and she said, "So this is it? Is this what it's like?"
Yeah.
Of course, then she drank the cup of coffee, and she's like, "See, I shouldn't have drank that." And I'm like, "Well, dadgummit." But for a second there, it was very pleasant because you've talked to me about your Saturday mornings and coffee.
Oh yeah, especially when it's cool outside.
Yeah, you like to sit out there on your little rocking chair.
Yeah, I hope the dogs don't hear me, so they come around and mess with me.
You try to sneak out.
Mm-hmm.
Does Lisa drink coffee?
Yeah, she likes like the iced coffee and stuff.
Oh,
like that.
okay.
That's her big deal.
Okay, all right.
She'll do the hot tea, but mostly she likes it with all that mess in it.
Yeah.
She'll go to 7 Brew or Starbucks in a minute.
Because we've started making coffee at the house, Terry can't believe I just like it black. She's like, "You don't want anything in it?" I'm like, "No."
You hanging in there with the black?
I'm like, "No, Greg, train me to go black."
There it is. It's a lot easier
I don't want nothing in it.
Nah,
nothing in it. So anyway, I just wanted you brought up coffee. You drinking some coffee made me think of Saturday morning. Just for a second, we were out there. Just had about 30 minutes to ourselves. Just kind of talking. And you know what we'd do? Look out and see the trees blowing.
And then you'd slurp your cup.
So, yep. And then the dogs would come running around the corner and ruin it. Yeah,
like I said, they start licking your legs and biting you. Just
those dogs. I don't understand the dogs because they'll be inside, okay, need to go outside, but they're either whining in the door inside because I'm outside and they want to be outside, or I'll put them outside, they'll turn around and whine.
Want to be back in.
They have separation anxiety, I think. They just want to be close. I don't know what it is.
Get them on some CBD.
Yeah, good gracious. All right, so as I mentioned, Bubba back today. Says his voice is not 100%, but he feels a lot better. So excited to have him back and in the saddle here.
He was scheduled to sing the national anthem.
He was.
His voice is out.
He was.
We're going to postpone that.
That's right. That's right. I got up today. I don't know if it's been resolved, but one of the big stories is Verizon is down. Do you have Verizon?
Yeah, I do.
It's millions of users are hit with mass internet outage, and it looks like, just from the map, that a lot of it was in the Northeast, and there was, I think, maybe Oklahoma and some areas around, maybe Nebraska as well. It's a good portion. It's like I see New York, Washington. I mean, it's a lot of folks, but apparently they've had a huge outage, and millions of users have been hit by this internet outage, affecting the coverage on the East Coast specifically. But so I think we're good. So you probably hadn't had any interruption, but that was one of the big things. You know, we rely a lot on the cell phone companies. I know we had one, maybe 3 or 4 months ago, where it was a number of them.
AT&T, I believe.
Yeah, and then we all look around going, wow, so we're way too dependent.
We are
way too dependent.
We used to survive without this, and we were fine.
Yeah,
but we're not set up that way anymore.
Yeah,
everything you do is tied to it.
Right. And we talked about, I think Rick was bringing up a story about your dad and back in the day and everything, when y'all would go to Talladega Super Speedway, go to the infield, and you think back. You didn't have cell phones. You didn't have ways to communicate. So how in the world they find you? Hey, we're just in there. We're in there kind of in a normal spot. Come on.
You just, it wasn't an option, so you just made it work.
Yeah. But think about, JC was traveling this past weekend, and an area that he went to in Tennessee, he said, I didn't realize it, but when I got there, I'd kind of been there before, and I started realizing, and he said, so I was trying to see if I could remember how to get somewhere off this past history, of me being in that area.
We used to do it.
And that's what I brought it up. I said, son, that's what we used to do.
I've been there before. I know where that's at.
You'd get your little road maps out that you had in your glove compartment and unfold them, and then and map it out. But then you depended on landmarks and
sure,
and you knew the name of roads, and now we just plug it in and go.
Blindly follow it. I like when you mess up and it takes you the wrong place. Yes. You're blindly following it.
Golly. It's he just was looking at me like, really? I said, oh yeah, you would actually stop for directions and ask people and talk to them.
The thing about as much communication you do now with that phone throughout the day, we just didn't communicate. We just planned accordingly.
Right.
And hey, 4:00, I'll see you here and whatever.
Yeah.
And then if you get there and they're not there, you don't know why.
No.
Because they can't call and go, I'm running late.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, start looking for payphones. Payphones, what's that?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you're right. You just had to depend on people, and you would actually communicate. And we've done the joke though, when you're from out of town and you pull over and you have a good old boy. He says, well, where that Ace Hardware is up here around the corner? I'm like, no, sir, we've never been here. Yeah. I don't know where that is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or they'll call some. That's where I used to work in Clay County. Back roads, they'd say, well, you go down to whatever store and turn. Well, that store has been an empty building for years. They knew what it used to be, but I didn't. Mm-hmm. They'd call out, I forget what it's called. It was the name of the old store. Well, it wasn't even operating. There wasn't even a sign on it.
Right.
But the old building was there, and I was supposed to know that was it.
Yeah, and then they'd get into telling stories. Now, here's what you're going to do. You can go about a half a mile, and you can see a white house. It's going to have a wraparound porch, and it's going to have a little dog out front. That's Miss Mary's house. She's the sweetest lady.
Yeah.
He'll start
there.
He'll start telling you about that. And he goes, now, look, what you don't want to do is not turn there.
Yeah.
Okay, then why'd you tell me about it? Before you know it, you're learning about Miss Mary.
Yeah.
And how good she can cook. But those were the good old days. But, yeah, that JC couldn't, but she was like, really? So y'all would just depend on word, just communications and memory. And I said, oh, yeah, and I could remember it back. I could remember everybody's home phone number, too, because you had to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Could you give me Lisa's number right now, cell phone number, or do you just punch it up?
I just punched it up.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm sure, but yeah, I know what it is.
But you remember, you used to have to, we had to know numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Now we just know names and punch it up and call. It's just where we are. But anyway, so for the East Coast, Verizon has been down. I don't know if it's been resolved, but millions of users have been hit with this massive outage. They can't believe it. Oh, yeah. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or rickandbubba.com for a link. There's nothing more frustrating than your earbuds won't work, so Raycon is making your everyday easier with their best-selling everyday earbuds. 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity. Raycon's everyday earbuds are now even more easy to use. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors, and the quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. And right now, you get 20 to 50% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox, or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. So let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinets and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients, and with over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX, cbdistillery.com, code BIGVOX, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Hey, did you know you can join AMAC today for only $1? That's right, $1 for 1 year membership. I want to encourage you to visit amac.us/bigvox and join today with this limited time offer. AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, works to advocate for the values that matter most to Americans. Becoming an AMAC member gives you access to free advice on Social Security and Medicare. Plus, members enjoy exclusive money-saving discounts on travel, hotels, insurance, and more. Join today by visiting amac.us/bigvox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
The Man Church Conferences are coming in 2025. Inspiring speakers, powerful worship, great fellowship, and incredible resources designed for men's discipleship. Tickets are on sale now for Birmingham, Panama City, and Atlanta. Get your tickets and all the details now at themanchurch.com. Disciple men. Change everything.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order, or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Our friends at Tax Network USA tell us if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win. You need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a few years. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Talk with one of their strategists for free. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. All right, when it comes to protecting your home, it's always better to stop trouble before it starts. That's why Simply Safe is changing the game with Active Guard outdoor protection. Now, it offers a double layer of defense, cutting-edge AI plus real-time monitoring by Simply Safe's agent to prevent crime before it happens. Save 50% on a new Simply Safe system with a select professional monitoring plan at simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox, or find that link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba,
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba,
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba,
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
19 minutes, landing on 20 minutes past the hour. Welcome to the kickoff hour. I am Speedy. There sits Greg Burgess. We are hosting this hour. At top of the hour, Bubba is back today, so we'll have a full staff. Rick, Bubba, and Adler all join us. I do have to ask just a quick update, Greg, from you, and then we'll move on to another update that's in the news. Your parking pass for the high school football games at Thompson's in Alabaster, Alabama, which is a metro city of Birmingham for those of you around the country. And Greg's son coaches there, and that's kind of well known. But just in case some of you are listening or watching for the first time, and yesterday we discussed that Rick threw away the parking pass. Y'all took his truck, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I went, dug it out of the garbage.
Trash as the trash truck was being down.
Right. And that was really done just because we knew Lisa has a keepsake box that she keeps,
But-
memorable things. And because you could have gotten another parking pass. If
Yeah,
needed.
I mean, and the whole thing, it was just funny.
How did when you got home with the parking pass? How'd that go? Was she thankful?
Yeah, she was. She was glad. She said, I didn't expect him to go dig in the trash.
Yeah.
She said, I was messing with Rick more than anything.
Right.
But, like, hey, thanks. Yeah, she said, I didn't expect anybody to go dig in the trash can.
That parking pass, it's just the kind you hang from your rearview mirror. It could tell a story.
Oh, my
You and that
goodness,
parking
Rick
pass, buddy. You have left it in so many cars.
Well, I mean, if I take it out of my car to ride with somebody else, then it's not that far-fetched that I'm forget and leave it. I mean, that's not
It's just hanging right there in
impossible.
front of you. I mean,
No,
you
a lot
can't
of
even
times
see
I've
out the
already taken
window.
it down.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't know.
So anyway,
It's
that's
only
it.
happened
I just
twice.
wanted to see how Lisa felt about it.
She was, but she did. She goes, I hate that Speedy dug in the crash. She said, I was really just messing with Rick.
So did you leave it in your truck or take it in?
It's in my truck.
Okay, good. Just keep it there, right?
In my little console there.
Yeah. All right, we have a quick update. Do you remember the rhesus monkeys that got loose?
I do.
All right. Well, it looks like 25 monkeys have been caught
Well,
of the 43.
so there were 43. They've got
yes,
25. of them.
25 monkeys have been caught, but there's still more missing
How do you catch them?
after they escaped from the research facility in South
Still
Carolina.
a lot out there.
There's a lot. So it was the Alpha Genesis Research Facility. They kind of do this. They breed the monkeys and then they use them for research and all this kind of stuff. Well, officials have managed to recover 25 of them between Saturday and Sunday, leaving 18 of the monkeys still at large. And it's a small town too, only about 60 miles west of Charleston. If you're trying to figure out where it might be. And the primates, a bare-faced species known as the rhesus monkey, and we've talked about them.
Oh, yeah.
About as small as a cat, they say. That
some
they were
teeth.
younger. They made a break for it last Wednesday when one of the caretakers at the research facility failed to lock the door after feeding them.
So you can't leave them a way out. They can work a doorknob.
No.
You think they can get through a doorknob?
Right. They say that
What if you're the one that left it open?
They say a sizable group remains active, and that's a quote.
Sizable group.
Uh,
They're active, y'all. They're digging it. They in them cages. You know what I'm saying? They're loving it out there.
Near the research facility fence line, and have bedded down in the trees for the night. But they can hear them. They know they're there. And they've been. There's not a lot of food, they say, in the area around them, so they're enticing them with food, and that's how they're getting most.
See,
of
these
them.
were probably born in captivity, so they don't know.
No,
now their natural
no.
instincts
Right.
is kicking in.
Yeah.
And we're like, hey, now. I kind of like this gig. I'm a little hungry.
Right.
But sure, there's something I can eat.
So anyway, that's a quick update. And then now we move on, and I can't pronounce all these names because they're international tennis players. This is where we need Bubba. But the Tennis Channel, okay, listen to this, Greg,
I know. I was reading the same story when you started it.
has removed an analyst, okay, indefinitely, after a comment that the analyst made about one of the female tennis players' forehead.
Okay, see, when you first hear about a comment you made about a female tennis player, you think it's probably something inappropriate.
Right.
But when I saw what it actually was,
Yeah. So now look, this isn't just about anybody. She's a Wimbledon champion.
she is, yes.
Barbara, whatever. Anyway, off air while preparing for a broadcast on Friday, wasn't even on air, covering the
didn't mean to.
WTA finals in Saudi. American journalist John Wertham or whatever, I don't know, commented on her forehead.
Her forehead.
Yep. And I think
You know, I looked at a picture. And
I think did he say she had an 8 head?
it's not
Hold
a
on.
forehead, it's a head.
Right,
I've
we've,
heard-
we've done that.
Yeah,
So a quote on X from him.
Hey, buddy, you broadcasted.
I made some
Hot
deeply
mic.
regrettable comments off air. I acknowledge them. I apologize for them. He wrote on X.
but the mic was hot. Is that what happened?
Let's see.
He's
I
off
don't,
air, or did somebody tell on him?
yeah, I think he's
Well, no,
somebody told on him.
because I think didn't she send out a tweet like that brought it up that she, I don't know.
Let's see. What happened? I joined the show by Zoom. In rehearsal, we were shown a graphic of a player who had just competed. It showed her at an angle and exaggerated her forehead, he wrote on X. A few moments later, I was told to frame up my Zoom. I looked at the low camera angle and joked that it made my forehead resemble a photo of a player in question. Anyway, he's trying to, I guess, go through exactly what happened. But he's in trouble because he's been removed indefinitely for making fun of her forehead.
Well, she sent out on X. You might have heard about the recent comments made by Tennis Channel during the finals coverage, focused on my appearance rather than my performance. As an athlete who dedicated herself to this sport, it was disappointing to see this type of unprofessional behavior. So somehow, I guess when he was zooming, it got out.
I got it now. I think I got the audio too. It
please.
says I don't know if we're gonna get in trouble for. I don't know about Adler. Would they?
So he has been removed.
So the Tennis Channel, removed him, and it wasn't on air, but we have audio of him preparing to go live, and I think this is it.
Oh,
Do you want to try to play it?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, let's see what we got here.
Kidding me?
Hopefully, it didn't get some bad.
What do you think I am? Barbora Krejcikova? Look at the forehead when Krejcikova and Jung take the court. 8 head.
He says 8 head. Good gracious.
Have you seen a picture of her?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I have. So this is something we would do, and I'm so glad we would never make it anywhere but here.
Yeah, but let me just say this: he wasn't making up something about anybody.
Correct.
I mean,
He was thinking out loud.
He was.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the forehead on her.
And again,
maybe that's
and again
advantage.
it wasn't on air, but I guess.
Do you think he should have got let go over that?
I think that's a little much.
I guess I'm just not sensitive to. I mean, okay, buddy. I mean, it wasn't nice, but
yeah, he basically he says, "Hey, look at that forehead," and then he pauses, and then he just says, "8 head."
Yeah. I mean, now he's no longer covering tennis, but
no.
Look, I guess, yeah. I think
it's tough to ask us.
Yeah,
it's tough for us because we don't understand why somebody would be let go. Okay, I think hold on. I got video too. Look.
Barbora
Look.
Krejcikova?
Okay.
Look at the forehead when Krejcikova and Jung take the court.
So he
8 head.
So he's just zoomed in and he's talking to everybody on Zoom, and somehow
right, yeah, they're kind of going over everything. Matter of fact,
somebody told on him, I guess.
They're still putting makeup on one of the anchors.
Yeah,
at the desk, and he is zoomed in on the screen over to the left as one of the analysts
having conversation.
Yeah, just having conversation. They're not on air.
It's like when we have podcasts when somebody's on and you get them hooked up and you go, okay, man, and they'll be talking.
Yeah, we're just talking.
Wow.
And I'll tell you this: the anchors are looking down at their copy, and they don't really look up.
Good night.
But he's been let go. It is tough for us to comment on this. Huh?
Again,
because we do this
every
every day
headline,
in here.
I thought, well, he said something inappropriate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I never thought it'd be about the size of her forehead.
Well, it didn't help because she had her hair pulled back too. So
yeah, and she's got a pretty big forehead, but that's okay.
Yeah,
good tennis player.
Right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
We all have two ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with two devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you'll get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com. All right, let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, and you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinet and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients. There's no fluff, there's no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. In 2 non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experienced more calm, 80% said CBD helped them with pain after physical activity, and an impressive 90% said they slept better with CBD. If you struggle with a health concern and haven't found relief, check out cbdistillery.com, but you need to use the code BIGVOX for a discount. Over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown that everybody's talking about. Their advice: if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. That's a no-win. That's why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS and their knowledge about which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. Now, they're not going to back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free to talk to one of their strategists. 1-800-780-8888, or go to tnusa.com/bigbox, or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day with
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. This portion of the program brought to you by helixsleep.com/bigvox. We have talked a lot about Helix Sleep for quite some time now, and we've mentioned the fact that Greg and Lisa have a Helix Sleep mattress and how easy it is and how customized, they'll come to your front door. But if you've been putting that off, you need to check it out because it's great mattresses that if you're in the market for a new mattress, you need to really pay attention. Go to helixsleep.com/bigvox, BIGVOX, and save 25% when you do. Now, this is top quality too. Top quality luxury, but it's very affordable. And unlike a lot of mattress companies out there, Helix owns their own manufacturing facility. So each mattress is made right here in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers and then shipped directly to you. That's one reason why they're so affordable. It doesn't take away from the quality. The quality is high, but it's coming straight from the factory to your front door.
There it is.
And they have a sleep quiz that Greg says takes 2 minutes or less.
Yeah, 2 or less.
Yeah.
If you can't get it done in 2, you're not trying.
Right. And so from that quiz, they can personalize the answers from the quiz. They can personalize the mattress to your liking, and it's shipped straight to your door free of charge. And if you're not satisfied, they'll pick it up and can return it for full refund, no questions asked. It's a no-brainer, to be honest with you. The 100-night risk-free trial, you kidding me? Nothing to lose. Again, helixsleep.com/bigvox, BIGVOX, and check out the variety of mattress models they have designed specifically the way you sleep. These mattresses have been awarded the #1 mattress by GQ, Wired Magazine, and are recommended by many leading chiropractors and doctors of sleep medicine. You can save 25% today just from watching or listening to this show if you'll go to helixsleep.com/bigvox. You can also go to rickandbubba.com and look under the sponsors button. All right, there's a couple of stories here. We can kind of go rapid fire that we want to make sure we bring up. Greg has one that's hilarious. Go ahead.
Well, Speedy.
God, it's funny.
We got the woman could hear knocking. She's an elderly lady beneath her floor for weeks.
For weeks.
Yeah, she just assumed, well, maybe it's a possum or something like that. But oh no, it was a man, and not just a man that was living under there. He was living under there naked.
Wait a minute.
Yes, in the crawl space underneath her house.
He's naked, knocking on the floor.
She's 93 years old. She said the noise were usually at night. So we just chalked it up to animals being under the house, which I still might want to check.
Yeah.
But on Thursday, the sounds were much louder than usual, prompting the family to phone the police. And sure enough, there he was, naked man. Well, now he refused to come out from under the house. They called in the SWAT team.
Naked.
Listen, they had to call the SWAT team in. And after a standoff, he was finally taken into custody. They said he refused to leave, said he wasn't scared of the police dogs. They had to hit him with, tear gas a couple of times to get him to come out.
Good night.
And he's naked, living under – well, it's about enough a man's living under your house, but he's naked.
I go back to these police officers and first responders. Y'all don't ever know, do you? I mean, think about I'm going to bend down and look up under the crawl space, and when I do, I see a crack looking right back at me.
Yeah. And
Yeah. And then
we're not talking about in the foundation. We're talking about,
no.
But like I said, they said the funny part is he wasn't scared of the police dogs. This guy, he figured he could stay there.
Was he trying to act like an animal, or was it?
He just kind of like living naked under this old lady's house.
So I'm naked.
And was offended. They asked him to leave. He was mad about it. Wouldn't come out, messing his little house up.
That's when you look around. You go, okay. Who's the greenie here? Who's going in and getting him?
Yes, okay.
I ain't going in.
Get the low man in here. You go.
Who's going to marine crawl
wrestle
down
naked out from under the house?
Grab his feet and pull. No, I ain't doing that.
God, you know,
no.
Nasty.
Oh, you know.
Come on.
Oh, just dirt all it.
I wonder if they took him to jail naked.
Oh, they probably threw a blanket. For some reason I got him throwing a blanket.
Well, they need to.
I wonder if his clothes were beside the side of the house. Like, did he walk
did
there
he ever
naked?
even have clothes? Is he just a naked man?
Like all of a sudden they go, "Hey guys, I think it's over here. I see some shorts and t-shirt."
Is he like Naked and Afraid, like that show?
Yeah.
You want to see how long he could survive naked? I don't know.
Most crawl spaces, and they're not very clean. I mean, it's just dirt up under there.
Yeah, I
so
can't
think
see
about
why.
that
Yeah.
crawl.
How about that?
I'm full of it. I've just got dirt all
I'm
over me.
naked with dirt all over me.
Just in areas that just
spider webs.
All right.
How about that?
Man, thank you, Greg.
They said he had a big forehead.
I appreciate you bringing that one to the table.
Well, there you go.
I got great news for you today.
All right, what's that?
Today is National Happy Hour Day.
National, well, I think it must be celebrated.
Yeah, it's got to be celebrated, right?
What is officially happy hour? Like 4?
It used to be 5 to 7.
5 to 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
But because
Hey,
everybody's
boy, you
everybody's
threw
got
that out quick.
Huh? Well, I'm listening. Well, I've hosted a couple, Greg. No. But no, they say it here in the story. They say if you're
Well, it is the holiday season.
right, they talk about the fact that it most is between 5 and 7.
Well, you get the
most
best
happy
deals.
hours, yeah.
I mean, that's where the
Yeah.
deals are.
Is that
Everybody
still
knows that.
is happy hour? I mean, is that still a thing?
I don't
because
know.
people work such different hours now.
I know.
I mean, do people? I guess some still work to 5 and then or 4:30, and that's
Yeah,
where they go.
I
Or is
believe.
that still
I
a
think they
thing?
still have specials and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, from 5 to 7, you can get free nachos.
Yeah, and you got your the local watering holes they call them, or
Yeah.
pubs,
Yeah.
and I know there's some around kind of where I go up and down a lot of times coming to and from work, and they've been open for like a long time. Of course, I never see anybody there because the time I'm coming by, they're not really open. But
You miss happy
apparently they do well. They do well because they're still open.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
So you're regular.
Yeah. And I have another story here too. I'm just going to bring it up.
Bring it up.
Because I get a lot of bald jokes thrown at me. A lot. Bald jokes. If y'all have never seen us, and I'm glad you haven't, but I am bald. And
Now I'm also got a bald spot in the back head, but I'm not completely bald.
yeah.
I could go.
Well, they've come out. Market agencies have ranked the world's sexiest bald men.
Oh, did you make it?
No, I did not.
What?
But I got a problem with the first one.
You do?
Prince William got first place.
Okay, and I bet I know your problem. He's not completely bald.
I don't think he is either.
He's just bald on top with the
right.
horseshoe. Does that count?
I don't know because see, coming in second, he is completely bald, and you can obviously tell he shaves and everything. But The Rock came in second.
I guess Prince William's still bald. I mean, I guess you could call me bald. I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
You don't?
No, you got hair.
I don't have a lot on top.
Well, you're fine. I mean, I know
Now,
what you're saying.
William does have
it's
the
thin
horseshoe.
up top, but you got hair.
Yeah, he's got none up top.
Yeah.
I'll say that. He has none on top of his head.
Yeah. Anyway, I said bald jokes, not.
I thought you
bald.
said the other
I
two.
didn't say bald as you wanted me to. Shaq came in third.
Shaq?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a big man. Hey, that is a big man.
Oh,
All right, so we've hung out.
I know
with,
it. He's just
we've,
like a
we've hung out with
giant.
Charles Barkley a number of times, and standing with him, he's huge.
Yeah.
He stands beside Shaq, and he looks like a child.
Shaq's just a giant person.
Golly, he's big.
The Diesel.
Funny too.
Yeah, he is.
Honorable mention: Danny DeVito came in number
bald?
sixth. I guess so. It says it here.
You tired of his Jersey Mike commercials?
That's okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize until he got around other people.
Well, he's real small.
He is tiny.
No, I mean he's beyond. Hey,
He's
I'm a short
like,
guy.
like a child.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. It ain't like he's just
Yeah.
short. No, he's
Rivers 3, and I think almost as tall as
Yeah,
him.
absolutely.
Yeah.
No doubt.
But so anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. Sexiest bald
And you
men.
did not make the list.
I did not.
Calvin Speedy Wilburn of the Rick and Bubba Show, number 7. So you say Prince William, it ain't fair because he's
Yeah.
royal first.
Yeah, right.
Secondly, he's a
I just
horseshoe.
don't
Now
think-
he is really bald on top. He ain't just thin, but he keeps that horseshoe
Yeah.
cut low, which is
Yeah, and so I just don't understand it. I really don't. So it looks like some other honorable mention here. Vin Diesel.
yeah.
Let's see. He was in there. Okay. I see a couple of. Oh well, no, we're not going to say that one. Good night. Let's see here. Well, there's a couple of actors here that they mentioned. I'm not going to mention.
Okay.
But those were just the top 3 that we all know. Prince William came in first. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson came in second, and then Shaquille came in.
I don't
third.
think Prince William beats The Rock.
I don't think so either.
Or Shaquille.
And I'm sitting here
Or
looking.
Shaquille.
I'm looking. I guess we need to know. So I'm thinking bald like The Rock is,
Yeah.
and Shaq.
Yeah.
I mean I'm
A
bald.
lot of people go into that shouldn't. I've covered that. I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
you
go
got to
back
have the
into
head for
You
it.
gotta-
But if you're really losing your hair, okay, like Danny DeVito here,
Yeah.
and I mean you can kind of tell how you're going to look.
Yeah,
You
you
go
can-
ahead and shave it.
True, that's true.
Now the people that's got a full head of hair and they shave just because they think it's cool, they don't know until they shave
I
it.
have no idea.
They can't just put it back on.
No, it takes a minute.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
Shop early, save big, all month long during Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Right now, get select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees starting at just $59.98. Don't wait to save. Shop these deals today, in-store or online, because Lowe's knows deals. Discount taken at time of purchase while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
At Boot Barn, we believe the cowboy boot is the foundation for a life well lived. We work, we raise, we break bread, and tomorrow it starts again. This life requires a boot that supports perseverance. Ariat boots undergo 150 steps to ensure performance. Boot Barn carries over 250,000 Ariat boots nationwide, because out west, tenacity is second to none. Ariat at Boot Barn.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people, obviously. But what's more, MediShare members like it. Their satisfaction rate is 98%. Imagine that. And MediShare is a proven thing, too, for over 30 years. It's a Christian community of hundreds of thousands of people now. And here's the thing. If you join before November 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save even more right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is November 15th. So call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee. So if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right. You'll get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
It is 20. I'm sorry. It's 10 minutes until top of the hour. I don't know why I got 20. And we thank you for being with us. A lot of folks are weighing in, Greg, on this sexiest bald man, and they cannot believe Prince William has beaten The Rock.
Well, it's an upset.
Yeah, and Danny DeVito, they say, is 4'10", according to the Google.
4'10".
Yep.
Wow.
4'10".
Wow, how about that?
That'd be 4 and 10.
I know he's that short.
Wow. So this week's college football playoff top 25 reveal show is tonight.
Oh, it is.
Yep. And it is, I think it's 7:30 Central. Might have that wrong, but I believe so. And so I just wonder what, if it'll look a lot different from the AP, or I think the last reveal show, the top 12 was exactly like the AP. So we'll see if it plays out that way. It'll be interesting to find out.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's good to do, I guess, but we're coming down the wire though. We're fixing. What do we got? 3 weeks left of regular season.
Yeah, there's not many left.
So it's time to. I mean, if you're jockeying for a position.
Well, there's some big movers. We know that Georgia and Miami are going to fall.
Yeah.
And we know that Alabama and Ole Miss are going to move up a pretty good amount. So we'll see how that happens. The SEC, speaking of Ole Miss, the SEC has fined Ole Miss $350,000.
Good night.
And LSU $250,000 for incidents involving fans. You know, Ole Miss, they have a $250,000 fine for a second offense of the league's policy. And then on top of that, they revealed an additional $100,000 fine because Rebel fans entered the field with 16 seconds left. So not only did they storm the field, but they stormed the field too early. Then they had to push everybody off. And and I could see Lane Kiffin, he turned around and said, how does this happen?
Yeah.
Because you got a huge win. You beat Georgia, but prior to the game, he called the best team in the country.
Yeah.
You beat them. Historic win, and a lot of it's just spoiled because fans rush onto the field too early.
I'm done with the fans rushing on the field. It's become now, like everything else, we dumb it down. If you just won the national championship, rush the field. That's fine. And first of all, let me tell the NCAA, your fines are not deterring anyone.
Right.
Nobody cares about your fines. But the point is, we've dumbed it all down. To me, to tear a goalpost down,
right.
And it can't just because you beat your rival or somebody that you hadn't beaten in a few years. Tearing the goalpost down and especially you got a bunch of the season left.
Right.
You don't even know what you're going to do next week. And then we've tore the goalpost down. Now we got to get another goalpost.
Jeez.
My goodness.
So speaking of that, the goalposts were carried out of the stadium, and I think I saw them. I think I saw it laying in like one of the frat house's front yard.
I don't.
So Ole Miss's first violation was against the SEC's policy was I guess last year's win over LSU. They said the $350,000 fine will go to Georgia in accordance to the SEC policy for violating these field issues in conference games. So anyway, so LSU, its fine stems from the fans throwing the bottles onto the field. Did you see that?
I did. It wasn't as bad as it was. What was the other game that happened?
Texas.
Yeah,
Texas.
It wasn't as bad as that. They were mostly just in the end zone, but they did start throwing them.
So here's my thing on that. And I get LSU, a night game when you've been drinking all day and you're out there, you're not thinking right, I guess. I don't know. You got to be able to control that. But when they started throwing the bottles onto the field, it wasn't even on a call that they should have done that.
I know. It wasn't controversial.
The referees got the call right.
They did.
And
that
so it's
didn't
not
go
like
your way.
It's not like
but
they even got screwed on it.
I know. They just didn't like the call. They
God.
decided it was bad.
Yeah, it's like, okay, it's just time. They were just itching to throw something, I guess. They're getting their butts whooped is why.
Yeah.
I don't get that one. But anyway.
But like I say, if the NCAA truly, unless they just go, okay, we're just going to use it to generate revenue.
Yeah.
Unless they truly want, this isn't working.
No,
You're not.
it's
They
not.
don't care.
And the other story that's out there that you brought up, and we'll just kind of go in rapid fire here in the as far as college football goes. Kirby Smart says that Jake Pope, one of his players, celebrating with Ole Miss fans was just stupid. He's not happy about it.
Yeah.
So
I saw the footage. Just like he run up and they were like locked arms. He was jumping up and down.
Yeah.
And it was a former teammate that played for Ole Miss from high school.
Yeah.
But come on, buddy.
Golly.
He said he was acting like
he
an
even
idiot.
said. He even said. I mean, you don't hear most coaches say this. He said, "What an idiot." I mean,
know.
just stupid.
I know. And look, I have to agree with him.
He said, "I didn't see it until today, but it's embarrassing."
Don't you know that kid's going great? The camera was on me. I didn't realize it.
He said,
I was
"That's
just cutting up with my buddy."
Yeah. He's pretty upset about it. A childhood friend, to your point, Greg.
Yeah.
That he grew up with and played with, but still, I mean, come on, you just got beat, and you got Tennessee next. I mean, it's getting real now.
Let's
and
go
the
shake
SEC,
your buddy's hand and walk off.
The SEC is just we just beating on each other, man. I mean, you got some of the best teams in the country that are in the SEC, and they'll end up with 2 losses.
Yeah,
and it's just
3. Some of them.
Yeah, and they were even talking about like. If some of these other conference championships, and it's the what if, anybody could beat anybody in one game. But like if some of these teams were to play like a BYU or let's say Ole Miss or Alabama or some of the Tennessee were to play BYU, they'd be 2 touchdown favorites.
Sure, yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but if BYU wins out, they'll be top 4.
Yeah,
they'll get a bye.
It's going to be interesting, really.
Yeah, it really is. So, anyway, this week's reveal show, the first one was last week. This week's reveal show
on
will be
election
tonight.
day, so it kind of got overshadowed a little bit.
Yeah, that was kind of funny. What a week we've had. What a week we've had.
Man.
So a week ago, if you're listening live, a week ago we were voting. It was election day,
and the landslide that I did not see coming.
Yeah. Trump got to 312.
Good night.
312. And none of us predicted, just because of the history, that we'd wake up and know who actually won.
Oh, I know.
And we did.
Yeah. Even when I got up at 2:15 that morning, that's one of the reasons I went to bed. I thought, well, it'll probably still be on.
Right.
But that wasn't official, but they had projected he was the winner. And he'd already give his speech and everything.
And I don't know if you've seen him. He's been putting out videos of some things that they're going to be going after in Washington, and one of them's the Department of Education, I think.
Well, we'll see what happens.
He's also expected, talking about Trump, to name Senator Marco Rubio his Secretary of State, and it looks like Kristi Noem, who is the South Dakota governor, it looks like she might be Homeland Security Secretary, but that's coming soon. And so we'll see if that plays out. There's just some stories out about what they think might happen. But yeah, it's hard to believe that a week ago we were.
I know.
I was nervous like a ball game. I mean, I was nervous.
I keep playing those meltdowns. I mean, you can't help it. They're just so good. And we've seen them all, but they're just good.
Yeah.
The media, they can't believe it. So good.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back, and the main show will start. Adler is here. Rick and Bubba are here. For some reason, Greg's standing up already, but we'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. This hour starts with our national anthem. Here we go. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us as a brand new hour now begins. Speedy and the real Greg Burgess have knocked out the kickoff hour for you. A.D. Van Adler now joins the team. He'll enhance that YouTube experience as we go forward. Hello, tubers, whether you're watching us live or on the archive. Glad you're here. Hello, America. If you're listening to America's boldest radio stations, a live option there. If you are listening to our TuneIn app, hello there. Or maybe you're doing the daily podcast archives. Hello. We're glad you're here. Whether it be live, all the way live, or maybe you catch it on an archive, we're glad to have you. As Bubba has said over and over, all we ask is 5 hours. Grab it how you can. Speaking of Bubba, he's returned. Here's the silver-tongued one. The man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
There.
A lot of lights.
Bubba, welcome back out of
Glad to be here.
How are you coming out of the fog?
Oh, we're good.
The fog of upper respiratory, whatever.
Yeah. We were kind of going downhill Friday, but we got through it, and then the wheels kind of came off Friday night, and we had to cancel everything over the weekend. But I appreciate y'all giving me a day to try to recuperate yesterday.
Oh, we didn't want you here.
We were on the mends, but the stuff you do to get over all that, it's just, I mean, you get in such a fog and you can't talk. You know, it takes a day or two to get your voice back. And So if I get on a coughing fit, I'll get out of your way.
Sure.
But, so far, so good. So far, so good.
Just so you know, we started a rumor yesterday that you were actually being interviewed for a cabinet position.
Well,
so,
yeah, I've heard that.
Just enjoy that today. Yeah. But I was telling Bubba, and I know. Look, listen, hear me loud and clear. I know what we do is not. A lot of you see it. It's just, that we really don't work. I got that.
Right.
But
we're not going to come home with blisters on our hand. Maybe a paper cut.
Yeah,
but,
and a lot of that is accurate. But I will say this. If you work a job that's even much harder than what we do, but it doesn't require you to talk for several hours, you don't even have to talk at all if you don't want to at the job. You just go do your job. But when the job features really at its foundation talking, since it is a talk show, the word talk's even in the title. If your voice is even off slightly, you wouldn't believe how much because you find yourself wanting to say just little bitty things, and then but you gotta go and feel.
Right.
And sometimes I was telling Bubba, I'll even think if my voice is struggling that I'm okay until the show starts.
Yeah.
And then I realize that I have to that the way I talk and you project and you try to get it. And so if you've got sore throat or scratchy voice, or as we say, our voice is a little shaky or weak. Yeah. Doing this for a living, it makes the show very long.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
And the 9 o'clock hour, I may get wispy today, but the good news when you do that, you've got pipes. You can
got
actually
pipes.
Go down where you don't normally get to go.
That's right. Yeah. So
time to cut drops today.
So So the what people
Biscuit Tracks back in business.
What you had over the weekend? It's funny. I was trying to get Ken Osborne to cut us some updated stuff here toward the end.
Ken Osborne.
And he sent back. I got the crud too, so it'll be a while.
Give me a second.
The crud is running around.
Yep. So in the crud is just I don't feel good. It's upper respiratory. It's problematic. I saw people telling you yesterday that they're passing around their house, and that's the problem. Is if it starts running, these things that have a viral background, they tend to they'll run. And they'll hang around.
Oh yeah. They're fun. They'll run through the house and run through the office and everything else. You got to be careful with it for sure. But we're glad to be back. It is funny. You're talking about interviewing for a job, and one of the texters brought it up this morning about the FCC. You'll have some new appointments going to that. Yeah. And I would never, ever be appointed to the FCC, okay?
No.
Because you have to have a pointed head and go to a university in the Northeast to even have a shot at it. But I will tell you this. We've done it. I know it. And I could make some changes in a positive direction for radio, I think, in the general public.
Yes.
But that ain't going to happen, folks.
No, I told Speedy yesterday because he was Snuffy Smith on the show, felt fine but sounded bad, and I was like, well, here comes radio host number 2 with it, and so Speedy was Lysoling and all these antibacterial wipes and everything, and I told him today that there was so much Lysol on the microphone and on this over here that actually made me sicker than the actual virus.
I hate that smell. I just brought in the wipes today. No spray.
Yeah, right.
I like those that have a lemon smell to it, or vanilla, something like that.
There is something about that old classic Lysol smell.
It smells clean, but it's a harsh smell,
Yeah. Well, if you breathe it for 5 hours, it'll do it. But
that'll do it.
And I think I overdid a little bit. I just trying to be precautious. But it
eventually wore off once it got out of my system and my lungs.
It's like somebody that wears heavy perfume.
Oh yeah,
that'll stay with you too.
Oh look, we've had some people come in these golden ticket seats.
Rick, you're not doing that
with perfume, and I'm talking. No, I mean we all have different sensitivities, but perfume really bothers me if it's strong,
loud,
and it really that makes me feel strange. It's not a pleasant experience.
No.
And this is not an overly large area, so I mean, if something gets in here.
Yeah, you got it.
From a smell standpoint, even if it's a good smell, it can overwhelm you.
Yeah, it sure can.
Yeah, so
I love oranges, but
yes,
it can be too much sometimes.
Of course, we've said it before. When the lemony fresh thing came out, only our dad made the statement. He's like, "Who says I want to smell lemons?" Where'd that research come from? That's funny. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. Much to cover on today's edition of the Rick and Bubba Show with Bubba back. Stay close.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he's going to be in the parking lot. Is he there now? I don't know. Gork, the crazy sign guy. Now, what is Gork? Is that a character, or is this something Jim is making up?
I'm not familiar with a Gork.
He said it was something in the background, since he's always in the background. Is that how that ties in, I guess?
Is it a gonk?
Maybe it means gonk. Now, keep in mind, Don Juan
Pass that to Speedy.
And I'm going to tell you, I'm just going to take a guess here, D, that you haven't seen. Oh, he made it up, so it's not real.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm just guessing that you and I may not be the Star Wars experts here inside the Red Velvet Lounge. Yeah, but you know what?
But he knows Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, now if you want Dukes of Hazzard, D's got it. Can I tell you this though? I will get the trilogy, and it will be in the movie room, and because I think it's going to be cool to have that jumping around there with all the wars and stuff, and those big walking things, whatever they're called, that we just talked about. They're like oil rigs.
Yeah, the Imperial Walkers.
Okay. You think those won't be bringing some sound in there in the surround sound? Yeah. Have you seen how they made the sound effects? Now, I remember seeing that.
Ben Burt is the sound person for the movies. I've seen a couple of behind-the-scenes kind of deals, and one of the things that he said about the lightsaber effects is he just ran a hot mic on the back of a TV, and that's what came out as a lightsaber effect. So.
Wow.
Well, there's a magnetic field around the back of a picture tube TV,
well, I wish we had one.
It would make a hum like that.
How about I wish we had one? I'd like to try to make it.
Well, it did work on the monitor. Where's it at?
Will it work on one of these?
It might.
All right, get a mic back there.
It probably should be a bigger TV. We could go in the office and move it around, Speedy. It may not pick up the field out of that. Try it on one of the bigger. Try it on that TV up there. I know that one.
All right, let's try it up here. There it is.
Get a little buzz out of it. He probably worked with it a little bit.
Yeah.
Your basic 60 cycle hum right there.
And then he just kept working with it.
They probably played with it and doctored it, and when them guys get in there and start playing with stuff, there's no telling what it'd turn out to be.
Yeah, just listen to R2D2 as he barks out every now and then there. And we also had our picture made a minute ago, and I'm a little weirded out by the Yoda thing. I mean, because we have Yoda in here, and it looks very lifelike. And is there ever a time in any of the syndicates that are around, does anybody go as far as ever try to have a moving Yoda? Has anybody gone that far yet? Children dressed up as Yoda? Yeah. And
small people.
Yeah. You haven't seen some little people in the Yoda?
Sure. People on their knees.
Oh, really? So people will go that far with it?
Sure.
You know what I think would be huge? A stand-up comedian dressed as a stormtrooper.
Sure.
You know what? And he had a lot of Star Wars throwback to it.
You know what?
I'm trying to think of a good Star Wars joke now.
Well, you're talking about the fact that you're in that costume and it's a chick magnet. That's
definitely is.
Yeah. I can back that up for sure. He really is chick magnet all the way. Everywhere we go, he's got groupies on him like you would not believe. It's the costume attracts women.
And how many stormtroopers are there in existence?
Well, actually, I'm also a member of another group called the Fighting 501st, which is a stormtrooper costuming group all across the world, about 2,000 members. It's www.501st.com.
You know, I'd love to see about 400 or 500 of them together. We saw a pretty good group in Nashville. There must have been about 10 or 12 of them run in together, and they were all in sequence. It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, so...
Look outside.
I understand I need to go to Speedy's house this afternoon.
Yeah. See, his delivery's good and everything. I think that he's got something going.
All right, we got formerly Jim the Crazy Sign Man. I'm not sure what he is today.
Okay.
What did you say he was?
He said he was a Gork, which I don't know what that is.
Well, I tell you, he's that's a severe look for Jim. He looks a little bit like Rudolph. He's got a red nose.
Bubba, what he's done here, he's invented his own character. He's found him some weird eyeballs. He's found him a clown mask. A clown nose. He's got some kind of Russian hat on. He's got cowboy boots on.
And we can see him through the latest state-of-the-art technology of a camera.
Chris, I don't know. Should it have Vaseline on the lens? I don't know. Is that just,
that's the window he's shooting through.
Yeah. Y'all know I'm on record about being trouble about Jim, right?
Yeah, sure.
So the day that he comes in here spraying bullets, I want y'all to know that 20 minutes now past the hour. Thank you for being with us today on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Bubba back, not 100%, but mostly close.
Am I ever 100%?
Well,
probably a better question.
I was about to say, let's go back through 31 years. When was the last day we could all say we were truly 100%?
Oh, boy.
But anyway, if you were spending it, you had that weird weekend. I'm in the bed. I'm sick.
Oh, listen, It's
a weird world.
I had a busy weekend, too. Missed the Montgomery Ham Fest. Hadn't
What?
done that in a long time.
Oh, my gosh.
That's when you know I'm sick.
Oh,
and
It's a Montgomery one.
Can't believe it. But all I could think of laying in the bed is we've got this guy that always texts in, and he'll say how many days, how many shows are left, and then how many Bubba shows are left, which is slightly out. And I thought, this is only going to build his momentum on this. And I got to laughing thinking about it.
Yeah.
And, of course, coughing.
Then start coughing.
And but that's such a good one, by the way.
He did. He weighed in. And all I could think about is you're back today. You needed one more day, but you knew he would text
Oh, yeah.
again today.
Yeah, I didn't want to deal with it.
Yeah, so
he already had me miss it like 4 days, with the remaining. So.
Well, and then someone brought it up the other day. I don't remember, because I told them you were absolutely sick, no doubt about it. What was it? Somebody said something about you missing, and it's a few months ago, and you said, "Well, wait till November."
Yeah,
and somebody said, "Well, Bubba warned us."
Yeah. It's short term.
Right.
I know y'all covered this yesterday. I'm sure you did the finish of the Jack State game.
Wow,
wow, incredible, wasn't it?
We did. Yeah.
What was so funny about that whole week is it was even more bizarre behind the scenes. We had to, Mike Paris, who is the voice of the Gamecocks, got snowed in Colorado at the Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs.
Right, okay.
So, because Jack State had a basketball game Thursday night, and he got snowed in. And so he is supposed to be in Louisiana to do the ball game with Louisiana Tech.
Right.
Well, it becomes apparent after 2 or 3 attempts to get out, he's not going to be able to get out. So we had, knowing that there was a deficiency there, I had brought up that we needed some backup equipment for these type scenarios. And with so many things going on and the travel schedule getting further out, you
got 2 sports going at the same time now.
Yeah, you can have a lot of crossover that we're not going to be able to hand off equipment. So we needed some backup broadcast equipment. And that had come in, but it was not ready to go yet. And I had to program that up. And so I got a call from the sports information director Friday on my way home saying, Mike's not going to make it. Where is the backup equipment? I said, well, it's not ready to go yet. It's still at my house, and it's not programmed all the way yet. So I went home, like I said, I was already kind of going downhill.
Yeah.
So I got the unit programmed and then had to meet some of my guys in Sylacauga to hand it off like at 7 o'clock that night. And then they had to get it on a plane Saturday morning and get that and Eli Gold to Louisiana.
Because Eli had not planned on doing that.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
And it's listen, what a blessing when you can go to your backup and it's Eli Gold. You know what I'm saying?
That's a pretty that's got some depth.
So Eli did his first radio broadcast for us with Ray Hammett. They did a great job, and Donnie Smith, SID, had to go and engineer it all and set it up, and it worked great. It was we were just so glad to get that on the air. We also had a volleyball game. Girls basketball game going on that afternoon on ESPN Plus, and Patrick Williams, who normally does our PA, moved over to do that because Eli was going to do the radio broadcast.
Oh, my gosh.
And he does that with Mickey Shadracks.
Really?
And,
Okay, I didn't even know that.
Y'all,
Yeah.
you know, we're so glad to have Mickey back, and they do a great job. So it was funny. Everybody was out of position trying to cover everything.
Good gracious.
And we got it on, but one of the drawbacks is we did not record the final play.
Because people were emailing us about that yesterday.
Yeah. You know,
they're like, "Do y'all have the final call?" And I was like, "I don't think so."
And the reason being that our backup equipment does not record the games like what Mike usually does it on location, and we don't have a backup system that does that. Although we're going to put one of those in now.
Sure.
And so we're working on that, but so. We did not have a recording of Eli's call at the end of the game. So if anybody has that, the bottom line in all of that is, if anybody happened to be recording that and they have it, we need a copy of it.
Right.
So I don't know what else to do but to go to the audience and say, hey, did anybody happen to get that?
All right, so let me ask you this on that note, because the way it played out, and thank you. If you had not texted all of us and said, hey, heads up, and I didn't even know I had on my cable, because I still have cable, I didn't know I even had that CBS Sports Channel, but I did.
Yeah.
So I found it. So anyway.
It's standard on, what is it we got? Speedy.
Uverse? DirecTV?
No, not
Spectrum? Because I had
YouTube TV.
YouTube TV.
Okay,
Thank you.
So anyway,
that's a tough
I was just
one,
gonna,
Bubba, you couldn't get that one.
I was just going to name them all.
Because Mom has YouTube TV,
Right,
so she was telling me, she was saying, I'm watching it right now. So anyway, but I had it, so I found it. And so I would have missed that. So if you're going to do the call, because of that weird thing that happened, do you just stick with the Hail Mary that tied it? Do you go on to the missed extra point and then to the win in overtime? How do you put it all together?
Well,
because
I think
the Hail Mary is just the tie.
Yeah. I think you want all three of them.
Yeah, okay.
And what was so funny, of course, ESPN has been wanting that.
Of course they
and we have to go, well, this was a unique situation, and we don't have it. It doesn't look like. So we're trying to find it. If anybody has it, let us know.
And knowing this audience, I would not be shocked if it wasn't out there.
Well, too, what is strange, I was, of course, laid up, so I was sitting in my office watching volleyball or basketball and listening to this and watching the TV feed, too. And I was playing around trying to just air check a segment or two so they could hear it. So, because Ray's never worked with Eli, and they did a great job together. And I was just going to get them a little clip so they would have it.
Yeah.
But I didn't have it set up to record the whole thing. And so I think we missed it. And I really would like to find it.
Yeah. Well,
just for history's sake.
Yeah, I couldn't.
But hey, it's on me, I guess. Bottom line.
I couldn't believe it because, when we were going back and forth, at one point it just looked like Louisiana Tech and in a weird had just taken control of the game, and I was like, well, this feels weird. And then all of a sudden, when I heard that they had thrown and tied it, and then I dial over for, of course, the winning extra point, and to see the replay of the throw.
Right.
And by the way, I'd like to see CBS shown that a little more than they did, but then finally they started showing it. I was like, show it again.
Yeah.
And then when I saw that missed extra point, I'm like, you can't have nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But then they went into overtime and won it. So
with a big sack on fourth down. Very dramatic too.
So you got to have that. You got to have that.
You got all three plays that really made it a great game. And Louisiana Tech played a great game. They really come back and played hard. So, but you got to win, and on the road you'll take it. There's a great photograph too I saw online yesterday and I'm not sure who took it. I'd like to give them credit, but it was in the end zone. You see the ball coming out. Yeah. And once again, DB's not being in the back of the end zone.
We talked about that. We played it back yesterday.
How do you let them get back there?
But anyway, so if anybody has a recording of that, let me know. We'd like to have it.
Has it dawned on y'all that Bubba's Eli Gold's boss?
I don't know that. I don't know if that's a good way to phrase it, Rick, but we work together.
Rick and Bubba.
I was always concerned about it, never comfortable with it. You know what I mean?
I think the stormtrooper just shot him. Hold on. Yeah, I tried to aim for him.
All right, and now
Okay. Oh, a shot back there from the
Tuscan Raider.
How about the Tuscan Raider?
Just the war, and everybody is a comedian.
All right, well, we'll come back, guys. Thanks a lot. And remember, pick up the trilogy. It is available today. First time ever on DVD, the original 3 movies. THX surround sound remastered, cleaned up. And you can pick it up today, get your picture made with it, and at some unique place, and you could end up in one of the Star Wars magazines.
Y'all need to send them a copy of the whole show today, man. Y'all will get all kind of Star Wars props, huh?
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back, the Rick and Bubba Show. Good morning and welcome. 877-WE-BE-BIG, our number. D's on the phone. Speedy produces the program. Nana and Christopher Columbus showing you what it looks like on Turner South. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there for all the information about the Rick and Bubba Show. And then some. Our thanks again to the Alabama Star Wars Syndicate, celebrating the release of the Star Wars trilogy on DVD for the first time today. You know, it was interesting to watch them as they headed out. Never once in my life have I said the following phrase that I heard in the Red Velvet Lounge. Come over here. You want me to get R2?
Yeah.
You know, and they took R2-D2 out of here.
How about I want an R2-D2 robot, Rick? I mean, I want one that does a lot of stuff. I want one to send into the hurricane when it's coming to take pictures and uplink it. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Well, you know, you remember the movie Twister?
Yeah.
Those were little R2s they tried to put in there. Remember they tried to drop stuff in the middle?
Well, it was sensors they tried to get into the middle of it.
They go on today, I'm sorry, Bubba,
go ahead.
to appear, if you are listening or watching us, listening to us or watching us in the Birmingham area, they will be appearing in just a few minutes, 9:30 Central Time till 2 o'clock at Toys R Us over by the Galleria, and also Walmart on Highway 154 until 8. Later today, they do all kinds of work, bringing out the costumes. If you think you would like to book them for an event, charity event, or some kind of get-together, go to swsyndicate.com, swsyndicate.com.
And remember, you're our only hope.
Yes.
Rick, too, they don't just do this just for dress up. They go out and do events and fundraisers and all that kind of stuff and raise a lot of money for charity. So
I think the guy in the stormtrooper uniform does more.
They put their enjoyment of this and their passion for this to good use. So we appreciate them coming up today, and hopefully we can have them at some more events.
Well, in a sad note, though, there is a rumor that a group from the Lord of the Rings and Star Trek are going to try to rumble with them over at Toys R Us. So I hope that doesn't happen.
Well, you know,
look, it's their day. They've got a trilogy release. Let's back off.
But, you know, with the Halloween costume contest being in the Red Velvet Lounge
Watch out now, Slurp.
Red Velvet Lounge, I mean, they're excited to be back. I mean, they'll
be back for Halloween, no doubt. Yeah. I mean, but did you hear how close the guy in Dothan is to getting the Darth Vader? If he could get that done by October 30th or whatever, 29th, whatever day.
29th, yeah.
Friday. Well, anyway, we'll keep you updated on that, and it does look like the Halloween costume contest will come to you live from the Red Velvet Lounge this year.
Yeah, I
think
we
attempt to cut some costs because we've traveled like no other year this year.
Well, let's also keep in mind that our original plan was to have that or the turkey toss down in Gulf Shores on the beach.
Sure.
Don't think that's going to happen.
No, they prefer you come down and start laying bricks and power lines as opposed to throwing turkeys right now.
Yes, no one thinks that's fun right now. They don't want to eat the turkey, not throw it.
You know, Jim is in this outfit he's in, Rick. It reminds me more of Nanook of the North than anything.
I'm bothered by it. He knows I'm bothered, yet he mocks me.
Sure,
okay?
Sure. And he's got a very long stick now. So
yes, he does. Yeah, yes, he does. Anyway, in talking about the Gulf Shores area, remember the Hurricane Ivan Relief Fund that has been put together by the Scott Dawson Evangelistic Association. We talked about it yesterday. Got some email from some of you. Thank you for your donations. Any AmSouth Bank anywhere in the Southeast. And also you can go to scottdawson.org if you'd like to donate online. If you don't have an AmSouth Bank, this is going to be cash money to go down and write checks to people who, look, hey, I need some money to get this turned around. There'll be people that won't be able to go back to their job because their job has been destroyed. And there'll be churches that have been devastated that normally provide services for their community that they can't right now. And these will be very specific cases. You can also email them at that website if you think you're one of these cases that might need the help from this relief fund. Hurricane Ivan Relief Fund. It is all tax deductible, as you probably have already figured out. Yeah, let's go. 35 minutes past the hour. Relief Factor. Teaming up with the Rick and Bubba show, and I just finished my monthly supply, and I got some more coming, but I must have, I think it's when I had my back was bothering me a little bit. I started taking some extra during the day, and my numbers have fallen a little short this month. But ReliefFactor.com, it is all natural. And what I want you to know about Relief Factor, it's not going to mask the pain. That's what the over-the-counter stuff is designed to do, and they can help you, in a type, but they're not designed to be taken every day, nor are they trying to solve the problem. They're trying to mask the problem so you can have some relief that way, but it just kind of returns again. And, of course, you're not supposed to, follow the instructions, and you can overuse those. But Relief Factor is all natural, so you can take it every day, and it actually works to get to the foundation of the problem. And if inflammation is the foundation, Relief Factor is going to solve it and solve it for good. Now, if it's not tied to inflammation, then it's not going to be able to do the job. We actually were talking to some of the scientists and doctors and Jerry Mixon about that. But anyway, Beaumont, Texas, Dennis says it sure has worked for me. He said, I can't even take anti-inflammatory drugs because I developed gastritis from many years of overuse for back problems, and I heard about Relief Factor on the show and decided to give that a try. After 4 days, my pain was greatly diminished. It's now almost 3 weeks since I started, and I just reordered because 90% of the time now I don't have any pain at all. Well, I'm glad to hear about that, Dennis, and thank you for catching the show. Why don't you get your 3-week supply now and join us at ReliefFactor.com. I hope this is the answer for you. $19.95, or just use the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, I do want to try to, once again, I know the audience, when they come in, they hear bits and pieces. The Hail Mary call from CBS is not what we're looking for.
Yeah, we got the TV call.
We got that.
We missed the radio call that Eli did, and that's what we need. And Rick, what a tremendous group that I am having the privilege to work with now. Mike Paris, who's been the voice of the Gamecocks for I want to say 44 years. It's at least 42. I know probably, somewhere in there. So, yeah. You got Eli Gold. You got Mickey Shadricks, who can do anything, anytime, anywhere.
Yep.
Patrick Williams, who does a great job. He also does softball, and he fills in different places. And most of the time, Eli does TV and Mike does radio. Most of the time. But
is that when Mike snowed in?
Yes, when Mike snowed in. And we have some situations coming up. We're going to have overlaps and some things that are going to be interfering with each other as the seasons start to overlap. So we're going to have Mike Paris on TV some. We're going to have Eli on radio some. So we're just everybody plugging in. But what a great situation to have when you got pros like that.
Oh man!
You know?
Well, all right. I'm going to ask you a question because I'm confused. Isn't Bill Clark in there somewhere too?
Yeah. He is the color guy for TV.
Right, yeah.
For football.
So,
another. And him and Eli did a great job. First time they'd worked together, and Bill just did a super job.
Yeah. So there you go. But I don't know how, because it seems to me, because I know this is not a new problem. I mean, colleges have been doing basketball and football and volleyball and all this, but it seems now there was a time when, because of technology, you didn't have the ability, nor did anybody expect you to give a broadcast of every single sport. But now with technology, everybody's like, well, surely somebody can hear it and see it somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
And so now
we cover more than we've ever covered.
So, and then you think, to me, it just feels this way. And I know snow you can't do anything about, but it feels to me that travel is not as dependable as it once was.
No, you're correct.
So there's all kinds of issues there. I don't know how in the world this is ever organized and runs at all. I mean, it seems like there's so many potential pitfalls.
Rick, yes, right, there is. Yeah. And, too, with conference realignments and moving up to Division I, you have a bigger footprint. I mean, we're playing at Air Force. That's not normally something we'd be doing. So it's an exciting time, to say the least.
Yeah.
It's a time of growth.
Before Paris had help, like there were many baseball games that they would say, hey, we don't have a broadcast today because he's with basketball.
Right.
Because that overlaps for a period of time. But then, he started getting help so others would fill in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some days we're going to have a TV broadcast, a radio broadcast, and we're going to cover something else streaming only.
Yeah.
So, we might have 3 different broadcasts going on at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, somebody's already put on the text option. Surely Speedy can find the recording of Eli Gold calling the Hail Mary and the sack in overtime for Jack State's big win, because yesterday he was crawling around a trash can finding a parking pass.
Yeah.
So surely,
Right.
I know you were sick, but that turned into quite the ordeal.
Yeah.
Yesterday, and I'm glad to report we did find the parking pass in the trash. Right as the trash guy was picking up the trash, had to stop.
What was it for?
So we had the big Friday.
Just throw stuff.
We had the big Friday night take Mom to the Thompson High School where Greg's son coaches football games. So Greg,
Thompson just barely got by.
Yeah, Greg and Lisa, Sherry and me and Mom all rode together in the truck.
Right.
So Greg, who has a parking pass, which it was the best parking spot I've ever experienced at a high school game.
Mm-hmm.
He said that he put it on my rearview mirror. Well, of course, when we let everybody out and all went home, he forgot it. Well, apparently, which I had to study myself yesterday for a long period of time, my experience with parking passes was because of security, it was a different one every week. They were throwaways.
Right.
So once that game was over, you threw them away, and then you went to your envelope.
They weren't made out of plastic like this one.
You're right. I did. You know what? That's the part that I probably talked to myself in the mirror the most about yesterday. Did you know? Never in my mind was it plastic.
Oh, wow.
I never sensed it was plastic. And so,
what about the heading on it, Rick, where it says 2024 parking pass?
Well, guys, I'm just telling you because I went back to try to remember when I threw it away. And you know how we talk about how weird it is with the human body when things are done off the spine?
Yeah.
You're just, it's just your routine. So that's what you do.
Just happened.
And so I remember walking out Saturday morning and seeing it on the rear view and thinking to myself, oh, yeah, we should have thrown that away. And then I don't remember anything else. And then when Greg asked me about it, he was like, I said, well, maybe I set it down in the car. And but I remember taking it down. You know what I mean? Like I need to take that down. I don't know why. It wasn't in my way, but I thought they were, one game and done. But that was not the case. That was Greg's pass in case if Thompson wins this Friday. They may not win, but yeah.
But Lisa, she said she was kidding, but she was like, "Hey, thanks for throwing away my keepsake."
That was a double whammy. Every season she has the parking pass in the keepsake. Yeah.
So then I come back and I said, "Well, Speedy went and dug." She goes, "What?" Yeah. She said, I don't expect anybody to dig in a trash can. I was just messing with Rick.
Yeah.
And but it was really funny.
Classic Rick, though.
He got there right as the trash truck was there.
Yeah,
he had to wait.
I thought Veterans Day maybe
away.
They wouldn't pick it up. And then I got the word they were picking it up, and then Speedy ran over there. And actually, you hear Speedy talking to the trash guy. Give me just a minute.
Just a second. Now, Rick, in a classic.
Did you find it?
Yeah.
He it finally told me it wasn't in a bag. It would just be loose.
I should have told you that first.
Yeah, because that would have saved me a lot of.
How was that trash?
It was nice. There's a few things in there I asked Rick about. He'll eat a banana. There's a lot of banana peels in there.
We love bananas.
Gets his potassium.
Well, you didn't throw them out in the yard.
Yeah. So I
fertilize.
You're right. I finally got to hear from Sherry's point of view yesterday when I got home.
Uh-oh.
She goes, "What in the world?" And
I was worried about that.
And I explained to her, and she said, "I look out and I see a truck in our driveway, and she doesn't see my text. I tried to warn her, and she says, then all of a sudden I look and our trash cans are back by the garage." And I'm like, who brought them back? And then she started thinking, well, how nice. And I said,
there's a picture of him digging.
And I said,
you just dropped the ball all around, didn't you, buddy?
Well, yeah. And yesterday,
thanks for messing everything up.
No, you wouldn't believe the interview I had with myself.
Got the keepsake back.
Myself and I had to talk about it. See, I was just doing the show, thought it turned out, gave me something fun to do. But then later I got home and I had to examine myself. Yeah. I'm like, it turned out all right. But Rick, how in the world does that happen? And you not have any memory of. But things, don't y'all do things off the spine that are just like, you don't even remember really doing it?
And the whole thing got to it, once we got going on it, we need to solve this.
Yeah.
I want to know who
started bugging me.
Either I had lost my mind and I took it and put it somewhere else. Right. We were all weighing in on whether we were mentally losing it.
Right, yeah.
And it was Rick.
But we found it.
Anytime there's an issue, the number one thing on the list is, am I losing my mind? I always try to rule myself out first because that's a high possibility.
Well, but you have to understand, for several years, I would receive my parking passes in an envelope for the season, and each game had a different color. And whatever, and so that was my norm, was to say off the rearview mirror in the trash.
I'm surprised they haven't gone digital like everybody else now, where it's
Well,
just
that's
on
true.
your phone.
That's
They
true.
have that too, I think.
Yeah, but we got it back. Washed it off a little bit. Got it back to Lisa, and Greg has it in case, and hopefully Thompson will win again. Now I know if you're pulling for the team that's playing Thompson, you hope not. But if they do and they go back home, Greg will have a spark. It will be a.
So who they play this week?
Auburn.
Yeah,
Undefeated,
they got a good
number
program.
one, ranked number one.
Undefeated and number one.
Yeah,
Really
they squared off with them a lot, hadn't they?
Yeah,
they have. They have. Matter of fact, the state got so tired of it, they now make them play earlier in the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's actually true, by the way.
Yeah.
But we got it done. We're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Had to interview myself. Got interviewed by my wife. Had a lot of interviews yesterday. How'd that happen? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So anyway, I also heard it. We were talking about an interesting conversation from your wife Betty, who brought the kids up here this morning. There was a little bit of a freeze factor from Hunter Bus this morning. That
Well, sure, it's
you
it's
never know.
on TV
You don't
and it's
know.
not real. And he was not going to come in here to start with, but I think Mama, after fighting traffic and delays, said, "No, you don't understand. You will go in there."
Speedy, you overheard that. Betty made the call that there's a time when shyness, I'll let it go. Not after fighting morning traffic to get to the Red Velvet Lounge.
Yeah, it was entertaining to say the least. He had gone to the break room, and he had his little sandwich bag full of what, Bubba?
Star Wars men.
Okay, and
How about I love action figures?
Yeah, they're
I'm
little
all-
bitty ones too, so he can get a whole army of them set up.
Let me tell you something. Just know this: minor league baseball hats and jerseys and action figures. I am all about.
Oh,
it.
I know. Have you seen speaking of Spider-Man, you talking earlier, have you seen the ones, they got some that are giant
Yes,
now.
and big ones.
Go ahead, Speedy, I'm sorry.
No, they were just in the break room, and he had kind of broken out and had a couple of the figures here that they had passed out, and he was playing, little army, on the break room table, and I said, "Hey, come on in here, Hunter. We're getting back on the air. Here we go." And, No, I'll just stay in here. And and Caitlin, of course, was holding on to one of Betty's legs because she didn't know what was going on, And no, I'll stay. Betty, no, Hunter, go on, buddy, go on. No, I think I'll stay. And no, Hunter, you need to go on in there, Hunter. And he's holding on to the wall, okay, while she's pushing him in.
We've all been there.
and he goes, "Well, no, Mom, I think I'll just stay in here." And she goes, No, Hunter, see, I fought traffic, and you're out of school right now, so you need to get in there.
You're going to like these Star Wars characters. I want grinning, and I want to hear how exciting it was on the way back to school.
Betty has never been from that school of just let their own little free will dictate how they act.
But I mean, we've all done the hour line for Santa
Oh, I
Claus,
know.
standing there waiting, and then all
That's all you hear for weeks. Go see Santa, and you get there and lock.
And they shut down. And I've seen some of you parents when we're out on location. The kids are just singing Rick and Bubba all the way over there, and you think it's going to be this big, wonderful, Kodak moment, and you get there, and they want nothing to do with us because they look and they see us actually live in person, and they're going, that's weird.
Yeah.
They ought to be stuck in the radio or on TV. So, look, it happens. You never know. Just because a kid seems pumped about something, when it's real and presented. I mean, the first time you see Santa, you remember how it wigged you out when you were a kid?
I know.
Man, it just absolutely wigged.
It's just so much bigger there in front of you than on TV, and I know I feel the same way when we met President Bush. We
Exactly.
locked up.
See, that's how they're little.
We didn't lock up, but we were just unrememberable.
Basically, when he looked in here and the stormtroopers here, it might as well have been the leader of the free world.
I know it.
And you remember that, of course, he's, older and gets embarrassed by this now because he's a teenager, but you remember Taylor's, complete, just mortified fear of any kind of mascot, and it all started with Chuck E. Cheese.
Yep.
We
sure
thought
did.
a Chuck E. Cheese party was going to be the greatest thing ever. But it was good as long as the little cartoon Chucky was there. But when
the giant rat's coming to your table, no.
It just, it went under the
whole another thing.
When you're trying to coax your kid out from under the table, it should be what should be the most wonderful family moment. You just never know. You don't know how their wig factor is going to be. We'll go to Monica is in Shelby. Monica, welcome to the Rick and Bubba show. Good morning.
Good morning.
How about it?
Well, I got a funny story for you guys. When I was a kid, for Christmas one year, I got a remote control R2-D2.
Cool.
And we had a dairy farm that lived next door to us. Well, one night I'd been playing with it before I went to bed, and evidently I didn't cut the switch off underneath his belly. And when that 18-wheeler went by to go pick up some milk, he was talking on his CB, and that thing went off and rolled across the floor, and my mama screamed and hollered, and she didn't know what in the world was going
Keyed
on.
that mic and cranked him up.
Yeah,
Look,
she thought R2 was going to get her.
Tell you, that's one thing. Those of you that don't have, if you just got kids, those little motorized toys and stuff, they'll scare you to death.
Yes.
If you don't know where they are, I mean, we've got a lawnmower. If you just walk past it, let's get after you. It'll start talking to you and revving up. And when you don't know it's anywhere in the room, you just walk by and kick it accidentally, and it starts cranking up on you. It'll scare you to death. Middle of the night, kind of tiptoeing through, got everybody put down for bed. Get over here, guys. You think it's like some kind of demon holiday?
9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thank you for being with us today. Little reminders going on that I want to pass along to those of you out there that may be interested. Men coming up this week in Birmingham, Alabama. Boy, I'm getting a lot of feedback on those of you that now you're getting fired up that we have Danny Lanier, evangelist, that'll be speaking at the big chili cook-off. Bubba, there'll be chili as far as you can see this Friday night. 25-plus chili recipes. So you can join us for chili. And, boy, please let that angel that makes those Johnny cakes, those little cornbread things that we get to dip in the chili, when he was added to the, just out of nowhere, I think God sent him. So that'll be going on. And then Danny Lanier will be speaking this Friday night in Birmingham. It's free. We just need to know if you're coming. Look at the link at themanchurch.com under events. And then, ladies, Sherry will be in Montgomery at St. James Church coming up on December the 8th. The reason why I'm bringing it up now is it is the ladies' Christmas dinner, and Sherry will be sharing the message there in Montgomery, where you listen to us on I-92. They want all the women that are coming to go ahead and register by this weekend, because they need to know, obviously, how many seats we need and food and all that. So their cutoff for you to register for that dinner is this weekend, and you'll find that link at burgessministries.com under events. Bubba, you and I making fun of anybody on the Wheel of Fortune, I admit it doesn't feel right, because I may be the worst Wheel of Fortune player the world has ever known.
Yeah, I couldn't win. I probably couldn't get one answer right on that show.
But sometimes sometimes when people guess, and and I know I would do it, so maybe I shouldn't even be allowed to laugh at this, but sometimes people come up with the most outrageous guesses. And this one, they're claiming in Wheel of Fortune history, maybe one of the worst guesses.
Now, they've had some bad ones. They sure have. To be the worst ever.
Well, they're saying they're saying it's one of the worst for sure, because this guess that he gives, there's no way with the letters on the board that this could even be possible.
How about I think I know the answer?
No, you do not.
I do.
What is it, Greg? You've looked at the story.
No, I promise you, I have not looked at the story. I know the puzzle.
What is it, Greg? You tell us.
Give yourself a round of applause.
Okay, then.
Wow,
look
I've never got one right, ever.
Look, give yourself a round of applause.
There you go.
Not according to this contestant, Greg.
But now that's good.
I've never got one right.
I'm glad this has been established. So
yes.
know that the right answer is, Greg,
give yourself a round of applause.
Listen to this guess, okay?
Look, like to solve the puzzle? Okay, well, let's hear it. Treat yourself a round of sausage. No. I'm sorry, that's not it. Over to Katina.
Treat yourself.
To solve. Okay. Give yourself a round of applause.
Did you see Ryan Seacrest?
He was so confident, too.
Wait a minute. Did he say what? Treat yourself a round of sausage. There's not even an S.
Yeah, there's
on
an
the
A.
bottom.
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
Let's hear it again.
I think that's a great answer.
I do, too.
Sure it is.
I like to solve the puzzle. Okay, well, let's hear it. Treat yourself a round of sausage.
First of all, treat does not end in an E.
No, you can't get treat or sausage on that puzzle. Treat or sausage are not even options.
No.
I think I'm going to solve it.
Treat and sausage are not available.
Yeah.
I think I know why.
I would lose every round if I was a contestant, but I would not have guessed that.
I would have just said, I don't know what it is. There's no way I'd yell that out.
All right, but Greg, he starts screaming, I want to solve the puzzle.
Oh, he's
at
bald,
least keep
too.
trying.
That is funny.
Well, I know.
Gosh,
But Speedy, don't let him cast a bad light on bald people.
Yeah, he is.
But
Slick face bald, too. You can't
Treat yourself.
round of sausage. Sounds like a fantastic idea, frankly.
I've never.
It does.
We all could agree. I've never heard that as a saying.
I haven't.
I don't think
I have
so.
a round of sausage.
Never, not a
What in
round.
the world? I bet as it was coming out of his mouth, his brain was going, no, stop.
Maybe
this is not right.
Maybe in the meat packers area up there around Green Bay. I don't know.
But you know how sometimes people will guess, and again,
Or the king of sausage in Chicago.
Right, I'm terrible at this game, so I have no standing here. But,
No.
but what I'm saying is, people sometimes guess things that are actually possible.
Right.
It's
That was
wrong,
not
yeah.
possible.
It's available. Treat and sausage can't be spelled with the letters that are actually turned around that you can see.
I think
yeah, it ain't like you thought, well, that may be a T or an S.
he kind of had a case of Budinsky
Treat
there. He
yourself.
just, he didn't buffer it before he said it.
Right.
It just blurted right out.
Okay, does anybody think?
And I don't think sausage didn't have an S at the end either.
No,
No, it doesn't. That's the first thing y'all saw. The last word.
Well, that A's a problem at the beginning.
That's a tough one.
Because sausage doesn't start with an A.
No.
I would like to ask.
most
I would like to
states.
propose this, and there's a little bit of it in his voice. Maybe this is just me trying to help him. Is it possible he did this for his buddies? Was it a raise?
You think Gerald Cates was playing
Yes.
one of those?
So
you don't think
you're
Gerald
saying
Cates would do that?
You're
At,
probably right.
at some point, he had to scream out, "Treat yourself as a round," or did you?
He's had to work
They
sausage
challenged
in.
him to how to work it in.
He had, the word was
the word
sausage.
sausage. Yeah,
Maybe
that was it.
his friend said, just scream out something to do with sausage.
Yeah.
And if you do it, he's going to make more money than he could have
Well,
made.
maybe
in a
when
world.
they're interviewing him, maybe he says, my favorite food is sausage.
I don't know,
Treat
but
I mean, there was other ways, is
a
what I'm saying.
round of
I think
sausage.
the option we just put out that he did it as a joke is the only one that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
don't
think later
know.
he looked embarrassed when they were talking.
Did he?
Yeah. I would do something stupid like this. You're nervous. You're trying to solve it. You think you got something.
Give yourself a round of.
now I want you to think about his life today. Think about his life today, because we're playing it. We're one of thousands.
Hey, how many rolls of sausage does he end up with on his day?
Yeah,
He needs a Kaneka endorsement deal.
quick.
I would like to treat myself to a round of sausage.
I would love to treat myself a round of sausage.
It'd be my little
Right now, I'd love to treat myself to a round of
A
sausage.
round of sausage. Well, let's hear it. Treat yourself a round of sausage.
I'm sorry, that's
Did you see Vanna? Watch Vanna this time. I didn't watch her before.
Well, let's hear it. Treat yourself a round of sausage.
She was ready to walk over there and turn the other letters.
Ron Seacrest, all he can do is,
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Was that Ryan? It went.
I think so.
What if he went, damn?
Somebody is
I don't know
saying-
how he held it together.
I don't even think this is an option. Maybe he's dyslexic. I don't even think that works.
No, it has nothing to do. First of all, if you are, you don't go to Wheel of Fortune.
No.
That's one thing you mark off your list. I know you might always wanted to.
Sure.
But if you're dyslexic, that's not the game for you.
No.
You're out.
Well, somebody's saying too that he was like this all night.
Oh, so this is nothing
Really?
new.
They said he was.
Oh, really?
He was one of the
So
worst.
did the
candidates.
How did he get
producers?
through this screening process?
Well, did they get him through there
because
just
of
because?
this?
Yeah.
Because you think I wouldn't have picked him after this Nimrod showed me how bad he could spell? I said we got to have him on the show.
Yeah, maybe it was a joke to Ryan. Hey, I'll tell you what, Ryan.
It's kind of like some of the interns I used to pick.
Oh, yeah, but those were
That's
gold.
true, yeah.
Yeah,
It's based on personality.
Yeah.
yeah, sure. it
That's a
was.
nice way of saying it.
Yeah, it is a nice way of saying it. It's very
It's
much
like, hey,
nicer.
hey, we got us one here.
Yeah, I know, Greg. I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you would say that in front of them.
Well, they didn't know.
I had a line. Let me tell you this. I had a line right then. No way I should say it, so I'm not going to.
Okay,
But
good.
you're getting it in the break,
Okay.
and it's going on you.
And I got something I got to ask y'all about that video in the break.
Okay. All right. After I'm done with the live spot that you've forgotten about,
Give me a round of Cersei. Just
solid.
right.
Yeah.
Hey, look, he's already getting up, buddy. Hang on.
Well, it's got on his mind now. It's got on his mind
Right.
now.
He's going to take his headphones off, too. For
Top
you.
of the hour. We'll be right back. Thank you for catching us on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let me tell you something. I had the chance to sit down with my wife, Sherry, and watch the movie Bonhoeffer, Pastor, Spy, and Assassin.
Those three words are really together, aren't they? But as you know, the world teeters on the brink of annihilation, and Dietrich Bonhoeffer is swept into the epicenter of a deadly plot to assassinate Hitler. Angel Studios' upcoming film Bonhoeffer, Pastor Spy Assassin, is coming to theaters on November the 22nd. Now, if you want to get movie times, and you're going to love this movie. It's always been a fascinating story, but the casting and the screenplay version is outstanding. So get showtimes right now at angel.com/Rick. Angel.com/Rick. With his faith and fate at stake, Bonhoeffer has to choose between upholding his moral convictions or risking it all to save millions of Jews from genocide. Imagine being put in that situation. So he's been preaching peace, and now he's plotting a murder assassination of Hitler. And the cost of all this, of course, is great for him. And don't forget, which always blew me away about this story, at one time, Dietrich Bonhoeffer is back in safety. He's not in Germany anymore, and he decides that he can't abandon the people he was pastoring and went back and said, I got to do something, and that included a plot to assassinate Hitler. So get ready. It's coming out by getting your tickets now at angel.com/Rick, and you and the family go see it. Angel.com/Rick.
You don't ever know where it's coming from. Let's go to Rusty Wetumpka. Rusty, how about it?
Hello, Monkey Grass.
Rusty, welcome, sir. Glad to have you.
Sir, thank you. Good to be here. It's sort of like a 12-step program for me, I guess, because I'm 43 years old and I collect Star Wars toys. And my wife has put me on restriction.
You're on restriction, sir?
Yes, we recently moved, and I was in the same business you guys are in for several years, and we just moved back from Spokane, Washington. And we carry our stuff in those big Tupperware tubs.
Yes.
And we had about 15 of them full of Star Wars stuff.
Well, would you get your wife in touch with Amy Greenwood, please? I think that would be a nice gesture on our part.
Rusty, thanks for listening.
Hey, see you.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba back today as we're moving to a brand new hour. We thank you for being with us. So a couple things have happened we didn't cover yesterday. As far as Trump now trying to establish his administration, that was one of the running jokes yesterday that Bubba was being interviewed as taking over the FCC would be our preference. But anyway, so that some things are coming out. I know the borders has got everybody stirred up. Everybody just crying and oh, he's good. I don't think this guy's going to really be affected by that. He doesn't.
No,
he
I
doesn't
don't
seem
think so.
but Bubba also one that we're announcing today looks like a little Marco.
Yeah, Marco Rubio may be our Secretary of State, which I think he would be a good one. The thing when you pick these, you got to be sure you don't cripple yourself politically. I mean, I don't know what the rules are, and they vary state to state about how Florida would replace him in the Senate. Sometimes they appoint it, sometimes they have a special election. So
you gotta be careful with that. Don't lose that spot.
Yeah, you got to be careful, and we've dealt with that in our state before too. So you gotta handle that carefully. But I think he'd do a great one. He the fact that he speaks Spanish is going to be a big asset in Central and South America, Mexico, dealing with all that stuff. And I think he's tough. I've always liked him. I thought he would be a great president, and he may end up being one day. So,
all right,
I think that's a good pick.
We know that Ron DeSantis, that Trump took his nickname back when DeSantis now wouldn't fight against Trump anymore. Didn't Trump call him Little Marco?
Yes, he did it one time.
So that now is taken back.
Yeah, that's taken back.
He probably won't refer to him as that now.
No, probably.
But
not.
it keeps showing footage of them going after each other.
Sure. Yeah. Well, at some point, everybody was. And I saw where Kristi Noem has been. They say she's going to be on the cabinet. I'm not sure what the position was, but
Homeland Security.
She's going to do Homeland Security. Oh wow.
Who is that? Who is that?
The governor of North Dakota, isn't it? Is there South Dakota, North Dakota?
Oh yeah,
South Dakota.
Yeah. I just didn't know.
You know her. You see her on TV all the time.
Great communicator.
And tough. I think too, a lot of these, they will announce who they're wanting to pick, and it's somewhat of a test balloon. Make sure everything's going to go. But if Trump has the Senate, like it looks like he will, it should be pretty straightforward.
Okay, some of you are saying the Marco story isn't true, but I'm holding the story in my hand right now from Fox News. They are
Daily Mail, Fox News, Yahoo. They're all reporting it that he's expected to choose him.
These are basically leaks that come out.
Yeah, it's expected to nominate. So that's just all we're saying.
Yeah,
but
that
is the news.
He's on he's a possibility.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. And everybody does this. I think they let out what they want to do and just see if there's any blowback they didn't expect.
Normally that's this is a short list and they float it that way, but he's expected to choose and announce. So who knows? Though.
Yeah. So there you go. So those we're getting some idea about what the administration would look like, and we'll see how that shakes out. We also I know this has been something that it's not new. I mean, we all saw the cognitive decline of Joe Biden, even though people who told us that we were evil for pointing it out and that it wasn't true then joined us when they decided to replace him, which was kind of weird. It's one of those things where you're looking around the room and go, didn't y'all say that we were all wrong about this, and now y'all were saying that y'all agree with us? So it kind of whatever it fits. But this video one, Adler, people are talking about Joe Biden and seeing him now that the decline is continuing. And we've been saying this all along, having, parents that we obviously love and respect and always wanted them to be treated with dignity. Sometimes when the Alzheimer's thing is going on, some of the things that we do don't look very dignified. But
that's worse than I thought.
Yeah,
it's not.
Y'all, he's battling that sand.
Sand's tough, but it's not that tough.
Well, it goes back to this again.
About the plant.
What I was going to say, it didn't seem like his family cared about their loved one's dignity at all.
Nor did the Democratic Party until they decided that it wasn't serving their purpose. Then, of course, they threw him in the trash heap. And then started joining us on the decline. But none of this is really loving Joe Biden. No. The things they've let him do and the things they've attempted.
Who thought that when he's already having all these issues and walking, that putting him in sand on the beach was a good idea?
Not a good idea.
Goodness.
At least I got Jill there with him to catch him. But
it just gets worse as he moves along.
It's just not a good idea.
Oh.
So what is
like Star Wars scene when they're battling the sandpit monster?
Yeah, I mean it really is. It really is sad, and this is not loving anybody.
No,
it really isn't. Well, now what is this in 2A and B where it says the joy is gone, that we have
joy is gone.
Biden and Kamala have made their first appearance together since the election?
I think this
since
was
her defeat. This was yesterday.
Yeah, Veterans Day.
Right. And by the way, Bubba, when you were out yesterday, but you know this, now Trump's at 312. Electoral votes, so there we go.
Pretty good.
It's a blowout.
They're walking into this.
We're ever going to get the representatives in? We're ever going to have these finished?
My goodness.
The House. We're ever going to get the House?
California's almost started counting. They almost started.
I don't understand the delay.
Right.
But here they are walking into this Veterans Day ceremony, and Biden is going to cough, and Kamala's just going to look at him like, "Are you serious, man? Come on." She just looks over
She
like,
did have a
"My
disgusted look
goodness."
on her face.
Can you go 1 second without coughing?
I don't. I'm not going to run them up the tree on this one. I mean, it's a solemn moment, and
sure.
They've had a long week. So
boy, they have.
Yeah, rough
That
week.
sun's in that one left eye, Joe.
Yeah.
He's got it closed.
And then
that would be the day to wear the aviators, by the way.
y'all, I'm not going to make any deductions or assumptions here, but people are saying that this is how women act when they don't like each other. I don't know. I don't understand women. I don't know anything about them, but y'all tell me.
Okay, here's Jill Biden sitting next to Kamala.
Yeah.
Brrr.
Boy, they don't even look over at
Bridget.
each other.
I'm cold just watching it.
Distinguished guests, Major General Trevor J. Brandenkamp, Commanding General of Georgia.
Yeah. Wow. I would think they probably, I mean, who knows? I don't think, and you see the results. I don't think the Democrats thought they could win, and they said, let's not. I've already said this, but let's don't waste red shirts on people we think can win in the future. Somebody grab Kamala. Somebody grab Tim Walz. You know what I mean? Let's just get this over.
Well,
with.
Again,
It wasn't much
there'll
of an
be a lot of post-mortem on this.
Yep.
But I really think it's fairly simple. There is always a cyclical nature to this. Okay, it's going to swing back and forth, and with the economy like it was, the GOP voters tend to be more principled, and the Democrat voters seem to be more into making a coalition of various groups to come together. And I think the Democrats got so far out over their skis trying to bring in various groups, they forgot the working class. And the working class do not think that little boys ought to be playing girl sports. And they don't think boys ought to be in the girls' bathroom. And they don't think a lot of things. And I think they got too far out over their skis and invested too much in too many fringe groups.
Right. Yep.
And they lost the base.
Right.
And you can do that.
Yes, you can.
I think we, I heard somebody making a good point that we ended up with Tim Walz because of Barack Obama. Barack Obama had to pick someone that wouldn't upstage him or make him look less intelligent, so Barack Obama had to pick Joe Biden. Joe Biden had to do the same thing. He had to pick somebody that would make him look less intelligent. So he had to pick Kamala Harris, and then Kamala Harris had to pick Tim Walz. That's how we ended up with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. So it's not. It's a yeah.
Yep.
It's a bad setup.
We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll get some phone calls in this hour, too.
This has been brought up. Jill Biden wearing red on Election Day. I thought that was very strange.
That was
Curious.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Studio 1A of the Dewey Monroe Broadcast Center. High above Big Boy Bluff. Of course, a lot of us remember him as Sting. Welcome to the program, Steve.
Thank you. Thanks for
Glad-
having me.
glad
Steve,
you're-
thank you for coming by.
Thank you.
Man, you're big in person, too.
This is just a padded.
Yeah. You know, it's just it's a story. You know, you talk about the movie coming out and the moment of truth. How many times did we hear the story of, in a world since you had everything you ever wanted, you were the biggest name in wrestling, doing, you know, what you probably felt like you loved for a living, and yet you weren't happy?
Yeah. How many times do we hear that story?
I mean,
typical, isn't it?
it really is.
Prodigal son. Yeah, you know what? Sometimes it just takes that. It takes having every single thing you could possibly have, and it's just not enough, you know, before people open their eyes or are able to open their eyes, and that's what happened to me. So.
Does it frustrate you a little bit, though, that no matter how many times you tell people that, it's almost like they have to live it? It's hard to get them to understand.
It's a hard-learned story. It's kind of like the little kid that's going towards the edge of the swimming pool. You got to pull them back. They don't understand, but you know that they cannot play by the swimming pool. You know.
Yeah.
Same deal.
Well, Steve, tell us what happened to you. Give us a little more detail about what changed in your life, how all that happened.
You got about half a day.
Yeah. well, the nutshell.
I know the movie. The movie will chronicle it, you know, in detail. But you know, in a nutshell, you know, at one time we see you. You're at the top of the sport. You're probably the biggest draw. I mean, when your name is connected to an event, they know it's going to sell tickets. The pay-per-view numbers through the roof. You know, and how you got there, I guess briefly. How'd you get into the business? And then kind of where are you today, just in a nutshell?
Wow, okay, you had to throw how you got into
Well,
the
just
business.
quickly, I mean, was there a time like, see, I know, and Bubba, I know where Bubba, I know business from the time I was old enough to remember anything.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
you know
I knew
what?
that.
And same here.
Okay.
When I was a kid, I didn't, I thought it would be football, baseball, or basketball, something like that. Ended up being wrestling. I would have never imagined growing up in the part of Southern California that I grew up in, we didn't have wrestling. I didn't see it on TV.
Oh, really?
You didn't get Georgia Championship. Huh?
No.
Yeah, we had that.
Not way out there, especially.
We had it on 1-7.
You know, my dad was Mr. Wrestling #2. I'm just kidding. There was a rumor one time.
Now, see, I would believe it.
No, there was a rumor one time that was my dad, serious business.
Yeah.
Because he looked kind of like my dad as far as the body type, and my dad was a football coach. And like one of my friends started going the distance, going, "You ever notice your dad's never home when Mr. Wrestling #2's on?" That kind of thing. We all started freaking out, and I started looking for the mask in the house and all that.
Oh yeah.
But he really wasn't.
It's easy to create rumor, isn't it?
Right. So anyway, you didn't know about wrestling. So how in the world?
No, I didn't know about it, and I ended up co-owning a Gold's Gym, a health club, a bodybuilding club in Southern California, and Hulk Hogan used to come in to get some workouts. And,
Yeah, there's your name.
You know, people used to freak out. And you know who that is? I had no idea who it was. You know, I knew him from the movie, the Rocky movie. That's the only place I knew. And then I think I knew the name Ric Flair, and that's about it. And some guy came in one day with 3 other guys, and he was trying to break into pro wrestling, and he was going to be this manager guy. And so after a couple of weeks, he finally hit on me and said, "Hey, what about you?" You know, and then they took me to the sports arena, and I saw Hulk Hogan, and Big John Studd, the Iron Sheik, the British Bulldogs, all those guys, man. And when I saw that, man, a fevered pitch. I mean, sold out all the way to the top, you know. And I just said, "This is serious stuff."
Awesome, huh?
So basically, they just looked at you and thought, you know what? If we can get this guy where he can do it, he's got the look. He could be. We could make him into something.
Yeah. Well, I think they were desperate at the time. They were just trying to fill a spot, you know. And they tried this, you know, out in Southern California. That's where all the biggest, baddest bodybuilders are, you know, for the most part, at least then. And you know, they finally just said, "What about you?" Because they had no luck, you know.
You know, the first time in the ring, I thought Ace Frehley's wrestling. I had no idea.
Yeah,
you know,
the whole character and everything. And then there was the, you know, you had the makeup, then you didn't, then you had the makeup, and you know, who creates these characters? I mean, do they sit down and go, all right, or is that kind of your call?
You know what? The original Sting character, the blonde, flat top.
Right. Yeah. See, there was that. I got
was
totally confused when you went from that to long black hair and makeup.
Well, see, that's because wrestling was changing big time.
Oh, I see.
You had to change, otherwise, you know.
Right.
I mean, Hulk Hogan, say your prayers, take your vitamins and all that, the red and yellow. The fans kind of get, you know, they get a little sick of that towards the end.
And it had to get a little more edgy.
Yeah.
So then you went to more of almost a Crow look.
Yeah.
Like from that movie, The Crow or whatever.
I mean, wrestling fans got to the point where they wanted to see a human sacrifice in order to be entertained. You know?
They just had to be another level all the time.
That's right.
No, you're right, because I remember kind of watching it and being entertained by it and even thinking, you know, this is something cool. And I had kids and you know, and a son that was getting older. And then all of a sudden, it took a dark turn. And there began to be a lot of dark themes and death and goth and all, you know, and then the sexual part became just over the top.
Right.
And you're kind of like, you know, I mean, you know, one of their signals is basically, you know, this, you know.
You're
right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. As far as the Rick and Bubba store is concerned, I know we're getting to that time of year you start thinking about gift ideas. Look for the new Rick and Bubba CD. Somebody run me a Z and shut her down. Will be coming out here in the next couple of weeks. Should be here by the biggest shopping weekend of the year for sure. We'll keep you updated on that. We're also restocking on the 3 Decades of Radio Gold Christmas ornament. It's sold out. We do have the tea glass back, or the collectible glass that has the hunting theme and the Christmas theme. So those are available. And we'll keep you updated as things get restocked as we go toward the end. 13 working days of Christmas. We'll be starting before you know it.
12.
What did I say?
13.
I went back to the days of horror.
Yeah.
12 days, 12 working days of Christmas. We were going to do a 13th, but we don't have the budget.
Well, I started to say we may end up with 6.
Well, yeah, how about the?
We hadn't exactly weighed all that out yet.
I don't know though. Since Ryan Greenwood brought all the stuff he was going to throw in the trash, we could put those in some of the days. Some museum items from the Rick and Bubba show. And then also great gift ideas. 3 Man Church conferences next year. Early bird specials are still available, meaning the ticket price will go up in December. So if you want to grab those for people on your Christmas list, get those at themanchurch.com. You'll see the link there. All right, Scott Jennings. Anytime Scott Jennings, when will they fire him from CNN? You know, we do have a story today that Chris Wallace says he's out. He's going to the streaming world. He's not going to stay on CNN.
I will bet CNN's numbers are better than they've been in a long time. I haven't seen them, but with him on there to at least give some balance to it, I think it's probably better than ever.
So Chris Wallace, he got mad at Fox, thought he could live over at CNN. He just can't.
Right.
But Jennings is still there until I guess they decide to run him off. But I'm with you. I think the people who write checks, they like having Scott Jennings.
Yeah, I do
too. Van Jones, as you know, he's been crying. And now we're going to hear Jennings talking to Van Jones to the point that he's asked to leave twice. Is that right? They asked him to leave. What's
his name? Yeah, Van says he wants to leave because Scott's owning him.
Okay,
he's like, I don't want to hear this. I got to go. I don't want to hear this.
So, well, a lot of people hate hearing the truth.
Yeah.
All right. So here is Scott Jennings taking Van Jones' emotional view of things and just tearing it apart to the point emotionally Van wants to leave twice. All right, here we go.
Scott, do you think Biden was a key factor in Trump's victory?
Of course. I mean, he's had an under 40% approval rating since August of 2021. The American people have been very unhappy with him. But on top of that, what I find particularly troubling is that all these Democrats who are now looking back on Biden and, he shouldn't have run, he shouldn't have done this. These are the same people who were all too happy to go on television every day and tell us that Joe Biden was sharp as a tack, everything was fine, he was up to everything. And we now know there's huge amount of evidence that he wasn't, that he really was diminished, that he really wasn't up to the job. And yet they were pushing that campaign forward anyway. They finally dumped him after the debate when they couldn't hide it anymore. To me, the reckoning here is, when did everybody know Joe Biden was diminished? Why did they lie for so long? And are we going to get a full accounting of that? So I don't think Democrats have anyone to blame here but themselves. Joe Biden's going to go down in history as a pretty terrible president, I believe. And on top of that, if you're a Democrat, you think about how he ran his campaign the first time. I'm running to restore the soul of the nation, to rid us of Trump and Trumpism. Today, Donald Trump is stronger than he's ever been, more popular, and his agenda is ascendant in our politics. It is a complete and total political failure.
I mean, Van, that last part of what Scott just said is true. I mean, Trump did win and is more ascendant than he's ever been, even despite January 6th, despite all the stuff.
Did you think I didn't hear it when Scott was saying it? Yes. What do you want me to do? Can I leave?
Republicans are kind of thankful for Biden and previously Barack Obama. I mean, it was Obama's presidency that gave us Trump the first time, and it's Joe Biden's presidency that made Donald Trump stronger than ever. So we just want to say thank you to Obama and to Biden. We just want to say thank you guys. You guys have delivered us, and we're going to have American patriotism and economic optimism again, and it goes right back to Obama and Biden. So thank you guys.
What do you want?
Really, what you're hearing there,
That's funny.
What is Van Jones going to say? Now, he could probably go back and try to defend Obama, but you can't defend the Biden thing. I mean, what Scott Jennings says, there's no, what would be the response to that? Because that's actually what y'all did. I mean, you did it.
Yeah.
After
Rick,
that
again,
debate, you realize we cannot continue this.
Several mistakes. We talked about how they got over their skis on some of these groups. The over-prosecution of Trump was a major problem. And it spoke to a lot of people. They could not believe that he was being persecuted by the Department of Justice like he was. And that was that total boomeranged on him.
Yep.
And you know who it boomeranged him more with, if you just want to break down the demographics? African American men. They could relate to that.
Yep. That hurt them. And so let's go to 5C. So Dana Bash is going to be reminded now by Scott Jennings, and you're going to love the word that he uses, and they're going to just absolutely hate it. But here is 5C, Jennings talking about the overwhelming victory again by Trump. And here we go.
Couple things. Number one, if I was over in Tehran and I had just hacked and tried to assassinate Donald Trump and now he's fixing to take over the United States military again, I'd probably be a little worried. On the domestic front, there's a political science term for what Republicans did this week. It's called a country butt whooping. And they have a mandate to govern. And one thing I want to see them do is get a handle on the bureaucracy. They're meeting at the Pentagon right now about possibly thwarting Donald Trump. You've got a rogue FEMA employee out here. We're not going to give aid to people with Donald Trump signs. The bureaucracy works for the people. The people elect the leaders. And I want to see Donald Trump follow through on this idea of taming the federal bureaucracy.
Schedule F.
Okay.
He called it a country butt whooping.
Look, I agree on the bureaucracy.
I do too.
You know, and I know y'all seen the story. Did y'all? I don't know if y'all covered it yesterday about the FEMA.
We didn't
passing
get to,
over people that had Trump signs.
Yeah, we just kind of goofed off yesterday.
What are you doing? What are you thinking?
Well, yeah, I know, and like these videos we keep seeing of people that, you know, and many times as you're talking about, Bubba, we're talking about black men who have a MAGA hat on, and people want to take them to task and come over, and while they're eating at a restaurant. I mean, remember when the left tried to tell us they were the party of free expression, free speech, and they'll even say things like "you do you,"
oh yeah,
unless doing you is being a Trump supporter.
All right.
Doing you is voting for Trump. Doing you is wearing a MAGA hat. Now, you're not allowed to do that or have a sign, like you said.
Look, we've said it 100 times. The only sin the left sees is disagreeing.
That's right.
That's the only thing they'll go, no, you can't do this.
So they're really not.
Everything else is yes, yes, yes.
Yep.
They're really not about an open mind. They're really not about the arena of ideas. No. They're about indoctrination into their worldview. That's what their agenda is. And that's what they love. And if you don't get in line, then they think that they can scare you enough that you'll get in line. Yep. And then the thing I love is when some people they fall for that. Mm-hmm. But when you scare people to get in line, it's not genuine.
Right.
So when they get along by themselves, they're rolling their eyes at you, and they're just trying to play your game so you'll go away. You know. We'll do phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We have all 10 lines available. Whatever is on your mind, we'll have your opportunity when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Remember. Yeah, and I'm like, you know what? This is not something I can sit down and watch with the kids anymore.
Yeah, it was getting pretty bad, and we were family oriented, supposedly, you know.
Right, yeah. Well, in the beginning, that was true. Like you say, when Hulk Hogan, he was like an action figure.
Yeah.
You know, and stay in shape and, you know, and try to, you know, be a good person.
But see, Hollywood was pushing in that direction, too. So,
yeah.
You know, Terminator movies and things like that, so.
Yeah. And that kind of became it. So then we'll come out, we'll talk more about it. And I know the movie's coming out. I do want to let you know, too, that Steve will be, and this is a big opportunity, he's going to actually be in one of the areas where you can hear and see the show. If you're watching and listening to us in Birmingham, Alabama, Word of Life Christian Center on Roebuck Parkway, actually going to be there tonight. But I want to make this clear. This is a youth event. You know, we love the adults, and that's great. I know a lot of you would like to come hear the story, too. But this one tonight is mainly focused on 6th graders through seniors in high school. So if you have children that age, or you are watching and listening and you're late for school and you're that age, you know, get the word out. You can go see it tonight at 7 o'clock Central Time, and it's absolutely free. There's no charge for it, and you can come, I guess, kind of hear your story too.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any problem with moms and dads coming either.
Is that okay? Okay, because I knew it was you, so you don't care?
Everybody.
Because that's going to happen.
Yeah. And if y'all are good with that, then we'll say come on, come on.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
We haven't talked to the church, but we're going to advertise.
Yeah, right now, somebody's at the church right now going, hey, thanks for that. But, but yeah, I guess what you're saying, a story like this that can change your life and your eternity, it kind of feels weird to go, don't come. So, I mean,
right.
And in some way, shape, or form in your life, you'll relate to the story. So it is tonight, 7 o'clock Central, Word of Life Christian Center, Roebuck Parkway. Steve will be there, and he will be talking and telling his story tonight. And we'll hear more about that when we come back. Our toll-free number is 877-WE-BE-BIG. The movie is Moment of Truth. We'll tell you more about the movie, where it's going to be, how you can see it, how you can get it when we come back. Also, our website's Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there and check that out. A lot of information there online right now. You can always keep updated with what's going on. And lines are available. The real Greg Burgess grabbing them now. If you want to join us, fire up. SimplySafe.com/BigVox. Yes, 60% off. 60% off a new Simply Safe security system, the best deal of the year. We love the folks at Simply Safe. Nobody is even close. The advancements. Look, if you love high tech and using today's technology to increase that peace and security of knowing that your property is being protected, nobody's better. Nobody's better. This active deal they've got, Active Guard outdoor protection, where the monitors can be watching the property in real time and interact with intruders and turn on lights and click on sirens and get help headed in that direction before there's ever even a break-in. And there's no long-term contracts. They're done with that old stuff. No cancellation fees. And the professional monitoring I speak of, their plans start at about $1 a day. I mean, this is it. Come on, make the move now. 60% off. Go to simplysafe.com/bigvox or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There is no safe even close to the folks at simplysafe.com/bigvox. All right, to the phones we go. 30 seconds a pop. We're not going to have any meaningless shout-outs. We're not going to have any shameless plugs.
None of that.
30 seconds is the key. You might get a timeout from Bubba or the indecisive Speedy. So let's get started. Let's go with Jeremy in Mississippi. Jeremy, you got 30 seconds. Go.
All right, I want to get you picks for press secretary, but I wanted to ask Bubba, how about them Rebels?
Yep, I think I was on that last week, wasn't I?
You sure was, sir. Yes, sir. You were the only one who gave us any love.
Well, I tell you, I knew they were prime because they've been playing some good football, and I know they had a couple of losses they'd like to have back. But
no, how'd that happen?
Core-wise, Ole Miss is a different team than they have been in the past.
Can they handle success?
Well, I don't know. That's listen. It's one thing to get there; it's another thing to stay there. That's what made Coach Saban and what he did so remarkable.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has ups and downs, but he was able to get on the plateau and ride it. So that'll be something to see. But I think it is noteworthy. I mean, this is obvious to everybody. Look at 3 of the most successful programs now. You have Texas, Georgia, and Ole Miss. All of them former coaches from Coach Saban.
Isn't that something? Yeah, I think I texted you at home. I said, here's what those 2 losses they have, and they're in the conference, which I hate that too. I'm excited about the 12-team playoff, and I text Bubba over the weekend, and I said it will be less exciting if Ole Miss doesn't make it.
Yeah,
I'd love for them to
because they're
get
a threat to beat
I'd
anybody.
love for them to get in that 12.
Yep, they can beat anybody.
What do you think about press secretary? He mentioned that too. We love Ramaswamy.
You know, Ramaswamy, just because he's so good vocally, he's probably, deserves a position, a higher level than that. Yep. But he's just so good the way he takes the press on and speaks. I think he would be a pleasure to
Peter
have
Ducey, I'd take that.
Yeah.
That's
funny.
Wouldn't that be the ultimate
I've heard
turnaround?
that floated. That would be so
Oh, my
funny.
gosh. I'd almost vote for that just to see it.
Yeah.
Let's go to Robin in Alabama. Robin, go ahead. 30 seconds. Robin.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
You can get the JSU Louisiana Tech end of the game on Google. If you just Google that, they've got about 3 different ways to get it.
Is it the Eli Gold call or the CBS call?
I only watched one of them, and that one was not Eli Gold, but they may have the Eli Gold because they had different versions.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah. No, we all can have the CBS version.
Yeah, the TV
that's
is
it.
readily available, yeah.
Did anybody record Eli Gold on the radio broadcast? That's what Bubba and JSU needs.
Yes.
Yeah. But thank you for that, sir. We continue. Let's go to Eddie in Alabama. Eddie, 30 seconds. Eddie, go ahead. Lines are available if you want to come in.
Hello, Rick and Bubba. It's been I talked to you a week or so ago about my prosthetic leg, and
yes.
I watched that video that y'all posted this morning, and, I can walk and stand better than that with just one leg and one fake leg.
That's so bad.
That's terrible.
That's bad, but it's good.
Alan in Sweet Home, Alabama. Alan, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Okay. Hey, have you read the internet this morning about MSNBC and CNN's ratings since the election? They said that their ratings have gone down to like 700,000 an hour, and basically the only people that were watching them since then is people turning over there to watch them whine.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I go over there. I'm guilty of that.
Yeah.
So any of y'all read the internet today? Have y'all seen that?
No, I haven't.
Just Google it.
Yeah, I haven't, but that would not surprise me. I don't know what audience they garner of any size other than those of us wanting to watch their reaction to when things go poorly.
Yeah.
Because I do look at that, don't you? I mean,
we flipped over just for the enjoyment of some of that.
Yeah.
So they're saying after the election and the response to the election, they're doing Adler's pulled it up. He's reading the internet, and it's it looks like
NBC.
Joey Reid down 54-6. I don't even know who some of those people are. Morning Joe's down 39-6. Well, there's your favorite.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jeff.
I like old Joe, but he just totally went off the end of the battleship. You know what I mean?
Well, we've seen that.
Well.
You also looked up one day and didn't you see Samson with short hair?
Yes. Yeah, it's amazing.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to Samson.
Please, nobody quote DC Cab.
Right.
Please.
Samson, where's all your hair? Jeff in Tennessee. Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, buddies. Y'all doing okay this morning?
We are doing great. Yeah.
Hey, man. I was on vacation in Gatlinburg about a month ago, and I was at the Mountain Mall there in downtown Gatlinburg on the 3rd floor using the restroom. I was in there washing my hands, people coming in. Some old guy comes in, goes to the stall, and he cuts one, and I went, there she blows. And everybody looked at me, and I said, God ought to listen to Rick and Bubba. God appreciated that.
Speedy gave up his timeout for that. That's good. Yeah, you would have.
I did.
We'll continue. Let's go to Larry in the free state of Florida. Larry, go ahead. 30 seconds. One timeout left.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Morning, fellas. I think the Democrats are going to rue the day if they wouldn't have cheated and stole that last election from Trump. Trump would be on his way out instead of on his way in, and he's coming in with a much stronger team than he would have been in that last. If he'd had a second term, in 2020. He's coming strong. He's got a hell of a team behind him.
Yeah, we were talking about that actually last week after the election. The Democrats and others have covered it now would have been much better off if they have just really it's worked out better as far as like y'all said. I mean, he wouldn't have had. Looks like he may have the House and the Senate. And this, the people he's got now on this team, far superior than what he would have been able to do.
Did y'all happen to see
coming out of the pandemic?
Senator Kennedy yesterday? He did. He did a little live update, and he was just carrying out. He's so funny. Everything he says. One of the quotes, Rick, he was quoting the lines from the song. Jokers. Let's see, what is it? Jokers.
Clowns to
the left. Jokers to the right.
Here I am.
And he was quoting that.
That's
funny.
My
gosh, it was funny.
Let's go to Greg in Birmingham. Greg, go ahead. 30 seconds. Greg.
Yeah, Greg.
Egg.
Peg.
Leg. All right. Let's go to Trevor in Mississippi. Trevor, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
Hey, guys. I just want to talk about Ole Miss storming the field. Did y'all see they got fined like a couple $100,000 for doing it early and then also just storming the field?
Yep.
I'm just wondering, at what point are you good enough to beat a great team and not storm the field?
Yeah, it has to go over. You have to be good for a long time, and you have to be up there in the top for a long time. You have to understand that. I think I saw the stats. Ole Miss had not beat a top 5 team. It had been
right.
I mean,
pretty good while.
A really, really long time. And they are legit. I mean, like I said, watching them finally and seeing what they have on the field and knowing that 2 of their best players didn't even play.
Yeah.
And the quarterback got hurt the first series of the game and limped around the rest of the game and still were able to do that. I mean, now I did see this thing where Kirby Smart, apparently there was a player for Georgia that had old classmates that were Ole Miss. And he was celebrating with them.
Took pictures with them.
And took pictures with them. And
he didn't hold back on how he felt.
No, Kirby, he said, now we got other things to worry about that, but that was just stupid. And so that.
I didn't see that, and I didn't see him and Lane meet after the game. I
don't think it was possible. I don't know that it was possible. I mean, it was funny watching Lane looking at the security going, well, he said something I can't say.
Yeah, I know. He couldn't believe it was happening. That premature rush cost him an additional $100,000.
I keep forgetting you weren't here yesterday. They said if you were in the stadium, the referee's microphone was still on, and he's is Georgia gone? And they were still 6 seconds.
Yeah, I saw the end of it where they rushed it a little quick, didn't it?
When we come back, also something from the weekend in football involving Utah and BYU. We don't talk that a lot here.
Holy game.
But it was really interesting what happened. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes, a lot of us knew him in pro wrestling under the name Sting. He's got a new movie, The Moment of Truth, that kind of chronicles his life and his search for the truth. We have some of the folks with us this morning, George and Kathy King. George actually wrote and has produced the movie. You guys based out of Nashville.
We are. Our company, Dove Canyon Films, is actually in Orange County, California, but I refuse to move from the South.
Right, yes. we understand that. As a matter of fact, Sting was just talking, Steve was talking in the breaks that when he was based out of Atlanta, he got some exposure to the show. So you're almost a Southerner. Now, if you lived in Atlanta that long, even though Atlanta's not exactly the South, it's close.
I can say that I was in Alpharetta.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Alpharetta.
That,
yeah,
you know,
well, that's outside Atlanta.
Yeah,
so,
that's right. You know,
well, hey, it's close,
and
man.
you told us
Straight
that
up 400.
Mark Thompson is your neighbor,
That's
of Mark
right.
and Brian fame.
Well, that
right.
man,
He's
those
my
were the
neighbor.
guys that we listened to when we were teenagers that made us want to get into this business. So we have a lot of respect for them.
Yeah. He watched me squirm one time doing an audition. I was telling you. He's good buddies with Chuck Norris's brother Aaron Norris, and I was doing an audition for a Walker Texas Ranger, and there was a guy sitting there watching me. I never knew it, but it was Mark.
And so he's made fun of you ever since about that?
Absolutely not, because I got the part.
Oh, all right. He watched you squirm, but you pulled it off.
That's right.
The movie, George, tell us, and we'll look at a trailer, and you can listen to it too. There's audio with it. The movie basically tells a story. Bottom line.
You know what? It's Steve's story. It's a story of a guy who grew up in Southern California, who, you know what? Life always is about curveballs. Never about a fastball. It's about curveballs. He thought he was going to be going to Hollywood, be an actor, and suddenly somebody shows up in the gym, and his whole life turns around, and he ends up in a car, an '83 T-Bird, headed for Nashville. And you know, when you're the storyteller, as he starts telling me about his life on the phone, and my wife Catherine manages him in his ministry side of his career. He was at our kitchen table, and he started talking about this, and I went, I didn't know much about wrestling. Both of my sons were like, they could give me detail.
Okay, yeah.
Detail, baby. But I really, you know, it's nice. And then they started telling me these stories, and it was hilarious. And there were two other wrestlers in the room, Nikita Koloff and Ted DiBiase, and they started talking about the road. And because I grew up as a musician, the road is the road.
Oh, yeah.
And there's stories out there.
Sure there are.
And I started laughing, and that started the process of the movie, because the movie's got lots of humor, and it's all about a bunch of guys, sports guys, out there doing this very difficult ballet. It's a violent ballet.
Yeah.
But when you see him, when you see a 6'4" guy come off the top rope,
it's unbelievable,
and smash into the ring, I mean, I know Steve, it doesn't hurt, right?
No.
Yeah,
it tickles.
I'm gonna tell you, I mean,
and how many surgeries you say you had a minute ago?
I've had three. Yeah. Totally reconstructed my left knee right here in Birmingham, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, some of the best in the world are right here.
That's right.
We have a trailer that we want to listen to and look at. The Sting, the movie, it should be on DVD and available beginning October the 12th. This month, sting-themovie.com. You can find out more there at the website, and it'll be available on that website, but will there be distribution in stores?
It'll be in all the Christian outlets first. Kind of a tip of our hat to our brothers that run those little stores. And then it'll be in Walmart and Blockbuster and Hollywood Video in November. So it'll be everywhere.
So Christian bookstores and stores October 12th, November, available everywhere, and you can find out more sting-themovie.com.
That's right.
All right, let's take a look and listen to the trailer of The Moment of Truth.
You gotta make them believe that the ballet is real. Like you're near death. Something's about to snap. Your eyes must tell the story. You gotta make them believe the unbelievable.
Help me. Be careful what you pray for. You just might get it.
He is the WCW Heavyweight Champion of the world. This is Sting.
And when you get what you want, is that all there is?
You got all the money in the world, don't you?
Speedy gals. And I'm miserable. I am miserable. I don't want to live my life like this. Am I alone? You gotta be kidding me. We can't get past 60 seconds without having some kind of an argument.
Back 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us today. Okie dokie. So yesterday, we never got to this story on our recap of the sports stories over the weekend. And usually in our part of the world, there's not a lot of, if you go to the sports talk, you're not going to hear a lot of discussion of BYU and Utah, the Holy War. But it became a big story because both teams are very good. BYU undefeated. And now in the Big 12, is that right? With the Big 10, I don't know 12, who's what 12. Now. Big 12, yeah, in the Big 12. But anyways, so it's weird that you have, but they're in there, and the Utes are in there as well, and so there was a play at the end of the BYU Utah game that has people so mad that the athletic director goes to the press conference and just says, we were robbed.
You don't see that much.
Right.
And that's going to cost him a little bit, I have a feeling.
We regret right now being in this conference. I haven't seen officiating that bad. But he just went crazy. But the controversy is that Utah has a chance to beat the undefeated, what is BYU? They're the Cougars. So, and the call that turned the game around was defensive holding. And we're looking at it right now, and you've had people comment on it saying this was something that was going on the entire game, and it's a 50-50 call, and this decided the game because Utah gets a sack in the end zone, and now it turns into an automatic first down, and BYU wins the game by 1 point.
Well, you have I assume the side judge called that, and he's looking at him going down the field, probably doesn't see the sack in the end zone, so he made a legitimate call. Was it?
It looked like hand fighting to me. It didn't like holding.
Was it holding or not
at
a critical juncture?
Yeah.
So
here's the end. You're gonna love this. Yeah. Here we go.
12 years. This game was absolutely stolen from us. We were excited about being in the Big 12, but tonight I am not. We won this game. Someone else stole it from us. Very disappointed. I will talk to the commissioner. This was not fair to our team. I'm disgusted by the professionalism of the officiating crew tonight. Thank you.
And I'm out.
He even went to midfield before Whitehat could get off the field and gave him an earful. He rushed out quick after the game.
So was that the only call he had a problem with, or did he feel like there was...
Seeing that it was fourth down and they sacked the quarterback and could have won the game, yeah, that was a big deal.
Well, I mean, again, the referee that called it probably was not looking at what was happening, in the backfield.
Well, nobody was saying that. I'm just saying that they were just saying it hadn't been called all night, to Rick's point, and then they call it. But this is him going out giving him an earful.
A little finger wagging going on. Oh, big time finger wagging. Yeah. Oh, wow.
So, how much fine did he get so far?
40,000, I think, is the AD himself got fined.
The AD has been fined $40,000. Yeah.
Look, ADs do pretty good, but that'll hit you in the old wallet right there.
A lot of passion.
Yep.
A lot of passion.
Yep.
I bet somebody will pick it up for him.
Oh yeah, I don't think he's paying.
But it's I didn't watch the whole game how it unfolded. So did that sack? I know that would have been fourth down, and Utah gets the ball.
Mm-hmm.
So did BYU go down and score to win?
Yeah, they kicked a field goal.
Oh, kicked a field goal.
And field goal. Full gold. I said gold again.
Yeah, you'll say gold, but that's all right. That's all right.
And BYU
Don't
won.
we all say that?
No, it's field gold.
No, it's field gold.
It's field gold.
I'll probably do the same
Goal.
Yeah,
Yeah,
gold.
Some people
nothing
lay
gold
on every
on the
syllable.
field.
Right. 22-21, BYU won.
So you're saying they went down to kick the winning field goal?
They went on to, that was fourth down.
That
Utah sacked the quarterback. Game over.
Game's over.
And that gave them an automatic first down, and they went on to kick a game-winning.
Yeah, that's what I was at. Yeah, so it did decide the game, and that's why the AD is upset. And I guess to your point, I understand what you're saying, Bubba, too. But and we had is it Joe Flack?
Mm-hmm.
He was saying the problem with it is this was not called the entire game. This hand fighting had been. He said if an official comes into a game and says I'm gonna call hand fighting defensive holding or offensive pass interference, and I'm gonna do that the whole game. Everybody get in line. He said the problem he had with it's a 50-50 call, and they weren't calling it all night, and it obviously had gone on to the same level multiple times. And then in this moment, he decides to call it, and it was a real crucial moment. Mm-hmm. And it really had nothing to do with the play. It wouldn't look like the guy would have been open, and the quarterback could have got him the ball. I mean, the quarterback was clearly the defense made a play to win the game.
Yeah,
and so
and look, we're not familiar with this rivalry, but the Holy War is the name of the and I can't believe they even are able to still call it a war. But this is their biggest game of the year between the two of them.
Now, why do they call it a holy war? I mean, I
the
get
Mormons.
I get the BYU,
Yeah.
but what Utah?
And
they're not having
too. I don't know.
Yeah, they're not having the season
it's just
they want.
they're both in the same state, I guess, right? So
yeah, Utah and Utah State.
A lot of Mormons up there.
Yeah. I mean, BYU, Utah.
Utah, and Utah State all in Utah.
Yeah,
and so it goes much deeper than just hey BYU's
it's a
undefeated.
Judgment call. There's nothing. I mean,
this was a big rivalry game, and Utah is not having the season they wanted. They're like 1-5.
I know,
in
and they
the
were
conference.
ranked high.
Yeah, 4-5 overall. And
do you think if you're the coach of the Utes, you like your AD pitching a fit like that, or you wish you wouldn't?
I'm thinking he's proud. He's glad he supports him. He probably thinks he went maybe a little over the top, but at least he said it so he didn't have to. I could be tore up about something and headed to the microphone to just absolutely unload on somebody. Mm-hmm. And if you beat me to it, I'm kind of happy you did. So I don't have to do it. And then you don't get the repercussion for looking bad.
Yeah, that's
But
good.
it was said.
Right. Yeah, that is good. Now, Bubba, you told me video 12 that Cam Bynum of the Vikings did the ray gun breakdancer dance after scoring.
Yes.
So he does. Some people were trying to ask me how to sing this. I had not. So here he goes. So he scores, and now he's doing the whole.
He picked the ball off to secure the game.
Okay.
And he's doing the ray gun moves.
Get it all.
Yeah. Have you seen there's one Adler where they edit in her move and then him doing it. Her move and then him doing it.
Yeah.
It is the funniest thing.
So you have that, which is hilarious, and then now everybody is celebrating with the Trump dance. You know how he'll get out there and do a little Trump dance?
Gosh,
the entire 49ers defensive line does it here.
Yeah.
And it shows that college football players are doing it. Frat houses are it's funny that now that's the thing. That's
everybody's
the Trump dance.
doing it.
Everybody's doing it, and we're all doing it
together.
all doing it together.
By the way, that's a good one
dance.
off the text line. So you're telling me a judgment call ends the holy war?
That's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, so somebody had explained it. They said in Utah you're either Mormon or you're not. That's why it's the holy war.
See. Okay.
So it's basically two sides. You either are or you're not.
I got you. Okay. There you go.
Somewhere around
that makes sense.
Somewhere around 60% Mormon in the state of Utah.
Top of the hour. If you're leaving us, enjoy the day. Don't forget the Rick and Bubba archives. You can go back and grab any part of the show you missed. If you're staying with us, hang in there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't believe this. I just did a huge show. I've been on the road for 5 days. I'm so tired. I'm getting blasted by fans. Now I'm getting blasted by my wife. I just want to order room service, go to sleep, and get up and fly home. You gotta be kidding me.
Dove Canyon Films presents a George King film, a Mitchell Gallen production. Sting, Moment of Truth. of one of the wrestling world's greatest champions.
Now, the readers want to know, was there somebody special? Yeah, one. Her name was Sue, and she was so special, I had to marry her. I love you.
I love you too.
Trade in the movie. I mean, something
man,
so
I'll tell you
personal.
what, I'm sweating right now.
I am too.
I'm sweating bullets,
I am
man.
too.
Yeah, it's tough because it reminds me of where I was, you know, and and I'm exposing myself to the world.
Transparent.
You know? Yeah.
But you know what? That's what impacts people.
Yeah, it's amazing because when I was coming out of the helicopters and at the very peak of my career, fans didn't know it, but I was literally falling apart. And, you know, to have all the money, I had money, fame, I had power, I could, like, make or break other careers at the time, and creative control and just everything that went with it. But, man, everything in my life was out of control. I was losing my marriage, losing my family. I had two boys that I envisioned another man eventually bringing up my boys because my wife was just, you know, so close to leaving me, and with good reason. And also, you know, it led to pills and alcohol. It led to prescription medication. I was taking muscle relaxers. I was taking pain medication, and I was drinking to boot, you know.
Yeah, those are not a good combination.
No. Bad combination.
It even says it right there on the label.
That's right.
But you know, you were taken through all that, so now, you know, when you say you're going to be somewhere, you know, people who might normally have never come out because they've got some kind of feeling about going to a church or some kind of feeling about hearing an evangelist or something like that, they're just turned off by it. And that's not to say we don't have great people that are doing that. There's some wonderful people who are doing, you know, great work for the kingdom. However, there's also a section of our society that the reason why you've been through this is so when you say, come here, what happened to me, they'll come.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that they will, you know. I mean, of course, I know that there are going to be people that are going to squirm. They're going to be very uncomfortable with it. They don't want to hear it. But then there's going to be others that will. So
we'll come back. We got a lot of callers.
A lot of callers. We'll try to roll through them quick and get those to you.
Sting-themovie.com. Sting Moment of Truth should be available beginning October the 12th on DVD. If you're listening to us and watching us in Birmingham, check it out, Word of Life Christian Center on Roebuck Parkway tonight, 7 o'clock. It's free, open to everyone. And if you need more information, just contact the top of the hour. Steve Borden is with us. Most of you who followed pro wrestling knew him best as Sting. The movie coming out, Sting-themovie.com. The movie was called Moment of Truth. And we were just told by Kathy King, who is also part of the president of Access Management. She said you can go ahead and order the movie online if you want to. So if you're wanting to get a copy of the DVD, it will release on October 12th. But if you want to go ahead and order a copy today, you can by going to that website, sting-themovie.com. It'll be released into Christian stores October 12th, and then everybody else gets it in November. So it's just kind of how you want to get it.
And Rick, look, I hate to bring this up, but some of the ladies that are just listening on radio wants to know if Sting still has his long hair. And it is kind of long, but not as long as it was at one time.
Yeah, no, it's chopped off.
Yeah, actually now...
Ladies, please, come on now.
In a strange move, ladies, he's actually now sporting a mullet, which I didn't see coming. No. Yeah. When you wear headphones, I've discovered now that's the thing. When you have headphones, if you still have some long in the back, everybody calls you and says, oh, you got a mullet. I get that every day. But I had a mullet in the 80s, and I was proud of it.
Sure, absolutely. Sure, and it was a good one.
Let's continue.
Let's get these calls, and we'll roll through them quickly, Rick.
Jeremy's in Gadsden, Alabama. You're on with Steve. Go ahead.
Hey, Steve, I want to tell you, God bless you, brother. I've been a fan ever since Spike Cut Blonde Hair Day.
All right.
But I want to let you know, ask you a question. Did you seem to have a trouble with the other wrestlers like the Ric Flairs and the Hulk Hogan?
Well, that's a good question,
Jerry. Your life? I mean,
when you come out and say, hey, something's happened to me, how were you received?
Yeah, well, you know what? I had tried to get off taking the pain medication and all that a couple times before, couldn't do it, and didn't go to any kind of rehab or anything like that, because of course I knew I could just do it on my own. But it wasn't until I gave my life to the Lord that He gave me the ability to get off of that stuff. But He also empowered me. My brother, who is now my pastor, told me, he said, Steve, you're going to want to share. You're going to want to tell people what happened to you in your life, And, boy, I'll tell you what, one by one or in groups of 2 or 3, it was Hulk Hogan to Bill Goldberg to Ric Flair to Eric Bischoff, you name it, every single person.
That's right, baby. Thanks for being with us today. 6 minutes past from the Big Boy Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology, we come to you all from Sweet Home, Alabama. Goes out to the rest of the world, both live and archived on various platforms. Find them all at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Speedy, Greg Adler here. Say hello and back from the sick bed, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Glad to be here.
How you feeling?
I'm so far so good.
So good?
Yeah, hanging in there. Got a few squirrels in the attic, but we'll be all right.
So how much better do you feel than your worst moment over the weekend?
Oh, 1,000%.
Yeah. Isn't it a great feeling when you finally start feeling like yourself again?
Yeah. I mean, Sunday, I was like, will I ever, you start thinking, am I going to die?
Right.
Really. I mean, you think, will I ever get out of the bed ever again?
Ever again. So, Speedy, scroll down on the text. So, You remember when we were talking to Greg Leg, and he said for some reason we couldn't hear him? He actually sent us a text, and I didn't know about this. There it is. Okay. So he says, for some reason, y'all couldn't hear me. I want to see if you guys have heard about the SEC referee scandal, how they're trying to change the outcome of football games, saying it's quite obvious in some games. That's what I was going to ask, but y'all couldn't hear me. He said, maybe y'all want to read the internet. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's funny.
Got a way to catch that one, Greg and Run. I have not heard anything about that.
I know when a call goes against your team.
It's just typical fandom.
It's just hard to accept it. Mm-hmm. And there are some calls that are bad and missed. We got that. We can go back and look at them. But I would say this, the referees that I know personally.
How many do you know?
4 or 5.
Okay.
Are some of the most honest, top shelf guys I know.
Now, you never had your picture made like them in their uniform next to you, I hope.
No. I don't want to bring out the hate mail.
There you go.
But
right.
But I think they strive for professionalism, and they know that they're under the microscope more than ever, and they want to get it right. But some of the calls they have to make at the speed of the game now is incredible.
Right.
And most of the time when they go back and review it, they're probably pretty close.
It looks like a lot of that he's talking about after going to the internet, like he suggested.
Are you reading?
Is from message boards.
That's always reliable.
It must be real.
Now Shane Beamer. He called the SEC head of officiating after Saturday, the September loss to LSU, with some complaints. But I'm sitting here looking through some of the message boards, and I don't see like official stories like there's an official investigation or something. I think people are calling for one.
So, Greg, it looks like message boards only. So, I haven't heard anything.
That's just a quick look at the internet.
So now he claims they're trying to change the outcome of the game. And
that's what he's saying. Yeah.
For what reason?
And how do you have an opportunity to? Yeah, come on,
a lot of money up in there.
But now Bubba's called that they have rigged 7-game playoff systems.
Well, no, that's not the referees or the umpires. That's a higher level rigging.
Different Illuminati.
Yeah, that's just everybody going, look, guys, it's better if we carry this to 7. You win yours at home, I win mine at home. We'll play 7 on the field and see who wins.
Everybody knows that's different.
I mean, that's just everybody knows that.
Now, by the way, let me first of all say,
and when somebody gets on them in the media about it, watch that series will go 4-0.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
5 games gone.
Yep.
Changing outcome.
Bubba's been following this. He's got a huge amount of evidence on this.
Sure.
Watching. I don't. This is not me talking about that scandal, because I don't know anything about that scandal.
I don't know about that.
Now, it was raised. I was raised up saying that these were part-time job people that were trying to cost my dad a full-time job. He said that over and over, and even told one of his friends from college that he liked him until he put the uniform on, and once he put on the refereeing outfit, he hated him.
That's funny.
But anyway, I will say this. This is not about this. Now, there's no doubt, we've all seen what's called in like smaller time football and stuff like that, home cooking.
Yeah.
You know, back in the early days before there was so much official officiating, when sometimes the guy on the field where you were playing on the road, if you looked, his penalty flag was actually an oil rag from where he worked over at the, over at the filling station. He loves the team you're playing.
Yeah.
And now you would get some calls in those games that were kind of like, well, that looks like
if you ever see
to...
the referee like pat one of the home team players on the back after they score a touchdown, you think, wait a minute, what's he doing?
Did you see go to the NFL in officiating? Mahomes was mic'd up, or Mike caught him. He was asking Whitehat if he could give him a heads up if somebody was coming, and he couldn't see him.
That's funny. That is funny. Well,
hey, can you give me a heads up if somebody's coming?
You know how you have these moments.
I'd add for that too.
And again, this was out in that world that we're talking about. And by the way, some people said they really enjoyed that.
That's
when you
funny.
go into the world of there are no rules, and we're talking about junior varsity football, or you know this kind of world where you go out there, nobody cares about it. There's no rules of any kind. And is this it right here?
Yeah, Adler actually had it pulled up. I didn't even know that.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
New starter for the Broncos comes from the Dolphins. Gain of 2, flag thrown on the play.
Can you let me know if he gets close?
Yes, Patrick.
Can you let me know if he gets close?
Yeah. Can you let me know when the guy's close to hit me? Come on.
That's funny. But
watch out! He knew. I mean, he was joking, but he knew by saying that to give him a handle.
But I remember I was in one of these helping coach in this no world where there's no rules, no regulations. And we're just thankful the officials came. Yeah. And we were playing on the road, and we got down inside the red zone, and to score is to win. Okay, and we score, flag on the play. We come back, we score again, flag on the play. Mm-hmm. And I just finally said, I said, so we're not going to score, are we? And I just looked at him. I said, so every time we score, you're going to bring it back till we don't score. And the guy just sat there and looked at me, and of course he wouldn't admit it. And sure enough, we got.
He didn't get 15 on top.
Every single time we scored, they would drop a flag and call holding, and then the one time that we didn't score, that was the end of the game. So, and you just kind of go, this is not going to happen. But again, that's not not the SEC. I mean,
big difference.
That's playing in the wrong county on the wrong night, you know? And they don't want their team to lose, and they can say something about it, so they're not going to. And but you know, there's we've seen some things in sport that we would not have ever thought was real when it involves that kind of money and all that kind of stuff. So
it's right. That's having a Hawkeye, on that situation or having people watch over it probably helps to keep it in line.
Yeah. And somebody said what Mahomes was talking about is he said this is kind of like receivers can ask if they're on the line. What he was asking the official is actually allowed. If you don't see my guys lined up right, let me know.
So he was talking about linemen, not the defenders coming together.
He's talking about his own line.
Interesting.
Let me ask you this too. What is the absolute rule? I see a lot of the wideouts. They'll ask the line judge if they're in line, and do they say yay or nay? I see them asking it all the time.
Yeah, they do.
And they let them tell them that?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Because it's hard to tell when you're out there.
Right, right. He's got a better view of the line.
Now, what I have seen is receivers get flagged for not asking, and then are lined up, offside.
Right, right.
And or asking and not moving.
I told you I saw, and I can't remember which game it was. I watched several over the weekend laying on the couch, but about the lineman not being on the line far enough, like a tackle will get back, expecting a pass rush, trying to get.
Sure.
And they called him on it where they all do that to some degree. I think they give you like to the belt or something of the guard, but I was like, wow, that was a little nitpicky.
Yeah, I don't know that you could be heady enough to do this as a defensive lineman, but I'm always looking for angles. And I'm watching, and I realize that the official will always call holding on the offensive line if he takes you to the ground. So because they hold on every play by the letter of the law.
Yeah,
really,
but you just have to hold internally, not externally.
And they teach them to grab you on the sternum of your shoulder pads and just don't get out here.
Yeah.
But if they take you even down by that, they call it.
Right.
So I think if I looked and I realized that we were beat, I think I would just take the offensive lineman and fall to the ground, and I think they'd call it. I think they'd call it.
Nice. And the other thing, if you're being held while you're pursuing the quarterback, throw your hands up.
Yes.
That always gets their attention.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I don't think
could
they
master
teach
that.
enough? I think they ought to teach, like, the defense, if there's a fumble, everybody say it's our ball right away and just start running off the field. Right. I think you'd get more calls.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What happened to me, and every single guy shook my hand and said, you know what you're doing is good, and what you're doing is right. But then, some of them would follow it up by saying, but I can't go there right now.
Oh, yeah.
And I wasn't trying to push anything on anybody. All I was doing was saying, hey, this is what happened to me in my life,
yeah.
and I'm trying to repair it, and you know what, I need to.
But that's how you impact people. I mean, if you start trying to, point the Bible at them, tell them, hey, you got to change, that doesn't have an effect as, here's my story, here's what happened to me. I'm telling you, I know he's real based on where I am right now today.
But don't get me wrong. A lot of those guys were waiting for me to fall off.
Well, sure, because it makes you feel better.
Yeah, they were glad to see, you're hanging it up.
I found out when I first became a believer and started submitting to his authority and living, having fruit, that I found a lot of my old friends, even though they said good for you, really didn't want it to work out because that might force them to have to look at themselves.
That's right.
And they didn't want that.
That's right.
They wanted to see there wasn't anything to it, so they didn't have to worry about it.
Right. So you let your example be your testimony, and that's what I did. And they'd say, someone would say, hey, we're going to go out and do whatever, and I'd say, hey, you can come up to my room for Bible study and milk and cookies.
Let's go to Christy, Gadsden, Alabama. Also, Christy, go ahead.
Yes, I've been a fan for a very, very long time, and I consider this to be a blessing. When I first heard that Sting had gave his life to God, it made me want to get up and do something because, growing up in the 90s, we had many influences, and wrestling was a big influence. I mean, the Hulk Hogan's, the Bret Harts, all that. Right. So when I heard about it, I was like, I want to do something, but I still go through my, I still went through my hard times, but now I'm in my spiritual growth, and going through your spiritual growth is kind of hard because you still have your temptations all around you.
Yeah, that's always there.
Oh, yeah, and what my question is that for a person like me who's going through this spiritual growth, and I just wanted to say God bless you, Sting, because I love you, man, but you're a big influence, but what do you tell a person like me who still has the temptations around her 24/7, and she's just I feel like I'm stuck in it, which I know I'm not, but...
Yeah, well, you know what? The Bible says that, as long as you're following the Lord, He will always, not sometimes, but always give you a way of escape. So, in other words, He'll give you the ability to do the 180 and turn around and walk the other way. And surround yourself with the right kind of people. I don't know what kind of people you're surrounding yourself with, but
this neighborhood around here.
And, well, sometimes it's a neighborhood. Sometimes it's people you work with or you go to school with or whatever. But try as hard as you can to surround yourself with the right people. Feed it, and it will grow. Starve it, and it will die. And that's what you want to do.
Well, I will maintain my walk with God. I will tell you that.
Thank you, Christy.
I heard Charles Stanley speaking about temptation this week, and, beyond being saved or Christian, your eternity, but in a walk daily. And he was talking about the, we kind of ebb and flow on our actual relationship with God. And and it's our fault when we're, on a low point. But he was talking about one way to fight that is to get that relationship, because if you're in His Word and you're praying and you feel that warm feeling and you're in fellowship with Him,
right,
that the temptation has no chance. It's only when we distance ourselves from that the temptation can come in and set up camp.
Well, we are what we eat,
Yeah.
We are what we eat.
Well, and again, I mean, you see in the Bible, it's very straightforward. Even when Jesus was being tempted by Satan, he responded with Scripture. He didn't try to make a deal or fight, even though he knew he
outsmart.
Yeah, you don't try to get in and say, I'm gonna put myself in a bad situation, and I know I'm strong enough to handle it.
Right.
I tell my teenagers this. I said, if you really want to fight temptation and win, the best thing to do is change the situation. If you find something, you're in a bad situation, get up and leave.
That's right.
You got to let Him fight that battle, too.
Right.
If you get in a card game with the devil, you will lose.
Right.
Because He is a good card player.
Well, that's why in James, when he talks about submission, he says, submit yourself to God, resist the devils. The next thing he says, he said, you don't sit there and toil with him. Just you got to go the other way.
Our Speedy taught us flee.
Right, run the other way.
Sure.
877 we be big.
Quotes Matthew a lot. Thanks, Speedy.
Marcus in Alex City. Marcus, go ahead.
Hey, not Alex City, but Tuscaloosa.
Well, I'm sorry. It said Alex City on the board. I apologize. You go ahead.
I was all right. I can't follow that. I just have 4 quick questions for Sting.
Okay.
Were you ever a horseman?
Yeah, for a short period, yeah.
Okay, outside the ring, do you really get along with Flair?
Yes, I do. I have a lot of respect for him. He did a lot for me. He put me on the map.
Yes, he did. And last question, what do you think about the up-and-coming Randy Orton?
You know what? He is one of the...
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get some more of your phone calls in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We do have an update on a story we've already brought you. Now, the kickoff hour hit you with this, but that's been a while ago now. I want to be sure you know this.
It's a Rick and Bubba news.
Story we've already brought you. Everybody say.
It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Bubba, you remember the 40-plus, 43 monkeys that broke loose?
Oh, yeah.
From Alpha Genesis in South Carolina. 43 monkeys escaped. 25 have been caught. But that's not 43.
Yep.
We have 25 of the 43 monkeys back.
The smarter ones?
Yes. So
they don't want to go
the
back
ones that are eluding capture?
No. So that's...
go back in cage, let them test mascara on you.
Yeah. they said the 25...
Dress you up every day.
Yeah.
No, that's
see
terrible.
how it affects you.
25...
ride a dog.
But no, this is, Greg, to your point, is this not a very ironic headline? Considered what these monkeys are in store for.
Yeah.
Here's the line. Good news, the 25 recaptured monkeys are in good health.
Yeah.
Well, not for long. Not for long. But isn't it funny? So we can get them back. But they're still around.
They got some teeth.
Says the town's 2,200 residents have still been asked to keep their doors and windows closed. And anyone who spots the monkeys are warned against approaching these skittish animals and are asked to instead call 911. So,
does anybody find one and keep one?
Oh no, I'll promise you, there's some idiots out there that do that.
Yeah.
You can count on that.
Yeah.
Look at them in the wild.
They say they're acting up right outside the fence line on one of them.
Oh, really?
You know they don't want to go back.
No.
You know what? That's not a bad life for them right there.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, of course, they're probably full of disease, but I mean,
no telling what's been done.
There's no telling.
Telling what they're carrying.
Let me tell you that now.
Does this scream Wuhan just a little bit?
Right? Does it?
Now,
Well,
they claim they were too young.
Yeah,
to be, they were
yeah.
just getting raised to the age.
Correct.
That they will
Greg,
be
that's
tested.
Correct. They
I
had not.
get it.
They
I
had not
know.
been used yet.
That sounds as good as anything.
Say? What else you gonna say?
I
I'm
agree.
just saying.
Yeah.
Well, the original story.
I tell you what. Here it is. Hey, there's 18 monkeys on the loose. Somebody's got to do something. 25 is not 43.
So if they stay out in the wild, what happens to them here in the U.S. because they're not native to North America? Is it too cold here in the winter for them?
It's a good question. South Carolina is a relatively mild climate, but it does get cold.
It gets cold.
But it does
winter.
get cold.
Yeah.
Where are they from? Anybody know where they're from? What's their nation of origin?
Yamasi.
They look like I see them in India a lot. These
I think you're right.
around the temples and all.
Is that the ones that
You're
go
the
and start
expert.
robbing, pulling stuff away?
Well,
from
the people's ancestors.
Why are you asking us?
Oh wait, Yamasi's the town in South Carolina. That's not the kind of monkey.
No,
it's known for its monkeys.
I don't think this monkey is native to South Carolina. I gotta go.
What's the bag limit on them? Do you know?
Well, let me tell you. The reason why this story is still going is because it's in South Carolina, not Alabama.
Right.
If this was an Alabama story, the monkeys might be found, but they would not be able to report them to be in good health.
No.
There's about 6 to 9 subspecies of the rhesus monkey, and it's not spelled like the candy. I'm probably saying it wrong.
No, you're right.
RHESUS, and they're Chinese derived and Indian derived.
Yes, they are.
So they're an old world monkey. Ooh.
Real hot in India, real hot. So, so hot.
That ain't the ones they train to climb trees and pick coconuts, is it? Remember them?
Probably.
The story on
Now, now they're often
they throw them at people sometimes.
Yeah, Greg, they're often confused with the capuchin.
Now the capuchin is what was riding the dog in our old
Right. Well, a capuchin is
that what it
actually they're
was?
actually helpful to people. They can until of course they turn on you, but they're the ones that help out people in their homes and become comfort animals and your little assistant.
Yeah, we had a couple of them come by.
Now, what was the one that got loose
Capuchin.
at Gulf Shores?
That was a capuchin.
That was capuchin.
Well, he was a
He was
help. wasn't
extremely friendly.
he? Yeah, now he was friendly. You got to give him that.
I think he took
And he had a grip to beat the band.
he took the call to help to another place.
Yeah, he really did.
When we didn't, that's not
Or
what,
the call to love, I guess.
Well, there's no question about that.
Here's
I'm not
your
sure it was
different kinds
love.
of
Though.
monkeys.
I'm not sure it was love.
Spider.
Yeah,
It
that was
was
lust.
Okay.
There's the old capuchin. The capuchin, he was the one riding the dog, and he had a little jockey uniform on.
Yeah.
But really, if I'm not mistaken, it was the capuchin in the Outbreak movie, right? It was.
Yeah, I think it was.
I think it was.
Oh yeah.
They're what I call
that
the
spider
organ
monkey.
grinder monkey.
Hey,
right?
go back.
I
To
like
that.
them howlers.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Oh, you've been to the zoo and heard them go off.
Oh,
they-
my goodness, the howler monkey.
I mean,
and
they love it.
Why do you think they do that?
Yeah.
You can hear them
The
when you're in the parking
Regis,
lot.
the Regis monkey to me is the scariest one.
Which
he
one?
looks like he means business. You know
You
what
say
I mean?
Regis?
Yeah. He
Well,
did.
how do you say
You're
it?
talking about the one that's out right now in South Carolina?
Put it back
Reese's.
up.
All right, go back up.
Reese's.
Reese's.
Yeah, Reese's.
That Regis one.
Well,
Especially when he hosted that show.
No G anywhere
look at
in
the
there.
teeth
let me
on the
tell you.
Regis.
Let me tell you. the
I
monkey-
loved him on To Be a Millionaire.
I don't
I'm
mind
gonna throw my cough syrup at you.
I don't mind the Regis. I don't mind the Regis monkey as much as I don't like the Kathy Lee one.
Man, those some teeth on that boy.
My goodness, the teeth, the chompers.
Yeah, that's the one that's out in South Carolina right now.
Yeah.
That's not good.
That was
18 of them still going.
And they probably, I hate to bring this up, but I would think their gun season's about to start for white-tailed deer if it hadn't already started.
You're right. I bet both seasons are already rolling.
When's monkey season?
They said, as y'all said, they are seeing.
That'll get 'em.
They seem to be near the research fence line, as Speedy said, and they bed down in the trees for a night. Well, why don't they just go get them?
Not a lot of food sources out there, so that's how they're enticing them with food. And
Well, that's
and
how
so
you catch Bubba and me too.
Yeah. Did they go for the old banana on the end of the fishing line?
I heard they call them up, going, "Here, Regis."
Put a banana on a fishing pole. So, by the way, I don't like this right here, guys, and I know y'all know this in the area. The Alpha Genesis facility has 5,000 of them.
That's a lot.
Different
of money.
varieties.
It's a lot of monkeys.
Different varieties. That's too many monkeys near me.
How about one more fence?
No.
How about the DA that left the door unlocked?
Yeah, you fed them and left it
You
open.
can't. They can work on
Well,
the
it
door
goes back-
handle.
it goes back
You
to
got to
what-
lock them in padlock.
It goes back to what I said
I knows
before.
that.
Think about everything that you experience right now where there's service and somebody's been given a responsibility. Okay?
Yeah, it's not very good.
We know the quality of people has gone way down. And that's no big deal if it's something as simple as, there's a grocery cart in the way. But when it comes to I'm the one in charge of the monkeys to be sure everything's locked, well, I got to have that person. That person got to be a hoss.
Yeah.
It
really does.
The people that are in charge of making sure wild animals don't come after those of us in the neighborhood, that's got to be another level of excellence.
Yep.
Yeah.
They got a really important job.
I heard
Bubba, next thing you know, the snake person's.
No, I know.
Yes. I heard that they were asking the monkeys to come back, and the monkeys actually commented. Here it is if you guys want.
Okay, go ahead.
So that's alarming. That's slightly alarming.
It is. So
monkey rode up on a horse talking. That scared me to death.
How long?
Dog.
If they don't get the other 18 in, how long till there's some human-monkey interaction that goes
It's
bad?
going to happen.
Oh yeah.
Depends on when hunting season starts.
Right.
Yeah, we need to check that for South Carolina.
What if you're the game warden for that county and you're like, I don't have this on my list.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with this. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
City, that's Tuscaloosa.
Well, I'm sorry. It said Alex City on the board. I apologize. You go ahead.
Oh, it's all right. I can't follow that. I just have 4 quick questions for Sting.
Okay.
Were you ever a horseman?
Yeah, for a short period, yeah.
Okay, outside the ring, do you really get along with Flair?
Yes, I do. I have a lot of respect for him. He did a lot for me. He put me on the map.
Yes, he did. And last question, what do you think about the up-and-coming Randy Orton?
You know what? He is one of the best up-and-comers going right now. There's something about him. I think he has star quality and quite possibly even superstar quality.
The lead singer of Alabama is wrestling.
Tommy in Beaufort, Georgia. Go ahead, Tommy.
Hey, Monkey Grass guys.
Thank you, brothers. Appreciate you calling.
It's a great day to finally get into Rick and Bubba and see Sting on there. I'm actually from Beaufort, Georgia, which is right down the road from where he used to have a Gold's Gym. And I remember as a little kid, always trying to drive down there and try to see him. Him and Lex Luger.
Later turned to Main Event Fitness. That's
yeah.
right. Yeah.
And so growing up in the South, because Atlanta is the South, Rick.
Well, I know. Outside of Atlanta, you're right.
Right. Wrestling was always huge. And I remember when I was a senior in high school, once I found out that Sting had become a Christian in his life outside the ring, we actually started a wrestling Bible study at my house. And we would do a Bible study from 7 to 8 and then watch Nitro from 8 to 10. having up
What
to 50...
a contrast. Wow. You got the angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other.
Sting-themovie.com. The movie is Sting, Moment of Truth. He'll also be at the Word of Life Christian Center tonight in Alabama, there on Roebuck Parkway in the Birmingham area, 7 p.m., and it is open to the public, man. We wish you nothing but the best.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. "35 minutes past the hour. Hello to you today, America. Have you thought about the Association of Mature American Citizens? Well, you saw the mobilization on Election Day. Don't think they didn't play a role in that. Don't think they didn't play a role because this is a lobby that actually is organizing conservative mature American citizens to have our voice heard. I don't know if anybody heard that ringing loud voice on Election Day, but you can still join the Association of Mature American Citizens. Look at it this way. When you think of AARP, they're to the left. Okay, you're like, I would like to have those discounts and wish I could talk to somebody about my Medicare and my Social Security, but then you got to be part of a lobby that goes to the left. Not anymore. The Association of Mature American Citizens, you've got travel discounts, cool stuff, access to advice on Medicare and Social Security, the bi-monthly AMAC magazine, and right now you can join for a year for $1. So take a stand for America and join today at amac.us/bigvox or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, do we I know we were going to get to some other stuff here, but I know over the time we've been in this studio, we've talked about the various journeys to the public restroom. We share that with other people now. And you and I seem to be on the same rotation on when we need to go to the restroom throughout the show. A lot of water. You've been drinking a lot of water being sick. We've been drinking a lot of water. And I hope we didn't. I didn't really know what to do. You and I went in there a minute ago, and you know that you have all the stalls down there. And we've talked about the various things we've seen and heard in those stalls, and you and I were you know, proper spacing on the urinals, and we heard, was the person in the last stall, was he asking for help?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. It's kind of. I don't know. It was some kind of moaning something. I don't know what it was.
Bubba and I are standing there, and also we hear moaning.
We just looked at each other.
And I looked at him, and he looked at me, and I heard morning. And I was like, "He's saying morning," and I thought he can't see us. He's not
through the stall.
Well, no. Then I thought, well, this is another person talking on the phone.
Oh, get a lot of that.
But then it just went silent. There was no other anything. And then you said after I left, because I was like, I'm about to start laughing in here. And
right, you hustled out.
Did he continue?
There was a little more. And,
could you
same thing, Bubba?
No,
could you identify it?
I couldn't even tell you what it was. I couldn't replicate the sound. It was something I don't know. It just, my immediate feeling was clear the area. So,
but I thought, Speedy, because you were going, and I said, "Hey, there's something going on."
So we
in there.
passed each other in the lobby, and you said, "Hey, warning," which I appreciate. That's a good friend. Hey, something's going on in there. And I started. What I do? I turned around and walked
turned around.
back.
He couldn't take it.
I said, "I'm not even going in."
You said, "I don't have to go that bad." The quote was, "I don't have to go that bad."
No, I'll just wait. And so I waited.
You weren't curious?
No, I didn't want to get in that. Because what if somebody is like, somebody help me?
Oh,
and when now I'm opening the stall, I'm crawling under the stall with a man. No, I'm not doing that. Because I know these two weren't going to do it. And so I just turned around. I went back 15 minutes later, next break, and the stall was empty. If it was the big one at the end,
it was
okay.
You know, and that big one on the end, anything could happen.
Yeah,
that's a lot of people's go-to. You get the most privacy down there.
Oh, I love that. But I remember the first time that Larry the Cable Guy said it, and I just said, "Amen." Listen to the TV. He said, "It's the greatest stall available." Is the one that's
you know, you got plenty of room.
It's got the most room. You got a rail if you need it.
Yeah.
Do you think maybe he had? Do you think maybe he had some? Some ear pods in or something like that, and he was just saying morning to somebody, like to his little kid.
But why is that all it was?
I don't know. For some reason I got him with headphones on.
I thought he was saying morning, and at first when I walked in, I looked because I thought maybe somebody was telling us good morning.
Well, that's overdoing being polite if you're sitting on the toilet wishing everybody good morning.
Just if you hear noise, people come in, morning.
I thought my initial thought was he was talking on the phone because we see that so much in there.
Yeah. You could have been calling for his mama.
It's a very chatty bathroom. Yeah.
Mama.
Was he scared? What?
What if it was one of these monkeys they're looking for? You know how they learn to talk? But you said when you went in there was no issue.
There was nobody in there, nothing. And so I was so relieved, no pun intended. Or I would have turned around. If I'd have seen that last stall closed, I would have gone upstairs.
Yeah.
I'm not getting in that.
Can I ask a question?
I'm not getting in it. But he could have literally been going, "Oh, won't y'all help me?"
No,
there wasn't that
the
much
word help
there.
was not in there.
Can I ask you a question? When you guys are going into the bathroom and there's somebody in the stall already, do you want them to kind of like, just make a little bit of rustling noise or something like that so that you know they're in there, like a heads up? That way they're not just like some silent like stalker in there just like.
No, I can see. I always look to see if there's doors closed and locked.
I ruffle some paper around her like.
There's some clearing of the throat.
Yeah, just to be like, hey, I'm in here.
I don't want to. Since I was actually taught the book of Hebrews through the door one time. I don't want to do anything that might bring attention to me.
I get that.
And that somebody start engaging me.
No, don't engage.
To me, that's the worst thing that can happen to me in a public restroom is to be in a stall and somebody engage me. That's the absolute worst.
What if you're saying, "It's burning"?
It's what?
No, it's burning. I don't know. I was just thinking what he could be saying.
Yeah, he could be saying that.
I hope that's not what he's saying.
Right, my first thought, I've thought that before, but I've never said it out loud.
Yeah.
UTI.
Oh, well, you look back and you go, you know what? That had a lot of peppers in it, and I knew better. You know?
Yeah. I knew better.
Have you ever just had a dish that you were saying, you know what? I know how this ends, but it's worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
Chili. I love chili so much.
You're sitting there
That
going,
buffalo
I know how
dip
this
is
ends.
just too good.
It's so
Especially
good.
this third bowl.
Yeah.
Maybe he was saying. Maybe he was saying it was the meatloaf. Like,
He's got him saying
He
stuff.
didn't, it wasn't anything clear like
I
that.
mean,
If
was
you
he
were in there
asking?
and not been such a
was
baby about it, you'd
Well,
know.
well, these two were in there. Won't you look at them?
No, that's
and
not
go,
our
why didn't y'all
role.
help?
You know that's not
Why
our
didn't you go,
role.
hey,
Help.
everything all right in there?
You all right, buddy?
There's a reason why you were in the trash can yesterday, not me.
That's good.
I'm not offering help unless I see blood coming out from under the door. Like, I'm
All
sorry.
right. So
I'm
that's
not
your
doing it.
level,
That's
blood?
the line. That's the line. We're all men. That's the line.
But you understand, Speedy.
Oh, no, I'm not crawling in there
No.
unless somebody goes, help
But
me.
you got to vocalize help.
Do you realize
You
what?
gotta be clear.
Do you realize what a chance you're taking when if you make the call that someone inside a stall shut relieving themselves in that manner? If you don't absolutely know that they're asking you for help, you can't take the chance
No, you're
of starting to engage them. They're like, "What's wrong with you?"
Yeah, you're right. I guess that.
Yeah.
Back to Adler's point. Now he goes a little far with it. I'll give you that, but.
Well, I didn't hear it, so I don't know. It might have just been he was talking on the phone.
I thought it was like Charlie Brown's teacher.
Maybe he got quiet. Maybe he got quiet because he was talking on the phone. Somebody was saying back, well, hello.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That's what happened to Larry Craig too. By the way, he was just trying to help people in the bathroom stall in the airport.
None of us know who that is.
You always thought that he was wrongly accused, didn't you?
Yeah. He was trying to help.
Do you
Who
remember
are we
that?
talking about?
That's a callback to an old story, by the way.
Yeah.
That's way back.
Which one was that?
He was a senator from Idaho.
Oh yeah, I remember. He said
foot tapper.
Yeah, he was a foot tapper.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah.
I didn't know his name.
All you had to do was bring that up, and you had Greg.
Yeah, I remember that. Wow, what a weirdo.
Yeah.
There, now he's off and running. He's remembering it now.
I remember that.
And we got
And you know what he's thinking? That's a funny one, Adler. I wish I'd have remembered it at the beginning.
I know.
You know?
I can't remember his name.
But you should have said the
way back.
foot tapping
foot
senator.
tapper.
You threw the name out there, and I knew there was something with this guy in bathrooms, but I couldn't remember the details either.
Yeah.
So,
He was just trying to help.
Yeah, that's all it was.
so anyway, but it seems like it's okay.
See, Speedy knows he's looking for somebody to trip or fall or something so he can rescue him.
No, I'm not.
So
I
he
wasn't in
knew
there.
if he went in there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
If he went in there,
Okay, when he scared that lady that.
when he went
That's
in there,
not true. I
Greg-
didn't scare her.
Greg, when
You
he-
ran away.
Scared her.
Let me tell you what I think his move
was
would have been
face
too.
planted.
I don't think he would have crawled underneath the door.
No, but he would have put his ear.
No. Let me tell you what he would have done. Because it was available. He would have gone in the stall next to him, stood up on the toilet, and said, "Hey, you okay?"
I know. I wouldn't have done that.
Let me give you a
Yes,
hand.
you would have. Yes, you would have. I know you. Yeah, I know you.
So only this one here, and I'm pointing to Greg.
Yeah.
A lady falls in the parking
Speedy,
lot. She
no.
face plants.
That-
I run over to
Didn't
help.
face plant.
He runs the other way, and he makes fun of me for going to help.
No, she fell,
You said, "Let's go.
Oh, yeah,
Let's go."
but she was embarrassed.
She's
Right.
she's
So I
scared.
could clearly see she was okay. So
She
I
was
tried to act like
elderly.
I
She
tried to act
couldn't
like I
get-
didn't see it.
She couldn't get up.
You know,
He's over. He nearly caught her before she hit the ground.
I wish I'd have been there so I could have given her some shade.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, I forgot about you with that life-saving shade you gave everybody.
Hey, it was hot that day.
And you got trapped in that one, or you never.
Well, that was the Holy Spirit. All right, we'll be back. Jim Jordan in the news today. We'll run that down. We'll get some of your phone calls coming up as well in the next hour. Stay close. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Discussing, Speedy has taken us into the world of working with the real Greg Burgess in a white-collar environment. And you know what? I just dawned on me. We all have a big conference meeting today.
a big one.
I'm going too. Y'all thought I wasn't going, but I am
I'm
now.
gonna put you at the end of the table over by me.
I'm gonna have to move my hair laser treatment, but I'm going.
Of course, because he'll talk. And that's another thing about you Burgesses, and I know we got phones, but y'all are so funny because you get locked in on something.
Oh, yeah.
And you won't let it go. Yesterday, he tells me he's got to leave Torque at 1:15. So I move up Torque to 12. Well, he had told me about 20 times, I got to leave at 1:15.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
Greg, I
There
know.
he goes,
That's why we
mocking
moved
me
it up.
again.
That's why we moved it up.
That's
Greg.
enough mocking me from you today.
It gets to be about 12:40. I got to leave at 1:15. I said, I know, Greg. I know you do.
Now, you got a text in the break, didn't you, Greg?
Yeah, my wife seconded everything y'all just said. Said it was dead on. That's okay.
Especially what the negativity.
Yes. It was a quote. It wears people out.
Yeah. It does. We had to hold a pull-up yesterday.
Exhausted.
I felt like I needed a nap the other day, Greg.
Yeah, we had to hold a pull-up yesterday and torque for 50 seconds, which it sounds bad, but you didn't
It's
have to
horrible.
do it. I know.
What do you do if you can't get up there the first time?
Yeah. So you go and you have to hold it up. Now, if you had to come down after
I was
15 or
hanging
20,
by my chin trying to stay up. It hurt.
of course, before you ever try, I can't do that. Ain't no way I can do that. I can't even do one. You know?
I know it.
That's you. That is you.
That's my goal, though. I'm getting my pull-ups better.
The good news is
That's hard.
and also they learned at the torque program that Greg likes chicken, didn't he?
Yes. Now they went over what we now this exercise that we're talking about.
We get it. We understand.
Listen,
let's move on. How about Steve Jobs? He got a new liver?
He's wounded.
We get it. You made your point.
But when he starts biting back, Speedy, it's going to be hard.
I know. I'm ready. Well, Rick asked a question, and this is
stuff.
but this is funny, Greg. Greg, this is funny.
I hate to say it. That's negative.
Yeah,
It is. Let's talk about me sleeping under stuff. That's not as bad.
Well, listen, they have something
sleep
for us to
under this
register
desk.
how many calories we burn, but we have to kind of have an idea of what we're going to eat so we know how many calories we're supposed to take in. So they give us a little meal plan of, hey, look, in the morning, eat some oatmeal or replace it with, some bananas or whatever. Here's a bagel here. And then it shows, like, for a meat, like have a tuna sandwich here or a chicken sandwich. Well, I like chicken. And I said, we were like, okay. Hey, well, what, can I put chicken right here? Well, yeah, Greg, it says tuna, and Akana was like, oh, yeah, you can just replace it. I mean, turkey, chicken. Because, hell, I'll eat chicken. and
I do like chicken, by the way.
Yeah. and we're like, Greg, we know, so we move on with the
See,
day.
the thing that gets me about him really saying he could eat chicken at either of these places was a one-sentence thing.
Exactly.
That's one,
because
and he keeps going back to it.
Akana replies with, well, yeah, eat chicken if you want to. So let's move on. Okay, midday, have a little shake here, and for dinner, what about chicken? Can I eat chicken again? I'm like, well, Greg, yes, I love chicken.
See,
Greg, we know you like
response
chicken.
is funny. He'll just look at me and go,
yeah, well, because he just told you you could have chicken. He's like, well, I like chicken. Now, this didn't last.
He's checking on chicken.
Right.
Excuse me for wanting to do it right.
You think this lasted 10, 20 seconds? No. How about 10, 20 minutes? I like chicken. But I'll eat chicken. I'll eat chicken sandwich. I thought he was.
Look, hothead over gets frustrated with me.
Yeah.
He gets all mad.
I do.
Of course, he don't want to push me, though.
Yeah, right. He don't want to push me.
I'll have grilled chicken, a chicken sandwich, chicken salad. I love chicken. Can I? What about chicken right here? Can I? But Lisa makes chicken. Oh, she's good chicken. I'm like, Greg.
See, let me tell you what this Akana.
We got it.
Look, Mike Akana, who does this program, needs to understand. Here's how you communicate with Greg. Before I go any further, I want y'all to know y'all can eat chicken for any time you want to, don't just keep leaving. Don't keep bringing up other foods because he's gonna bring up
two words: chicken. Yes.
And here's another thing. Well, you got to tell
he likes me better than he likes any of you.
Well, you're funny. He says, well, now look, you got 22, 24. 100 calories a day that I want you to, take in. We got to burn more than that. Well, what about, we get some ribs coming up in the morning or whatever. What if I eat a bunch of ribs there? What can I do for? That's fine.
All right, 10 minutes to the top. Thanks for being with us today. This week, couple of opportunities for you. So in Birmingham, Alabama, Friday night, Danny Lanier speaking at a man church and a chili cook-off. There's nothing that says worship quite like men stuffed with multiple bowls of chili and then going into the church for a service. We will probably hear a joyful noise. So that is Danny Lanier, our speaker. And Bubba, I'm going to hit the stage and sing one Friday night, too.
All right.
Yeah, this is worship leaders from time to time, wherever I'm in church, put their job on the line and ask me to come up and do one with the worship team. So we'll have some fun with that coming up on Friday night as well. So you're welcome to join us. It's free in Birmingham. So catch that. Also, ladies, if you want to see Sherry speak in Montgomery in December the 8th at St. James Church for their Christmas ladies dinner, they would like for you to be registered by this weekend. You find that at burgessministries.com under events. So, Bubba, looking at more of the political world, Jim Jordan is, everybody is talking about this overwhelming response from America on Election Day, and many people are talking about how it really, in this timetable, whether you believe the election was stolen from Trump or not, it actually has allowed Trump to have a more powerful administration, and it looks like he will have both the House and the Senate. We still have races that are yet to be decided, but most of the forecast seems to indicate it's going to end up being the Republicans with advantage in both the House and the Senate. So Jim Jordan is asking the question, did you ever think this would happen? And he's explaining to the left and those in our country that may not understand how this happened. He's going to enlighten them on that. So here is Jim Jordan.
I think he's going to do.
Just for example, 2 days ago, he called for investigations into anyone spreading rumors.
I think he's going to secure the border. I think he's going to get rid of this crazy inflation that's hurting middle class and working class families, hurting our economy. I think he's going to get back to common sense energy policy. I think he's going to focus on protecting the First Amendment. I mean, think about this. Did you ever think you would see Donald Trump, Elon Musk, RFK Jr., and Tulsi Gabbard on the same team? They were on the same team because of the attack on free speech, the attack on the First Amendment. He's going to focus on those things that the American people elected him to do.
Okay. I mean, there are a lot of, I want to move on to immigration. There are a lot of things that you just said that I think aren't totally fact-based. They say that they're for free speech, but there are a lot of things that we know are not happening. I want to ask about immigration.
Came together.
Well,
all
maybe.
Because of the attacks on the First Amendment, on free. This is something our committee spent a bunch of time. We understand that there was censorship. We pointed that out.
Let's turn to immigration.
Oh, I didn't like that.
See, here's the problem. On CNN, he's there to be interviewed, and it turns into a debate, which, I don't mind to some degree if you ask following up questions, but at some point it just turns into a debate where she's saying, well, I disagree with you. Well, that's not an interview.
No.
If you say, okay, well, walk that out, Jim. How is there an attack on the First Amendment, or how, in which he could explain it?
I was about to say she'll have that she ain't gonna like the answer because there are many examples.
Right, but you see, to me, where if she is a true journalist, she crosses the line from being an interviewer and follow up questions. I'm not saying give him softball questions. Get to the point you want to get to. But you move into the debate cycle, then we say, well, I don't agree with that. Well, who asked what you agree on? He gave you the answer to your question.
Right.
Let that go. And if you don't like the way he framed it, ask him a follow-up question to that.
Wow, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. That seems lengthy on B. But here's Jim Jordan going to talk about this question that people keep asking. What happened to the 10 million voters that voted for Joe Biden? So here we go.
And she's going to talk about election denial, and he has a great answer here.
Okay.
Voting fraud this time. It seems to me that Republicans claim voting fraud and election integrity when you lose and not when you win.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. No. I mean, again, as I said before, this election, I think, was the greatest political comeback we've ever seen. I mean, he did something that even Teddy Roosevelt couldn't do, for goodness sake. And the country.
But you think it was a free and fair election?
No. This election, you just interviewed the Latino, restaurant owner or a restaurant worker, and he said he was tired of all the woke stuff. This election was real simple. You had back-to-back administrations. We got something we very seldom get in American history, American politics. Back-to-back administrations now running for the top job, and people could do a direct comparison. And they said, we like what we had under President Trump versus.
But last time around,
we like the safe streets versus the record
last
crime.
time around, your leader claimed that there were problems with
secure
fraud.
border versus the open border.
Right, those are policies.
That's what this election was about.
That's totally fair. But last time around, it wasn't so much about the policy differences or the personality differences. There were false claims about election fraud when Donald Trump lost. This time, Donald Trump won, and you think the election was free and fair. You see there's a little bit of a
No, I think the Democrats got to ask, why did we
there?
go from getting 81 million to getting 70 million? What happened to those 10 million people? Maybe they need to. Maybe it's not smart to run an election where you have no vision, no record to run on.
Do you
and you're
believe
just
that the
gonna call the other side names?
Do you believe that
You're
the
gonna use lawfare?
2024 election was free and fair?
I do. I do.
And why was it different from 2020 when he lost? Is that the only difference?
No, there were concerns about 2020 with all the mail-in voting that happened. You know, what Pennsylvania had like 2-point-something million mail-in ballots come in without any signature verification, which was required under Pennsylvania statute. So there were all kinds of concerns with how the 2020 election was carried out.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, did she forget Hillary Clinton saying she was robbed in 2016?
Yeah.
I
think
Trump
that,
an illegitimate president.
And it's a fair question, and I've tried to find a logical answer for this, and I haven't exactly come up with it yet. Why were there 10 million more votes cast in the last election for Joe Biden than for Kamala?
Yeah.
Was that honestly people that stayed at home, or was there shenanigans going on, or do we not have the right totals yet? Have they not put in the totals for Arizona, Nevada, or one of those other states?
Yeah, and it's not just Kamala. It was the last few presidencies. The Democratic votes were all in the same window.
Right.
And then 2020 just jumps out at you. Like it's just off the scale.
Well, that's a fair question to ask.
Yeah.
Why was that number so far out of line? I don't think that's unfair at all. And there may be a logical answer for that.
Yeah.
Once California finishes voting next year, we'll maybe have some more answers.
Right. We'll get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, well, I think, and Jim Jordan handled it perfectly, but I think you would have said, well, now the Democrats questioned the 2016 legitimacy, and they couldn't prove it. We questioned the legitimacy of 2020. We never proved it. And now the president, Trump, has won in a landslide victory. Are y'all going to question it? Is this how this goes? The bottom line is no one's been able to overturn an election, and Trump was elected this time. And based on your own assessment, you're saying that we shouldn't question the legitimacy of a vote, and no one's been able to prove that one's been tampered with. So
yeah, we've had both sides.
So a worldwide pandemic was a unique situation. Trump defeating Hillary, nobody saw that coming. Y'all thought that was unique. So I think it really seems to go along the party lines. But the fact is, neither party has been able to prove that any election has been illegitimate. So I'm going to assume this one's legitimate as well.
Right. And, I saw the memes over the weekend, too, that the vice president won states that only did not require you to prove who you were to vote.
Right. Those things are...
those are troubling.
Yeah.
Those are troubling.
And like everybody said, how could those 10 million votes just vanish? But we'll see.
Yeah, if you look at the trend, there they are. They're all in the high 50s or 60s for as millions of people who voted, and then Biden in 2020 had 81. That just seems a little strange.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you eat heavy in the morning, which we don't really want you to do, but you just moderate that and then then taper off throughout the day.
That's
so
us.
where by the end
Rick
of the day,
and Bubba, we front end load.
We
do, buddy. We'll load it like 6.
Wait, but can I have some chicken?
I'm like, well, yes, you can.
I
have
do
chicken.
like chicken. I'll go on record. Love it.
Still likes chicken.
Love it. Just the breast. I don't like the dark meat. No, I don't either. I'll eat it. The wings. I like wings. They're white.
Here we go. We're 12.
Melissa, Crestview, Florida, 107.7. Melissa, go ahead.
You gotta get the
Hey, Melissa. Melissa's got a bad sale.
Melissa,
how you like chicken, baby? Let's go to Tony in Odenville. Tony, go right ahead.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good, buddy.
Hey, all I got to say is, if Greg and Betty ever gets a radio show, you boys are out of business.
Well, that's true.
That's a good idea.
Greg and Betty in the morning.
I love that. That would be awesome. Can I produce that one?
Let's go to.
Don't give anybody any ideas.
Jason, Oxford, Alabama, Greg's hometown.
That's right.
Go right ahead, Jason.
Born and raised. Well, not born, but raised.
Morning, guys.
Hey.
Like chicken.
Hey, 3 things real quick. Number one, when Speedy started as a listener, as Speedy started impersonating Greg, just win, play, show. I thought it was Greg.
Oh, that's a bunch of mess.
I thought it was Greg. I thought Greg was just chiming in. I thought it was part of a bit.
That's a good one on your part, by the way. That's a
Mike.
good one, but you don't mean that.
Chelsea, Alabama. Go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Hey, thanks for the call.
I'm sitting at work getting ready. I go out and I crank my work truck right in the middle of Speedy's rant. And I thought it was Greg.
That's not true. Y'all bunch of liars.
So much to the point, when Speedy gets excited, he'll get a little high pitched.
Oh, yeah.
I thought, well, Greg's testosterone's dropping again.
Okay. So y'all set these calls up with the call screener.
I'm not even in there.
Yeah, y'all did.
There's a guy looks like Willie Wonka in there. I'm not in there.
Mr. Negative, that's not us.
Will chicken help low T?
I think so.
Good. Some steroids in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to get that right. Good.
That's how they get you.
They can grow them 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Melissa, go ahead.
Hey.
Yeah.
This is Melissa, and I have one thing for Mr. Doom and Gloom Greg. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, brother. Here it is from a sister to a brother. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Now, come on with it. Get to thinking
What'd she
good
say?
stuff.
What'd she say?
Greg, that's from the publication The Bible.
Oh, gosh. Well, have a great day, guys.
That's good. How about this? I can't say nothing.
How about this?
The best seller of all time, I hear.
I hear. Let me tell you what would be funny. How about this? If Greg came here as an intern, he'd get nicknamed Doonesbury.
Okay.
How you like your coffee, Greg?
Can we move on? Have you fun.
If you leave us, have a great day. You got more of the Rick and Bubba
With
show.
chicken.
Coffee and chicken. Coffee and chicken.
Yeah.
If you could sleep under something, too, at the same time.
While eating chicken.
What if you slept under chicken?
Rick and Bubba.
That's right, baby. We're back. Thanks for being with us. A brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology, we come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. Speedy, Greg Adler, all here today. Back from being a little under the weather is Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for a mere 5 hours each and every day. Doesn't seem like too much.
Come on, that's not a lot. All right, so we thought we may have finally a ruling on Donald Trump's criminal case, but Bubba, are we now seeing it's a delay on the
We're just seeing the headlines here on it. Judge Juan Manchin, and he was overseeing the hush money case with Stormy Daniels, and they're saying...
You talking about the Democrat who said he was going to get Trump?
Right,
Okay,
that one.
okay.
They're saying he delays ruling in the case, and he was asked to dismiss the case by the Trump lawyers, citing the finding by the Supreme Court, and he apparently is delaying that call on that. What we're just seeing, and we're just getting basically the ticker tape version of it. So we'll find out more here in a minute.
So I want to ask you guys, and I know we talked about the dangerous world that we're going into. Technology can be wonderful, but there's always a downside to it as well. So when we played the Trump lawyer and what he was saying about, someone being heavy and
yes,
did we ever find out whether that was actually his quote or was it doctored? Because over the weekend when Alabama drilled LSU, I actually thought somebody said, "Did you see what Kalen DeBoer said about that?" And I was like, "No, I haven't." And I'll pull it up, and I realize about halfway
AI.
in
It's
it's
AI
completely
stuff.
AI, but
Right.
you can't tell it.
No, you can't.
I mean,
You
it
can't.
looks so real. And so I'm asking the question, is it possible that quote was also tampered with? Because I see quotes like that now with press conferences, and they claim that coaches are saying things they're not saying, and they look so real.
Oh, it does.
That was Mike Davis.
But was it real?
From all accounts I can find, that was real from The Benny Show, which is a very popular conservative Twitter account and podcast. Yeah. And what I can tell is Mike Davis did say that about Letitia James. We will put your fat A in prison.
Okay. Did you see the Kalen DeBoer one?
Yes, I did. It was.
I would not suggest somebody watch it.
I actually sent it to Adler thinking that we were going to play it, and I had to rescind that quickly.
Riddled with language.
Yeah,
but what should have been an indicator, guys, that that's not real.
Right. Most coaches don't say that.
Right.
Now, we saw the Utah AD get close to that. But
All right, I got it, Speedy. Ready to roll.
No. Also, this story was hit earlier in the program, too. That Verizon on the East Coast, they've had a huge outage. Any update on that? Millions of users, massed internet outage. East Coast hit the hardest.
Yeah.
The Verizon folks, or any of y'all? I saw some of you doing the joke a minute ago with the map of the massive outage, and they have underneath, "Can you hear us now?" And the answer would be no. So, like I said, I don't have Verizon, so I don't know. But I don't know.
I'm sitting here. It was an internet outage, and it looks like Pittsburgh and some others are still suffering from it, but they've restored in some areas. So
another story that Bubba showed me this morning. We've had a big discussion. I know that Kennedy talks about this a lot too, and we agree when it comes to the autism spectrum. The numbers are just staggering, and they have gone up. And plus, there's also the observation that we've seen with our own eyes. I do not think, and some people, for a while they tried this, but the numbers have gotten so out of hand that no one's even saying it anymore. Well, it's just because we can diagnose it better than we used to could. No, there was never a time when we had this many people in the autism spectrum and we were just missing it.
Right.
And there's also no way to have a genetic epidemic. We know that too. So, but this was interesting, and I'm not saying this is the final word, but, you've heard us on the show, and I think this is the most fair way to do it. We don't pretend to know why this would be, but we can kind of use logic and say there's some sort of insult that must be in play here.
Yeah.
We don't pretend to know what it is. There's theories of different insults that may be part of it, but this one I had never heard. And you were showing this.
Yeah,
to me.
This was a major finding. It's by a research group out of Israel, and they said that they had, they go into the detail of how they did the study, but they said apparently there appeared to be a link between autism and a type of pollution in the air.
Yeah.
If you already were, what's the term, Rick?
Pregnant?
You genetically
predisposed
to that.
Yeah.
That there are some toxins in the air that may also bring that on, and they were able to track areas that this was seen versus certain types of air pollution. I would say it's an early story, but it's a very interesting story to follow up because, like you said, we used to never hear of anybody with autism.
That was very rare.
And now it's just ballooned up. You can't, and we were told for a long time it was a DNA issue, an inherited issue, but you cannot have an inherited pandemic, so to speak.
No.
And something has changed in the environment. And not only that, we've talked about it with peanut allergies and several other things, that something is going on.
Yeah.
We've taken A and B and C and all separate, they're fine, but when they mix together, we got a problem somewhere.
Yeah.
And this has been, I think, probably one of the more insightful studies we've had so far.
Yeah, so Bubba already told you this. They found babies with a genetic predisposition to autism were exposed to 4 common air pollutants and were more likely to develop the condition if exposed to these common. Now, they don't tell us, I guess maybe way down here they do, and I just wouldn't really read all of it. But they're saying it's thought that when it's breathed in during early childhood or in the mother's womb, these pollutants get into the bloodstream and then bypass protective layers of the brain, causing inflammation, changing the way nerves function and develop. That's kind of your nutshell of the whole study. And there's no doubt, which is one of the reasons that I advise, some of these things we give newborn babies, and we can get in. I don't want to get into the, I don't want to be called anti-vax because I think we should be wise how we vaccinate. That's not being anti-vax, by the way. That's just being smart. But we do need to treat a baby in the womb or newborn because of what this study says, no matter what the insult is, that their brain has not fully developed. Now, they might be more exposed to something at a period of their life that later they would be able to handle. And I think that alone should be looked at no matter what we're doing. And there's some things we need to do for the health of the baby. I'm not talking about that.
Right.
But if there's something that isn't necessary, but we just want to get it over with, check it off the list, even though the baby really is not at any sort of risk yet, maybe that's not wise. Because this is saying if this is right, it did have to do with the development of the brain in the womb and soon after birth, that the baby is more susceptible to things than it will be later. So,
yeah, and they listed particle matter. In other words, very tiny pieces of things that get into the atmosphere like dust and things from construction sites and all that kind of stuff. Nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, and ozone was what they studied in this.
Yeah, interesting. So we'll see. Now I do realize this will probably garner chemtrail calls, and if we could hold those, that'd be great.
Yeah.
But it's
that's right. We want to put you on hold because we want to talk to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now in our country, we're seeing the cities with the worst air quality in the U.S. And I guess they can look to see if there's some links there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
well, I think that's what they were trying to
do.
tie it all together. Did you know some of the cities with the worst air pollution are Phoenix, Arizona, San Jose, California, Eugene, Oregon.
That's interesting.
Yeah, because
wouldn't
they're so
expect that.
environmentally over the top out there. You wouldn't think they'd have a problem.
I wouldn't expect that. Phone calls are next on any topic. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up with phone calls right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so the goal was, because, summer, you're almost like camp counselor. You got to keep things moving. You got to have things doing. My goal was this summer that I would bring the passion of fishing back to my 2 youngest boys, who to me had just become duds on fishing. Because and y'all know the underlying thing here, too. If the boys don't like to fish, that's going to cut my fishing down.
Is, yeah.
Hey, I'm going to fish with the boys. That's different than I'm going fishing. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm like, y'all killing me, not loving fishing.
Yeah.
You're getting into my world here now, and I want y'all to have fun. So it ain't about me, but I want y'all to have fun so we can fish more together. and make memories. So now they start all this. We're tired. We're tired. I said, what do you mean? How can you be tired? You're 12 and 10. That's impossible to be tired.
Right. Bounce off the ceiling.
We've been to Bible school all day. I said, oh, that's a killer. I bet that really sucked it out of you. What'd you have to do? Eat graham crackers and play?
Yeah. You got 45 minutes outside if you're lucky.
Right.
30 minutes.
And then we get this from the 10. I think I'm sick. I said, is this how far y'all have removed yourself from fishing? You're sick? Here's a fun zone. I said, there are children all over this world and in this community that can't believe they're not going fishing today. They can't believe that. If someone said, hey, we're going fishing today, I said, now see, you got a little pond you can go to. So you just think you're just taking it for granted? I said, there's nothing in this world more fun than brim on the bed, live bait, and catching them big slabs. That's what we're going to do today.
Now, is this the whole time, are you talking through the rearview mirror?
Yeah, it's rearview mirror talk. I should have been watching the road more.
Right.
And I said this. You're not sick. A, do you have a fever? Well, no, sir. Have you thrown up? No, sir. You're not sick. If those two things are not in play in this house, you're not sick.
Taking airborne, here we go.
Right. I can't believe that I've lived to the day that you're acting like you're sick because there's fishing. I said, that's going to change today. We're going to be fired up for fishing. We're going to stop here and get to live bait. Can we buy something? No. We're going in to get worms.
Can we buy something?
We're going in to get worms, and we're going to go fish. All this stuff.
You're going to buy worms.
I said, during this time, because undoubtedly the job is never going to be finished, and all the downstairs recreation at the house, including all video games, have been destroyed. I know y'all coming apart because video games have been shut down for 70 days, and you think it's going to be the end of time. Okay? How about video games? Video games have destroyed this country, has destroyed a generation of children who don't know how to fish or love fishing. And we're going to fish today. So then I said, first 1 to 10, we get to, all right, well, okay. Now we're perking up a little bit.
Competition going.
Now, here was my plan. My plan was that I would go to 10 first.
Right.
That it would just be.
Then you would get to pick dinner.
It would be bam, 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 bam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, in y'all's face.
Yes.
And I was even going to teach a lesson. See, if you had been working on your fishing, you would have won. That was my thought.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, there was one thing I didn't think about. The fact that number one, that they're highly competitive with each other, which I know you don't see that manifesting itself in adult life.
Shocking.
And they're highly competitive with each other. And the fact that they have lost their passion for fishing means what? That they haven't done a lot with it other than the few times we fished together, which neither consisted of me putting bait on, taking
so
fish off.
So they're allowed to sing. It's hot.
So I say, everybody's taking their own fish off today.
Oh.
I'm in the competition.
Which takes time.
I mean, somebody got slapped in the face.
I'm in the competition. Okay. Which I planned on winning. Okay. So we get in it, and we got our worms. You know, I have to go through the whole deal where I'm changing out the rods and setting them up for corks, and during that time we lose half the worms. Because now the worms are out. Everybody's got the worms out. Hey, Dad, come here and look at this worm that I laid out here on this log. Look how hot it is. And I'm like, boy, that is hot. It's dead. You know what I mean? And so now now we're loaded up. We got our rods. Here we go.
Right.
All right. Greg's going to bring up the time that I killed all of our fishing worms with our grandfather.
I'll just interject real quick.
You know what I sprayed on?
Changed rows.
I sprayed off on them. The mosquito spray.
We had dug up a bunch of night crawlers. We're in a boat. Now, we're not at the bank. We went out in the middle of the river. We looking all the worms are dead because Rick sprayed them with off. Killed every one of them.
You should have seen the way they react when it hit them.
Yeah. Well, they squirm for a second.
Yeah, they do. But then they die, unfortunately.
My granddad was like, that was our bait, Rick.
Yeah, and I found out fish won't go after worms that are dead and smell like off.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Thank you for being with us.
So, Bubba, does that change what we said a minute ago?
The Manhattan judge overseeing President-elect Donald Trump's trial agreed to grant a stay on all deadlines associated with the felony conviction proceedings against President-elect Trump in the final months before he takes office, a closely watched decision that allows Trump to avoid a maximum sentence of up to 4 years in prison. The judge overseeing the case granted the request, which issues a stay for all deadlines, including the November 26th sentencing date, to consider the effect of his election as president. The Trump team had filed for this stay. They had also filed a motion to vacate the charges. He did not go that far.
So that's why we saw the headline delay.
Right.
He didn't mean he's delaying that, but he did give a decision that the sentencing will be delayed.
Yes, he's basically put a hold on all of it. So he doesn't say for how long or for what, we'll know more coming up.
So there you go.
I would say that's good news for Trump.
Yeah. His team is saying it's a victory. To the phones we go. Derek is out of Decatur, Alabama, 100.3 The River. Derek, go ahead.
Green Acres, guys.
Thank you for the call, Derek. Bring it in.
Adler, the music guy, would probably get a kick out of this one. The most mysterious song on the internet has been solved. There's a band called FEX, that's Foxtrot Echo X-Ray. They wrote a song called Subways of Your Mind that baffled a number of people over a number of 20-something years trying to discover who wrote it.
I hadn't heard about that, but I want to clarify. He said F-E-X. Did y'all hear that?
No.
Okay,
No,
I misheard it. So it's F-E-X, Subways of Your Mind. It's a song by a German rock band, and evidently they were trying to figure out who recorded it. I haven't heard anything about this, but just wanted to clarify that it was.
Okay.
Well,
Fox,
I think
did I sleep through a segment or something?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
At one point, just the mention of the song.
Is it the medicine? Did I?
Whatever medicine you're on, I must have grabbed some out of your bag because I didn't know where we were, where we were going, and I think that was it's a Green Acre call that maybe you're so Green Acres and you have to be so secretive. We're not quite sure where you're headed because it sounded like it was in some sort of bunker.
And I still don't know what he said.
He's saying that it's the most mysterious song on the internet. Apparently, it's been around for a number of years.
Like since the 80s.
And no one can identify who actually wrote the song.
And it's a famous lost song, and they figured it out.
And they figured it out or have never figured it out?
And they wanted Adler. What do you want you to do about it?
Well, I guess the guy thought I might have heard about this, but I had not heard about this. But evidently they figured out it's the band F-E-X.
Bubba, I think that may have been the guy we heard in the bathroom.
It could have been.
He was trying to call us.
That's it. That's what it was.
That's bizarre.
We can. We continue.
How did we get on that topic?
I don't know.
We weren't on it.
It was just music.
So it's not me.
No one was on it.
I was feeling very concerned for my own safety.
No, we're good. We're good.
You're okay, buddy. We're all in this with you.
I was going to try to find Jill to guide me.
No, you were in that moment, like that time that I heard the jukebox not playing right at Waffle House in the middle of the night.
Right.
And I looked at Greg and said, please tell me you hear what I hear.
Yeah.
Olivia in Alabama. Go right ahead. Olivia. You see what you've done, Derek?
Yeah.
Let's go.
She had the same question. She just hung up.
Greg in Huntsville, 100.3 The River as well. Greg, go ahead.
Hey, I know y'all knew that Kamala's campaign had $1 billion worth of funds coming in, but last night on Gutfield they had a reporter on there that was chasing down Oprah Winfrey and asking her if she had got her $1 million, and she denied it and didn't appreciate being emasked about it.
I bet she did.
Y'all talked about that.
Well, this person, of course, his life's on the line. You don't question the Big O about anything. No, I did not know that.
Yeah,
no.
They caught her on the street here. Why did you take $1 million? She goes, that's not true. Never been paid. But there is a FEC filing that shows 2 payments of $500,000 to Harpo Productions from the Harris for President.
So they were paying her to endorse Kamala?
Well, she's saying they hired her production
to
team
come to the rally,
do this.
To do it, yeah.
Some people are going, well, this looks like a paid endorsement.
Correct.
She's saying, no, they just hired us to do it.
I got you.
Okay.
Gotcha.
I got you. Okay.
That's quite a production.
Quite a production.
Twice.
We continue. We go to Jemison, Alabama. Will, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. How y'all?
Hey, Will, I hate to go sidebar here. Are we going to get any rain in Jemison? Have we had any rain?
Man, I'm doing the rain dance every day, and I ain't got a drop.
Yeah, every time it even rains in Birmingham, I'll check, and Gary like, we ain't getting nothing down here. Hey, it's dry as a mommy's pocket. Yeah.
Hey, you need to tell Gary. To go do something because it ain't raining down here. I think it may be his fault. He ain't doing something right.
Yeah, you might be.
Hey, listen, I got a question. That judge in quotation marks in New York, how long can he delay this? Do y'all know that? Can it go all the way through President Trump's term and then try to sentence him, or how does that work? How far can he go with this?
Bubba?
Good question.
Yeah.
Good question.
I don't know.
We've never, I mean, y'all, we're asking questions that have never been asked before.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Don't know.
We go to Landon in Sweet Home, Alabama. Landon, go ahead.
So earlier y'all were talking about, I guess it was Jacksonville State ending in their football game, but I want to go back to 2020. I don't know if y'all have ever seen the video of, I think it was Western Michigan and Ball State, but the ending on their football game, the whole video is just electric because Ball State runs on the field thinking they just won the game, and Western Michigan, they're still running the football. Well, they wind up scoring, and the news reporter was like, so the whole football team was on the field, and y'all still couldn't make the tackle?
Yeah,
Y'all need to go watch that video.
I remember. There's fans on the field. Here it is, right here.
Yeah, I think I do remember this. I think we were.
Is this recent?
No, Greg, he's gone back 4 years on
Well,
this.
good night.
Right. Well, this is.
Look, it's still going.
Well, somebody.
The game is still going.
And so they finally lateraled it to Western Michigan, who then goes to score. They came on the field too quick, and the play had not finished. Nobody had tackled anybody, and eventually,
wow.
I mean, why don't they get the word that it's not over?
There it is.
Oh,
right
they thought
there.
he recovered the fumble.
Yes.
That's why they ran on the field, didn't they?
There's helmetless players on the field.
Right. Now, somebody should go ahead and tackle him.
Oh, my goodness.
Because illegal participation is better than a touchdown, right?
Yes, yeah, it would be a dead ball foul.
Right, yeah. So there you go.
So that was 4 years
You know,
ago.
that is
Never forget it, Greg.
That's a strange.
We'll never forget.
Greg, it's like the Alamo and 9/11. You don't forget.
Yeah, and we normally keep up with Central Michigan.
So
Greg, nobody cares about Jacksonville State but us.
That's a crazy finish,
Right.
but I still think the Cal game with a band on the field.
Oh, it's classic.
Oh, yeah.
That has to be the strangest ever.
Especially when they break it down. You talk to the guy that got ran over.
Oh, I love that. The behind the scenes. Oh. We'll be back. More to cover on today's edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's see. All right, there's some things we still haven't hit that we'll try to get to. And might get some more calls from you before we're done, but if not, we definitely will cover a few more stories before the hour wraps up. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But anyway,
do not like.
The whole thing
Did
about
you try?
the whole thing about live
Sure
baits
we did.
is you got something in the water that's got the fish on it.
Right.
So we get there and I all right, here we go. I got yours on, and I'm not even sure the brimmer on the bed because I'm trying to think of the moon. When's the last time we had a full moon? I'm thinking about that. So I'm sitting there. So I'm thinking if they're not on the bed, I win this easy.
Right.
Because I'm the only one that'll stay after it. You know what I mean? So
Right.
so I get that. I get a worm here. I get a so here we go, guys. And just as I'm getting my hook, I got one too. And here they come. And the fish. And I'm like, man, this is great. This is great. Then one starts moving down the bank, grabs the line of the other, and starts trying to get his fish off. Oh, it's one. That's one. And then it's coming to the bank. And then it's like I said, whoa. First one to 10, Dad. You said first one to 10. One, come get mine off. Come. I said, I can't. Dad, mine's in. I can't get the hook out. And the other one's like, hey, wait a minute. Then he gets it on the bank. It's flopping on the bank. If it's flopping on the bank, I don't count. Back into it. That one didn't count. I said, it was on the bank. It's 1-1.
like that, and then I go
sweating, hot. Don't forget that.
Yeah, and then I'm like, all right, here we go, guys. Here we go. Let's get
bugs in your face.
Who's still got worm on their hook? I need another worm. No, you don't. There's half the worm on there. I mean, guys, they're here. I mean, y'all caught brim so fast, they're here.
Yeah,
it's on.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just
here we go.
Any speck. So here we go back again, 1-to-1. So I'm just about to get my worm on to get in. I got another one. I got one too. Mine's biggest. That's 2 points. That's 2 points. No, it's one fish, but mine's bigger than his. How can that be the same? How can that be the same?
It had to be rule changer, was it?
It's rule changer who always changes rules.
Yeah.
I said no. It's just fish. It's just fish. 2-2. Hey, my hook came off. Dad, I can't find my hook. My hook's off. It's completely off. Time out. Here, just take my rod. Take my rod. In a minute, I'll put me a hook on and a worm. We got another one. And then it just starts going. And it's just turned. And then there's the running down there. And then I've got mine out. I throw it off. It comes off. That's one. And then he slings it back in. It wraps around and it's hooked up. The cork. I can't even find the cork. How did you knock your cork off? I didn't, Dad. He knocked it off. He grabbed my rod. I think he broke it. I think my rod is broke. It's 5-5. My rod is broke. Your rod's not broke, son. It's just tangled up here. But he tangled it, so that's -1. He's got 4. I've got 5, and actually 6 because of the big one. And I'm like, no, it's 5-5.
I know Daddy's got 0.
And you know how many? And Dad had alt. So we go through this whole routine. And we're riding back, and we finish up. By the way, it comes down to 9-9. Both have a fish on. Taz is bringing his in. Big Love's bringing his in. I haven't fished yet.
All right.
And Big Love's comes off, and he wins at 10-9.
Well, Big Love's comes off, so Taz wins.
Taz wins. Not doing it. So, and they both wanted Japanese, so it really worked out. Except I didn't fish.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour. MyPillow.com/big box. You think old Mike Lindell ain't fired up about that election? Good gracious, he's back. Oh my! I bet he's running through the streets throwing my pillows in the arms of fellow people that voted for Trump. But you know, there's a serious side of this, and I don't care who the party is. Anytime the government tries to cancel an entrepreneur because they don't like his politics or his faith or whatever the case may be, we can't stand for that. And Lindell and his company just keep on churning on. My favorite is when you bend to the left and you're a retailer, and you've bent to the left and you've taken off your shelf one of the most popular items in our country to make sure that no one buys it from you. Does that sound a little self-defeating? So now people just go to mypillow.com/bigvox, and and he's even discounted. He said, look, if the retailers are going to try to cancel me, then I'll just pass the savings on to you. I need to move these pillows. So the $59.98 right now is the price for the slippers. Bubba and I have been wearing these My Slippers. We love those. They've discounted those too. And then you got the MyPillow flannel sheets, also $59.98. Now the standard MyPillow that was normally $50, it's now $14.88. The queens are $18.88, and the kings are only $19.88. So the savings, the socks they have there, $3.75 a pair on a closeout sale going on right now. Some of the closeout sale items up to 80% off. So go to mypillow.com/bigvox to get these savings. Or free shipping if it goes over $75. And then there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button as well. So there you go. So other things that we need to, I was going to ask you this question because this was a kind of a debate that I got into over the weekend. As we went into the world of automobiles and fobs. You know, we all got a fob now. And fob this, fob that, here a fob, there a fob. And you remember the old days when we actually had keys.
Right.
You know, and you got the keys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and some of the fobs are so cumbersome, unlike the keys that you would just carry on a ring. Sometimes you'll have keys on a ring and your fob is separate from the ring because they're so, I mean, they're hard to keep in your pocket. They're bulky, a lot of these fobs. And so the fob ends up being on its own. You know, we call that, the lone fob. It lives in its own fob world. And then, you know, the fob is interesting because unlike the key, the fob can leave and your automobile's still running. It's just letting you know if you turn it off, I can't crank back up again.
Right.
But I'll keep running.
What's happened to me?
Yeah, and you just have to keep riding until you find the fob person again because you can't turn the car off.
Right. I went to put gas in Lisa's car and got in there, turned it off, and then couldn't get it to crank because the fob was in the house when I backed out.
Yeah, that
it ran good until I turned it off.
It's a fob world.
You Burgess boys.
And then I called her. I said, "You're going to bring me the fob." She said, "What?"
Yeah. So
fob me.
Speedy had to get mine out of a trash can yesterday.
So and I left my truck running for 5 hours while I went to a ball game because I didn't push the button.
Yeah. So if you want to take now the fob world and you want to amplify it, no offense to the women, women unlike men pretty much operate, except men that you go. Operate with a billfold or a money clip of some kind and their fob. Or maybe they'll have a key ring with the fob on it.
Right,
okay.
right.
Women are constantly moving the fob from today's purse to now tomorrow's purse, or it's constantly on the move. Yeah. You know, because you know women don't just have one purse they stick with. No. A lot of times they'll have I want to take my little pocketbook for this, and then I want to put books and stuff in it. So now I'm in a bigger purse that has books and my stuff in there. My fobs go in there. Oh no, now I'm wearing that thing. It's kind of like a backpack that has multiple stuff in it, and I put my fob. The fob's moving. Yeah, it's a constant moving fob, and so I was when we got to this is the new thing. For some reason, Sherry thinks that her car is always at risk of a break-in. No matter where we are. And some of it doesn't even make sense, okay? So, like, we were hanging out with family, okay? I mean, where cars have pulled into the driveway of your family member's home, our friend, okay? And then I'll come in, you know, like I'll let her out and I'm finding the park or whatever. Hey, did you get the fob? Baby, I don't know where your fob is. It wasn't in the car. It must be in your purse. Oh, well, here, go back out and lock it. Baby, I don't think anybody's going to break into your car here at, you know, our family's house. These are people we know. We're in their driveway. You think somebody's coming in the driveway, you're going to break into your car while we're all here? Oh, no, you got to go out there and lock it.
I agree. Always locked.
I mean, but there's some of it that just doesn't make any sense, though. Do we really think someone's going to break into your car in the driveway next to the other cars, next to the garage of the house where we're all in talking, walking outside, the men are around the grill? Who's breaking into your car? Who is this person?
They do have a lot of those going on.
Yeah, nobody's.
They have a lot of those going
on.
Name me one car that was broke into while the men were out by the grill and the car was in the driveway.
Well, if you lock it, they won't break in.
Oh, well, that's fact, Adler.
I just don't think this is necessary. What are we afraid of?
Can you not hit lock from inside and just listen for the meh?
Well, I mean,
See
you
the
could
light
do
slide
that.
up?
Yeah. And then we
Terry
had
never likes it.
Yeah,
You like it? No.
we had a thing on Sunday. Oh, it's sprinkling. Just let me out at the door. And I knew when she got out, the fob was leaving. I mean, I knew, and I was like, hey, babe, and she goes on in the church. I'm like, there's no way the fob's in here. So I get out there and I park close to the church, and I come into our Sunday school class, and she said, did you lock the car? And I said, well, I can't without the fob. You have the fob. And I said, but what I did is made sure there was nothing in the car of any value. I guess if somebody wants to steal the car here at church at Valleydale, I feel pretty safe, even though I know that we have security in the parking lot and all this kind of stuff. I'm not going back out there to lock that car. Just FYI. And I said, I feel relatively safe that in the church parking lot near the door, because we were there early because we teach a class, I think we're good. And I see the guys out there in the vest. I just feel strong. Now some of our people.
You mean the shepherds of the asphalt?
I said, now the shepherd. Now let me tell you this: if there's some rogue criminal that has now infiltrated the shepherds of the asphalt, and he's pretending to be our brother in Christ, but he's waited on this moment for you to go in the church with the fob, and he knows this is the day that I didn't have the fob. And he knows your car. He could tell by the way I got out that I didn't have the fob. And he said, today is my day. Today, I have pretended to be a deacon, but today, I steal Rick and Sherry Burgess's car. I just feel pretty good about it.
But Rick, you don't want to open anybody up to temptation.
True.
Yeah.
I just don't know how he would know that I didn't have the fob. That would be an interesting ability.
Yeah.
It's the same guy that's going to take your car is the same one that takes your grocery cart that's full of all your things, and yet your wife doesn't want you to leave that alone because somebody's going to take it. Like what they're going to take all of our same. They're going to need diapers and avocados.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, stay with the buggy. Somebody will get it. I probably not.
It's full of our.
I'm going to say not.
That's not what they wanted.
Right.
No.
Yeah, but you don't have to go back around and get it.
No. So they've watched us and they said, "Hey, keep an eye on this bunch. They're picking out everything we need."
Yeah. They're working our list.
I bet his truck's unlocked too.
Yeah. All right, let me ask you this: does she have two fobs? Does she have a backup fob?
Oh, Speedy, where do you think the backup fob is?
I don't
that
know.
thing's been long gone. I have no idea where it is.
I didn't know.
It's in a
because
drawer somewhere.
For Terry's, the backup fob, if we ever take her car anywhere, I put the backup fob in my pocket. That way we have
That's
two
a good
fobs.
call.
Yeah, that's wise.
I mean, just
great
because
call.
I'm that way, I'm not chasing the fob.
Yeah.
But if
the fob is,
if you've only got one fob, ooh, you are playing with fire, my friend.
Let me tell you, the Burgess says we'll live in the single fob world. We wouldn't keep two fobs.
No.
We wouldn't keep two fobs if they said, if you'll keep both your fobs, we'll bring you $10,000. We couldn't keep two fobs if our life depended on it.
One fob is for losing, the other fob is for keeping.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
And using.
I always feel bad every time we trade in, and the poor son of a gun asked if we've got our other fob. And I'm just like,
we got
Probably not.
We have this one tattered fob.
As a matter of fact,
it 3 years.
As a matter of fact, if you want to have some fun, go ahead and ask them where the only fob we have is, because they don't even know where that is. You know, watch her dig around these pockets, try to find it in it first. You know, fob me. No fob world.
Oh.
It was different when you just turned the key off and you know.
I know it.
You know, you can't leave it because you got to have it turn the car on.
Yep. I know. I don't know how many times Betty's jumped out and I parked. And
You got the
forgot
fob,
it.
baby.
Yep.
What about when it starts talking to you while you're trying to sit there?
Yeah.
We'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In case you've just joined us, Speedy has admitted to all the guys on the program that on the drive to work today, that he listened to the he listened to Thompson Twins and from the 80s and enjoyed it, turned it up, sang with it, pumped gas. Speedy is outside the broadcast plaza. If you just joined us tonight, he is scheduled to ride a bull called Sweet Boy at the Shelby County Extreme Bulls Challenge in the state of Alabama tonight. We've had an ongoing few days about this.
some listeners were kind enough to bring a practice bull apparatus here to the broadcast plaza. Speedy, when we went to the break, is on the practice bull. The real Greg Burgess.
Does it have a name?
What have y'all named the practice bull?
Black Manual.
Black. All right. Well, Speedy, you're.
Now, hold on real quick. I just got to get my mind right. Hold on.
Right.
It's concrete. It looks hard.
Speedy, have you told them that they need to try to do it as a medium bull since we were heard sweet?
Hold on, man. Yeah. These two are like kids in a candy store, and I told them it's real funny until I call them out after I do it, and they get up here and I get to shake them.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
But yeah, Rick, this is a manual bucking bull.
Hey, Hams, y'all don't throw him off till he lets go of that mic. Okay?
Thanks, Bubba.
Be sure you put that down.
All right, so,
Look, I'm against this.
Huh?
I was against it all.
Okay, hold on just a second.
How are you on manual bull? Okay, on that.
Oh, look, all of it's trouble.
You're right.
Remember me telling Speedy to get loose before he ran?
Right. Here we go. All right, Speed. They're kind of easing him into it. Greg's the trouble. See, look, watch Greg. Look, he's trying to sling him around. Look. All right, Speedy's riding. Look, he's staying in the middle.
Greg is slinging the whole apparatus now.
I think Greg's hurting himself trying to throw Speedy off.
Right.
All right, so here
oh, he's spinning Speedy now. I don't think the bull does that type of spin.
Look at Greg. Greg's giving it everything he's got, and so is Hams. Hams is really trying.
Yeah, y'all don't turn over the bull. Don't turn over the bull.
Yeah, look,
those who break it will pay for it.
That's right. Here he goes. Look how much Hams is giving it. I mean, he was jumping up and down like he's trying to find water out of a whale.
Yeah, we've had one of the legs come off of it, so they're repairing that.
You had to see that coming.
Yep. Well, not the bull, but the stand.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, because it's portable. It comes out.
Right. Okay.
I guess Greg was too weak, so Helmsy's going to now do it.
Oh, there we go. Now,
move your asshole.
Now Greg's over
Now
there.
you might need to pot that mic down.
Here you go.
You know, that's concrete. He's talking about falling on. You know,
Greg is giving me. I'm talking about everything. But that's a Speedy stayed on it. That's good.
You know, the bull is hard to. I mean, that's hard to move it around. That's a big
bull.
apparatus.
It's a big bull. Hey, Speedy, let me ask you this: did you get any feel like what it would be? I mean, I know that's not a live bull, but
hold on, Greg. Hey guys, will y'all hold on? They're in 6th grade right now. Hold on, Rick.
Okay.
What was you saying?
I was saying, how does that feel? I know that's not a live bull, but it's at least something to get you some kind of feel of it.
Yeah, I mean, now we've got a golden ticket holder in here who breaks horses and stuff. Come here, buddy. What's your name?
Yeah, give him some pointers.
Trent Spidell.
Now, look, I know that, I mean, we don't do this every day. So does it look like, I mean, I'm going to be okay tonight for at least 1 second, or what do you?
Thrown off, you're not going to be okay.
What?
What'd you say?
If you get thrown off, you're probably going to be okay.
Hey, how do you think just watching him, do you think he could get on a medium kind of bull?
Wait, a medium what?
A medium bull. They said the bull's medium. Do you think he can?
Does the bull know he's?
Get on him. He wouldn't last long.
Really? He's not going to last long.
Thanks,
Okay.
little smart butt.
Yeah.
Hey, well,
so
Greg,
now,
I got a mic.
We're just practicing. That's better with 2 people.
Yeah, two.
Now, let me tell you what'll happen. One of them's going to injure the other with the handle. Now, the bull has a T handle that comes off both sides.
I think Greg and Helms are going to get hurt. Oh gosh! Now Helms and Greg are going to rock it together.
You know, I'd like to talk to the bull rider.
Rick, would you please tell them I'm riding Black Manual, not Black Death?
Right? Yeah.
Okay. I mean, because.
All right, you did good with the one person. Let's try 2 and just see if it makes a difference.
All right, the bull rider says that.
This is again. They don't know what to talk about.
Hey, Speedy, let me holler to the bull rider.
Hand the microphone to the bull.
Be spinning. I'm trying to tell y'all that. No,
hey,
it ain't gonna bump. Rick.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. Greg, you remember talking about fobs and, odds and all that. You remember, and we talked about this on the show, back during the day that we, even when you moved away and got out on your own, it was pretty common, for you to have a key to your parents' house. And we went to visit my dad one time, and we lived, don't forget, an hour and 20 minutes from each other in two different parts of the state. And I knocked on the door, and they were whatever. He goes, well, you got a key, don't you? And I said, no, sir. I said, I've lost my house key. What?
Yeah.
You've lost your house key? And I said, yes, sir. I don't know how I've lost my house key. Well, good night. Now somebody's got a key to my house. And I'm like, Dad, do you think the person is going to find a random key? They have no idea.
He was so mad.
Even what the key is.
Now some goofball walking around with my key.
But did you have your name on it?
No. And then the person's going to say, you know what? This is like a key to a house somewhere in this country.
Yeah.
And I said, and then they're going to go out county by county, trying every single house on every single street until they end up on your street and go, Eureka! We're going to steal everything this guy's got. Rick, you can't have my key out there and nobody, now somebody's got a key to the house.
Yeah.
But I think you're okay. I feel good about this.
Yeah. The odds
and then, of
are
course,
in our favor.
Then I got the speech that featured the P that is the 6P.
Yeah.
How do I feel like you weren't that bold to him?
No.
You probably said, yes, sir, you're right.
What I said was...
I think we did get to making
fun of
it.
No, we did get to making fun of it.
Oh, really?
Until he made a move that was the end of it.
Okay, and that'll do it.
Yeah.
And Mom thought it was funny, too.
Mom thought it was funny, too.
That helped.
Yeah, that helped. Yeah, but Dad never joined in on it. He got tired of it at one point. And then let us know what was going to happen if we continued down this road.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah. And what he said, though, as you said, honestly, anatomically, it would be impossible.
Right.
Physically, no way.
Right. I have to tell you, I know I brought this up, but I looked at your mom at your birthday, and I said, what are you going to do with these two? And she just looked at me and she said, I don't know.
Well, she's given up.
Yeah. I think the speech we finally got, Greg, was the one about how difficult it was going to be to walk.
Yeah, when if you have
Yeah.
Heard that one a lot.
Yeah, we heard the size of his shoe a lot.
Yes.
I know. 11 and a half.
11 and a half wide.
Wide. Bubba, do you have any? We're not going to do the other thing here. We made a call in the break that y'all can think of.
Yeah, that's a tough.
The Chad Kelly injury.
Yeah,
not going to do that.
I'm not going to look at that.
There's not too many that I'll go, no, let's skip on that. That one was tough to look at.
Yeah, it was tough.
But are you interested at all when I was saying we don't want to do that one because it has the big word graphic by it? And by the way, that's not an exaggeration.
No.
But look at video 8. Are we interested in this foot golf? This is they have a tournament for foot. What is foot golf?
Yeah,
just what it sounds like. I'm playing golf, but no clubs.
And it's a soccer ball.
Except for a club foot.
And it's a soccer ball. The goal, so to speak, the hole in the ground is as big as a basketball goal, it looks like. And you just kick it. Cool. You just kick the ball, and there's a flag and everything of the pin.
About that.
I think I'd be more into frisbee golf.
Yeah.
This is okay.
Oh, look at that. That's a nice putt.
Well, what would you call that?
Well, now, I've seen other golfers use a foot wedge before.
Yeah.
So
okay, we got them putting here, so to speak.
You got any of them driving?
Let me find some driving.
Yeah, how do they?
So I start out like how far away am I? I'm booting it.
I think it's like golf. You're that far away.
No.
Yeah.
How long would it take me to kick that far and go through there?
4 or 5 kicks.
Rick, some people can kick it pretty far.
Okay.
Oh,
and look, you got to work with
the roll here.
Yeah.
Oh, do you put a little spin on it?
You got to work with the line.
That. I'd kind of like to play that.
Would you really?
It'd be fun.
How are y'all?
This is
interesting. That's interesting.
A little side fun game. I'm not talking about like a fish.
Yeah, that's something you can't make that a real sport.
Yeah,
but
family barbecue.
Apparently, they have
Yeah.
multi-country tournaments of football.
I like it better than cornhole.
That's true, Greg.
We're just all staring at you.
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry,
I've just never been
I
drawn.
didn't name it.
I've never been drawn to it until it changes its name. It's almost like, and that's all the way we grew. We grew up in a much more what I would call hard society.
Yes.
And you couldn't get away with things you can get away with.
No. You would have no game going.
No, you just couldn't do it.
I guess this game is popular with Asians because here's another Asian playing football.
I'll say this one more time. If we lived in a society that you were scared to yawn, then none of this is possible.
True.
All right, so this is where they actually drive the ball here. This is the I'm starting out.
Yeah, a lot of Asians.
Yep.
Yeah.
I need to see Greg in them shorts and them socks.
Nice kick.
Yeah.
Nice touch.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to get that roll, don't you?
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, I think that guy's.
I
I think that guy's
I don't-
swearing.
I don't think
I think that guy's swearing.
I don't think he liked his tee shot.
Foot golf. Who knew?
Who knew?
That's
it?
weird.
Now, let me ask you this: why did he kick it over that green teeing off?
That's what that was about.
I don't know.
Do you see? Do you see
Too
what
much
I'm saying?
leg.
It looks like he kicked it over a green to go down the fairway.
Too much leg.
Thanks, Tarzan.
Too much club
What
instead.
are you doing?
Don't you say that in golf? Too much club.
You've been
At least you save on club cost, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I hear. All right, so
That's true. All you
No
gotta do is
caddy.
invest into a one.
let's run
soccer
that.
ball.
Let me run that back. I think I can hear what the
That's
person
good.
says after he kicks it. Let's see.
You are so stupid.
Okay.
Go.
I mentioned like a little side game or whatever. Made me think of backyard games. Did your family ever play croquet? No.
Yeah, we did.
I
a little
ran up
bit.
on an old croquet set we had in the attic digging for Christmas. By the way, I'm getting that out.
Me too.
It's time.
I remember
I guess.
going to places that played it. We never had a set. I don't think.
Yeah, I never understood it how you played it. Everybody had the little wire things, and you
Yeah.
tried, but
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, I remember people putting their foot on the ball and hitting it and knocking
Oh
it.
yeah,
But
yeah.
I
You
don't-
knock them clear across the
We
yard.
would just take the clubs and hit stuff with them.
Right, that's why y'all couldn't
It would
handle it.
frail up and get all
Everything
splintered.
went poorly in
That's
our
nice
neighborhood.
Yeah,
Great
no.
memory, buddy.
Yeah, lawn darts. I remember those.
Those were awesome.
Yeah, that's another
Maybe
toy.
the most dangerous toy
Yeah,
ever.
That
yeah.
toy would never
Yeah.
make its way anywhere now.
Throwing
I think they're outlawed,
basically
for
a
real.
spear up in the air.
Oh, we loved them.
We did.
We loved them. Throwing it up in the air and everybody just hoping for the best.
Yeah.
What was that thing we had? It was like the ball went in it and you'd and it would fly out the end
Yes.
of it.
What was that?
Remember, there was art to it.
Hold on. Do
Yeah,
it again. What was it?
It's like a
it's
basket,
here, and it went around like this.
Like highlight.
And you're like,
Well, yeah, maybe that was what it was. Kind
One
of.
time.
And you could do it like this, and it would rise. I don't know how we ended up with that.
Yeah, we had them too.
did you have those too?
Highlight. Yeah, JAI. Anyways, highlight.
Yeah.
But it's. I think that's actually the world's fastest ball sport. Highlight. Because you have this crazy
Well, this isn't quite like that, but it's
No.
the same principle. The
Yeah.
one we had was a little different.
little kid scoops. Yeah, little like ice cream.
Yeah,
scoops.
we didn't have. It was like a cage, almost like a basket.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It had a little track in it with the ball would run on.
Yeah.
But you and Bubba, you said the same way. Of course, we all grew up in the same county, so very similar culture. But no matter what you tried to give us, we turned it into an alternate version of what it was intended for.
Sure,
We never played it
We
straight
took
up.
the instructions.
right. We came up with our own version of it.
Because we were trying to hit that. I'm talking about with a baseball bat.
Yep.
We were pitching it at you.
Yeah, yeah.
And that thing would.
The pitcher now becomes the person with that, and he's pitching the ball, and you're trying to hit it with a bat.
Yeah,
Then of
one
course
time
let's
we
all
were-
get one, so we can hit each other with
One
it.
time we
Yes.
were throwing volleyballs, hitting it with real baseball bats, and you had to try to ring a basketball goal before everybody got around the bases.
Yeah,
you know,
that's
something
pretty
like
good.
that.
Absolutely.
I like that.
Yeah, and
Yeah, highlight. You can throw this rock hard ball at up to 150 miles an hour with that.
Yeah,
scoop
that
thing.
thing we had wasn't. It was based on that.
Well, I was really into this.
I was just
Another lot of Asians in it.
another Asian sport.
I've noticed Asians are up for anything.
They're down to clown. You know.
Yeah, I mean they'll try any new game.
Yeah.
Clown.
Fun.
Doesn't it always seem like it starts with them every time?
Yeah. Gunpowder, all of it.
Pandemics, fireworks.
Pandemic.
They're willing to try new things. You know,
Yeah. Raw fish, yeah, anything. You know?
they're first one said, I'll tell you what, let's eat it without cooking it.
Let's do it.
They're like, I'm hungry. Forget the fire. Let's eat that fish.
No, let's try to eat with sticks.
Yeah, heck with a fork.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.